there. Welcome into the G Raid. G had a good live today. She had a good live today. When she first went live, she had a guy on there that I call him the finger dude because she asked him a question. They were talking about the apocryphal books, and he was saying that the books didn't matter or something. I can't remember, but he gave an analogy and was like, he said, that's like saying I was born with 11 fingers and the doctor cut off my 11 fingers. Do I still talk about the 11th? Do I still mention the 11th finger? And Big Bag was like, well, you just forget about your other finger? Like, it was just so funny the way they said it. So, like, his analogy did not make any sense. And he was saying it, like, with so much confidence. Like, I don't know, like, the way when they say shit, and then, like, somebody reported her. So she had to start back over. I was so hoping the finger dude came back because I just knew that we would get more analogies like that. I don't know why, but today I just wanted more. What's up, Crystal? I just wanted more finger analogies. I don't know. In other news, let's see. In other news, hold on. What's up, House of Eddie? This is Dudette. Okay, thank you, Dudette. What's up, Ronnie? All right, Dudette, I got you as a managing mod. Thank you very much. Rodney, what's up with you, Rodney? Yeah. So if you're just now coming in, remember if you agreed to be one of the YouTube mods, please go over to YouTube for me so that I can set you as a mod. That's the only way that I can set you as a mod is during a live chat. And then comment to let me know your name on TikTok so that I know who you are on YouTube. All right, Maven, thank you so much. Let's see. Add as a mod. I got you, Maven, and I set you as a managing mod, Maven. Thank you very much. All right, y'all. So we have two mods. Hey, Anti-Hero. Hey, Brian. All right, YouTube, they fill it in on YouTube. All right, y'all. So this is Freeform Friday. I'm waiting for Queen Lala to get on the stage so that we can get started. And we're going to dwindle it down, y'all, 2-on-2. Okay, because I forgot that the backup account has to be on stage for YouTube. So we're not going to be able to do 3-on-3. So we're going to have to take it down to 2-on-2, 2 believers against 2 non-believers, and then 2 hosts on stage. Because we have to have space for Queen Lala and my backup account. But I see it's starting to fill up, so we can go ahead and get started. Gee, you have a surprise? Oh, let's see what it is. Are you in the box? Snoopy, stop that. Snoopy, no. Snoopy, that's not going to get you on stage. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like, I see you. I see you in the box. Just get in the box. Like, don't spam my account, Snoopy. That's unnecessary.
Hey, and who is Snoopy?
I don't know who he is, but he wants to be on stage. He's in the guest request, and he's just like, spam it. Me. Like, chill. Okay, I see you. I promise you. We see you. Okay, yeah. We got one host up here. Okay. Okay.
Because you know me. I got my eye on
right. I'm like, exactly. I'm trying to like that. Do you know who I was protecting him from, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, stop. Don't do that.
The one said bad, Snoopy, bad. I just came up to do some mod duties. Hi, Nelly. I need y'all to tap the screen, share the live. Of course, gift the team bracelets and heart me's. Get the likes up to 50K. It's not going to be a slow pace tonight. Y'all know how I am. I don't have a problem with turning the likes off, but I don't feel that I should have to do that. You all enjoy the conversations that Thinker brings every night. So it shouldn't be hard for you to tap the screen. Help her with her gift goal. Also, her Cash App is in her bio. Tip the host and the co-host when she gets up here, and gift the panelists. Enjoy the conversation tonight, but we need 100% participation from everyone. So continue to tap, share, get the shares up to 100. The likes up to at least 50K for now, and help her with our gift goal.
Thank you. Do that. You're gonna stay up here for now.
Yeah, until Lala gets here. Oh, and caps are for mods only. I will mute the hell out of you. Caps are for mods only.
Thank you. When you gotta explain to your girlfriend why you just woke up at 11 p.m. tell Bae we sorry. This is a good time to go live. Everybody's working third shift. We all night owls up in here. Yeah, so we did good yesterday. Not cursing for the first 7 minutes of the YouTube. And so we did get limited visibility on YouTube because we did say the S word. Snoop, you're not coming on my stage. And for that, you are getting blocked. I tried to warn you, so now you got to go.
And Mezzo,
Goodbye.
I'm sorry, I meant I'll turn the comments off. He said I said I'll turn the likes off. I will turn the comments off. You know what I meant.
Dudette got the power to turn the lights off. Y'all better stop playing with Dudette. She got the power.
I still love you though, Mezzo.
Okay, so
Snoopy got puppy child. So it looked like old Snoopy got puppy child.
Yeah, he got puppy child quick, fast, and a hurt. I tried to warn him. But when they like want to show that they're gonna do what they want to do, you're absolutely right. You are gonna do what you want to do, but you're not gonna do it here. Y'all, guess who came back in the chat today? El Oso Ray decided to make an appearance today. Oso, where the fuck you been, bro? Damn, okay, fuck it. I'm just not gonna get monetized on YouTube. Also, where you been? I ain't gonna make it, y'all. Yeah, he been around, but he ain't been here. I already know what you're doing. You think I haven't like peeped it out? I already know what you're doing, dude. Yeah, 5 minutes in, and I done messed up again. It's a learning process. We'll get there. Oh, you just go where you want it? Cool. I just wanted to like make sure that I was not imagining what I was saying. That's all. Oh, so I got you, homeboy. All right. So before I bring up the 2-on-2, yeah, Marissa, it's open for questions tonight. This is Freeform Friday, open forum. If you do have an off-topic question and you're not going to participate in the 2-on-2 when you pop up, just let me know that you're not participating in the 2-on-2 and you have a quick question that you want to discuss. Okay. But before we do bring people up, did y'all see the text messages that Black people in Seattle have been getting? Do that. And Nate, did y'all see it, Nelly?
No, I didn't see it.
I've heard of the ones going to kids apparently, or something about the kids will be picked up, something like that.
Yeah. Well, it's going to adults too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it went to the University of Alabama too. Like, I think that this is and this is to my Black people who voted for this dude. What basically this is their thank you to you. The messages that are going out as a way to troll Black people, as a way to say now I own you to Black people. This is their thank you for helping that. I just want to let you know that you played a part in that. This is on you. This is on you.
That's sad.
It's sad as fuck. Yeah.
Uneducated, misinformed, all kind of stuff, man.
And then like the progression, right? To be as bold to do that, to do something like that, the progression that's going to that's just the beginning. And I was trying to, talk to my son about it. He's like, "Mom, I can't hear. I don't want to hear about that right now." But if you know anything about the Reconstruction era, and if you studied that era, because they never taught us that in school, they never really went in depth about the Reconstruction era and how that unfolded and all of that, and how they started to strip the rights that Black people had already fought for and gotten. Black people were already in Congress, already politicians, and they stripped them away little by little. And if you think that you're safe, if you think that, oh, we've made so much progress, if you think that, and you think legally that there is no way that they can try to roll back the clock or roll back the clock, they will do it, and they will do it with the help of Black people who think that they have gotten proximity to whiteness. And this is on you. And if you've never taken the time to study your own fucking history because you're too worried about trying to become somebody else's history, this is on you.
I tell you,
This is on you.
I'll tell you something else I learned today too. I did some research on it, and that's what I spent about an hour on. I didn't know there was a difference between deportation and mass deportation. Mass deportation don't have anything to do with the number of people. Mass deportation, when they put the mass on it, has been done once before. What they do what it actually means, if your grandparents came here illegally and built a family here, your birth certificate is non and void, and you will be deported because you obtained.
They said they're already working on the denaturalization project now for the immigrants, and like you have immigrants who voted for that. Like, you voted against your own interest.
Yeah.
And in your face today, they say thank you, but now you gotta leave. In your face.
Mm-mm.
Why? I can't think.
You're right. I'm listening. Go ahead.
I can't even imagine what would make a person, like, what happened in a person's brain that blinded them to say, let me vote against myself. Like, what happened in your brains? I don't know. Go ahead, Nelly.
No, I was just saying when I found that out, because I had to go back and research the first one, and because it's really the only one that's ever been done that was called mass deportation. They had a name for it. I don't want to say it on TikTok, but they used a certain name for that, and it was almost unreal. And one thing that I did notice that, I can say this, Tangerine has a gift. Tangerine has a gift to be able to tell you exactly who you is, and manipulate the weak mind and make you think he's for you. He's good at that. Very good at it. He has a gift of doing that.
Yeah, he's charismatic and he acts like them. That's the thing. Like, that's what they like. He acts like them. He doesn't have a filter, and they like that. But unfortunately, they don't know the Heritage Group, and they've not watched the Heritage Group's meetings.
Yeah.
If you've not sat down and watched the meetings that they let you watch and hear their plans, like, unfortunately, you don't know the Heritage Group.
Yeah, it's wide open. I mean, all you have to do is pay attention.
Yeah.
Wow. But anyway.
Yep. Let's get to it. Let's see it. 2 on 2. I need 2 believers, 2 non-believers. If you are in the guest request box and you are let me know what you are, if you're a believer or a non-believer, so that we can bring you up and get started. If you're here to just ask a question, please come and let me know that as well. Let's see. What happened? Oh my God! Don't tell me I'm gonna have to do a reset. I tried to add that person and then they just bounced off. Let's see if this there they go again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a reset. I can't add anybody like yesterday.
Okay.
Let's see. NS4006. Are you there? The two people that were in the guest request box, Avery and something else that started with a B. Can y'all try to request again? And let me see if it's gonna work. Mac, I see you already have one host on stage tonight. It's only one host allowed on stage tonight because it's Freeform Friday. Uh, Avery, can you try again? Is it looping for y'all? Y'all good on YouTube? It's looping. Damn.
I don't see it looping on YouTube.
Oh, they said they're good. Some people said it was looping. Let's see. I don't know where the first two people. I think TikTok took them into the abyss. I have no idea where they are. Well, let me add that person. I don't know. Some people say it's looping for them. Some people say it's not. There were people in the guest request box. If you have a question, go ahead and send your request in. If you want to participate in Freeform Friday, the 2-on-2. Avery said he's trying to, but it's repeating, y'all. Taylor doesn't have any sound. Yeah, I got to reset. Okay, I can't add it. The people that's trying to request can't request. It's
Okay.
glitching. So give me a second and I'll be right back. YouTube, hold on for a second. We have to reset.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, 1 moment.
coiled fro.
So I have a problem with fake accounts on this platform. This morning, there we go. Peace, I see you in the guest request box. Give me just a second. Peace, I see you in the guest request box. Give me just a second.
Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, Nelly.
Yeah, but Thinker disappeared. I don't even see her. And I was able to control my microphone. Now I can at the bottom. She did something where I can now.
No, I didn't do anything. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great. I mean, but for some reason when you blinked your screen or you did something, whatever you changed, then my mic popped up at the bottom.
Okay, I didn't do anything. It's TikTok doing all that. Do that. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. So we're good to go now. If you want to be in the 202, go ahead and start sending your request. If you have a question, like an off-topic question, go ahead and send your request. G spot. Second. Hey G, Avery, mute for me, please. Water boy, can you mute for me? G spot, where did you go? Where did G go? Oh no, okay. Avery, are you a Christian?
Oh, there we go. Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Okay. I'm doing good. How are you?
All right.
Why are people saying, "Oh no, not Avery"?
Because
Why am I?
they told me to come. They actually invited me to come to your site because I had a question that I don't know if they. I don't know if it was clear to the answer because I gave the clearest answer as I could, and maybe you can clarify for me.
Okay, who told you to come here?
Miss G, she invited me to come into your live, and I thought that
This was the surprise. This is a surprise.
I'm the surprise.
That's what she's saying in the comments.
Oh, okay. Well, I
Okay.
hope it's a pleasant
Were
surprise.
you were you good on her page? Were you pleasant?
Listen. I don't have no animosity. I feel pretty good.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't feel as though I just
You
want
you
to
you
get
didn't
some
disrespect
understanding.
her, did you?
You know what? I was trying my best. I hope I didn't, but I don't. That's
Okay,
not
so not
my. I'm not trying to be
not
disrespectful at all.
yeah, okay, so a person can know a person knows when they're disrespectful, right? Like I'm not when I
Yeah.
ask if you disrespected her, I'm not asking
No,
did you
Miss
disagree
G.
with
No,
her.
I
I'm
no,
asking did you
no, I didn't.
no you didn't. Okay, great. So
And
then
she could
we can
correct me
have a
if she if I'm saying that untrue.
okay. As long as she didn't feel disrespected or anything like that, I think we can have a good conversation. What
Okay.
was the question?
Actually, the question that we were, or the topic we was talking about was faith. And the one gentleman asked me what the definition of faith was, and I gave him the best definition I could think of, and I just used the scripture. And I know that I figured out later on that I was in a site that people didn't believe in God, and so when I gave him the definition, faith is the substance of things hoped for, yet the evidence of things not seen. I'm just kind of
Mhm.
paraphrasing, and so you know,
You gave
I
the
guess.
biblical definition of faith.
Well, okay, yeah, and that's what I think I did, and so I think that they were saying there was another definition for faith, and so I just wanted to hear it. That's all.
Well, I'm not sure what they are talking about. Like, what's the other definition of faith? What did they tell
I
you
thought it
it
was
was?
just one. That's the only one I know of.
Unless they're talking about like Google's definition of faith, but
I
biblically,
guess I imagine that's what they because I know to me this is what faith is. Google could say what faith is all day long, but if I believe the word of God and if I believe the word, which some people don't, and that's in their own respect. What my basis for my faith is what it says in the word of God because I believe that, and it says that faith is the substance of things hoped for, but yet the evidence of things not seen. And so that's what I thought faith was when you believe something that you can't see. Faith is
well,
belief.
faith is the evidence, right? Like faith,
Right.
your faith,
That's it. Right. It is the evidence.
that
Right.
becomes your evidence because you
Right.
can't
Your
see the
faith.
thing that you. Well, right, and so it's because you can't see the thing that you have this strong belief in, right? You have no actual evidence of the thing that you believe in,
Right.
right? Like you have faith that Jesus rose from the dead,
Mm-hmm.
right? And your faith is the evidence that Jesus rose from the dead.
But you can't
You
see it.
carry it. Well, there's no evidence of it.
Right. No evidence.
Like
Right.
there's no empirical evidence of it, no archaeological evidence of
Right.
it. There's no eyewitnesses that actually saw this happen,
Right. You
right?
just believe it. Right.
Yeah. So your faith is the evidence of that claim. That's what faith is.
What's your name?
That's what the biblical definition of faith.
I'm sorry. I didn't
Thinker,
get your name.
thinker.
Thinker. Okay, thinker. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Man, I'm so glad to meet you. And I agree with you. You and I are on the same page. That's what I thought it was. And so yeah, that's pretty much all. But then this I had a question, and this is just I guess for anybody in the panel. My question was, I guess I was really irritating them when I asked this question because I kept deviating back to it. And I guess that's why I'm the special guest. My thing was I could respect anybody who say, I don't believe this Bible. I don't believe in the stuff that it's saying is contradicting itself, so on and so forth. And I can go with that because a lot of people have been, I guess maybe for whatever reason they don't believe, taught wrong or found out it wasn't true to them or whatever. My thing is once you say to yourself, I don't believe this, why, how could you use it as a compass for a point to make because you don't really believe it. So it really ain't no point to make because I don't believe this. In other words, it's kind of like if I don't, how, in order for you to have faith in anything, in order for you to have belief in anything, in order for anything to work, you got to believe that it works because, and so
Wait.
otherwise it's
Okay.
not going to work.
Stop for a second. What do you mean? Use it as a point to make. What do you mean when you say that?
Well, when I say that, so say for instance, like we having a conversation, right? And we trying to figure out how do you use literature or how do you use the things that happened to us in the past to help guide our moral compass? And so if it's not the Bible, what is it? Because we got to have
So
something.
okay. So I don't believe in your God, right?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
that's cool.
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
So right. So I don't believe in your God or Jesus,
Okay.
and I
Okay.
studied the book
Okay.
every day. Right. I was raised in Christianity, and so the way that I know that I don't believe is by studying it. But just like you asked me the question of what is faith, right? Unless I had studied the book, I would not have been able to answer you from a biblical perspective, because that's where you're coming from, right? You're coming from a biblical uh, standpoint on the definition of faith, where there is a secular definition of faith, and that's just a strong belief in something or strong confidence in something. But that's not what you mean when you talk about your faith, right? And so if you come to me as someone who don't believe in this Bible, and you make a claim about the book or a claim about this God, unless I have studied, right, then I can't um, refute that claim or address that claim or question that claim intellectually,
Right.
right? I would be subjected to just accepting your claim as face value,
Okay.
right? And then if you're going to use your book as the claim, I can only use the book to discuss that claim,
Right.
right? And I can use the resources around the book, the history around the book, to also to further address the claim that you are trying to get me to accept as truth.
I agree.
So asking someone, why do you read a book or study a book or talk about a book that you don't believe in? I mean, it's like asking a bunch of people who are comic book fans if they really believe that the characters in those comic books exist, because they have fan clubs where they
Okay.
discuss the characters and the shows and the episodes.
Right. So
Not to mention, this religion affects our life, even though we don't share your faith in this God. It still affects our life every day. I don't know if you know who Nick Fuentes is.
no.
You know, Nick Fuentes is a conservative white supremacist Republican
Okay.
who
Yeah, I
has
heard of
a
the name.
large,
Yeah,
yeah,
I heard of that.
yeah, and as soon as Trump won the election, he made a very disgusting video. He looks gross. He looks like a, a man, like a dirty, nasty essayer type man, like disgusting sleuth, as he's saying this, right? And he's saying women, yeah, a weasel. Thank you, Mac. He looks like a weasel. And he's saying women will never own their body. And he's saying, I am your Republican congressman and I own your body.
Wow.
And he's saying he's talking about a glass ceiling. He said, you bust your face on that fucking glass ceiling multiple times, and you're gonna keep busting your face on the glass ceiling because it ain't going nowhere. He said it's a brick ceiling, right?
Wow.
And he says, talking about my body, my choice, it's never been your body. It's always been my body, my choice. Man's body, man's choice, right? And where did this whole concept come from that men rule over women?
Yeah, I don't know where they get the concept from, because the Bible doesn't
You
say
don't.
anything.
It
Yeah.
does. It literally does. It
Yeah.
literally does. In the third chapter of your book,
Okay.
in the third book, it literally does say that the woman was punished, right? Because for eating a piece of fruit on a tree, her punishment was that the man was to rule over her, right? Throughout the whole book, this God, the words that he used when he's talking about women, right, are very sexist and disrespectful. Whenever he's mad at his beloved Israelites, he uses metaphors of calling them prostitutes and whores, and how he's going to uncover their nakedness and let them be raped, right? How he wants to suck on their breasts, and how he first fell in love with them when they were young, and when they finally got to the age of being able to be loved, right? And the language that's used in this book when it comes to women, right? Women being sold into slavery for the purposes of marriage, procreation, and sex. The marriage in this book is transactional. There is no courting and love in this book between a man and a woman. You see courting between David and Jonathan, right? But you don't see that when a man chooses a wife, he buys her, right? Or when he chooses a concubine, he buys her. The word for husband is Lord, is master. He is her master. And it's always been like that. So even today, when women say, "Oh, my husband," they're saying "my master," right? In the
So
New
can I
Testament,
just kind of,
one second, one
okay,
second.
right.
In the New Testament, when it says that the man is the head of the woman and Christ is the head of the man, and the woman is to get her spiritual information from her husband, from her master, right? She's not allowed to speak in the church. She's not allowed to ask questions. If she have, questions about what she's being taught, she can't ask those questions in the church. She has to ask her husband secretly in private at home. Her job is her husband. Her salvation is giving birth. So I'm a little shocked to hear you say that you don't know where this whole men own your body and you will never own your body. I'm shocked to hear you say you don't know where that come from. Go ahead.
Okay. So a lot of things you said, it was just a lot to unpack. Um, I totally understand where you're coming from as far as the language of the Bible. And it's funny that you mentioned language because the Bible plays a very important role as it relates to linguistics. And so, throughout the centuries, throughout the ages, throughout antiquity, languages have changed, cultures have changed, and there are some cultural differences from then until now. And there's some language, of course, language differences, and of course, writing style. I mean, a lot of things. Listen, if I tell you for the last like 2,000 years, I've been doing something, then you got to understand that, in 2,000 years, things change. It's like if I make a statement now and 2,000 years later, the statement might get totally changed. And so I just said all that to say this,
let's address that. Let's address that right quick because cultural differences is very important when we talk about this
Sure,
book
absolutely.
because there were a different societal norms back then. I agree with you on that, right? It was a cultural norm for women to be sold into slavery and to be the men to rule over the woman. And when you talk about languages changing over time and cultures changing over time, one would have to ask themselves, why would we still be using a book that has language and terminology and ideologies from a different time and period for a society that had these barbaric cultural norms in a time where we do not or we should not, and then think that it has no influence on the fact that that ideology still exists? Why then do you still need this book if you're going to say, well, the culture was different then? The language has not changed. The language has not been updated. The ideas have not been updated to match our society today.
When I said language and linguistics throughout change, I meant like not from the New Testament. I'm talking about from the start of writing,
I'm talking about
manuscript.
I'm talking about the entire book.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and so the entire book. So the entire book doesn't change. It's just still the same book.
So why are you bringing up culture? That's my point.
Well, because
when we talk about cultural
okay,
norms, right?
okay.
In antiquity, right?
I can
They
give you an
had
example.
societal norms. I'm sorry.
I can give you an example when you finish
Well, you're going to give me an example of what?
of how when I'm talking about cultural norms change.
We're talking about a cultural norm right now. There's no need for you to give me another example. We're literally talking about women. We're talking about the cultural norms of women, right? Of women in antiquity, in the ancient Near East.
Yeah, we don't do that no more to women.
I just told you about a man who is doing that to women. There are several men. No, it's not. No, it's not, Avery. And please don't talk over me while I'm talking. There are several men who come in here night after night telling every woman in here that we should not be talking because the Bible says that women shouldn't teach. The Bible says that women should be silent. right? Dismissing the things that we talk about, the knowledge that we have because we are women. So to be very dismissive of our experience and then to say that, oh, we don't do that no more, is inconsiderate. And it to me, it just says that you haven't been paying attention. You brought up cultural norms. What I'm asking you is, like, in this Bible, the cultural norms of antiquity, right, of the ancient Near East is very prevalent. That's all that's in this book. It has not been updated to match our modern time. What's the point?
Okay, so if you updated, what would you update it to say?
Well, like, are you listening to this conversation? What is the point of reading this book?
Oh, don't read it. That's what I'm saying. That's the point I'm trying to make. Why would you don't read it? Why do you read it every day?
Are you following the conversation? Are you following
Yeah.
the conversation?
Why do you
No,
read it
you're
every
not.
day?
No, you're not.
Why do you read?
What is the
Just tell me why you
point?
read
What
the
is
Bible
the
every day.
point? What is the
What's the
point?
point?
I already told you that. I already told you that. I told you that from the very beginning of this conversation, and I'm not going to repeat myself. You're not following the conversation. What is the point for anyone in today's society to be trying to live by this book if the cultural norms are outdated, if they are barbaric, if they are prehistoric? You are making the claim right now, right, that culture changes over time. Where in this book has the culture been updated to match our modern day culture?
Don't read it.
That's your revolutionary
Throw it
answer.
away. Throw it away. You
Is
don't
that
need
your
it.
revolutionary answer?
Yeah, that's my answer. Throw it away. You don't need it.
And you do need it.
Yeah, I do. I do need it.
Okay, so tell me, Avery, answer the question for yourself. Where in this book do you see modern day culture?
The God is the same God today, yesterday,
Culture,
and
culture,
forevermore. God is the
culture.
same God today,
I'm not asking you about
yesterday,
your
and
God.
forever.
I'm asking you about culture. I'm asking you about societal norms. Where in this book do you see modern day culture, modern day societal norms? You are the one who
Cultures
brought this
change.
up.
God doesn't change. Cultures change.
So then there's no point for you to be reading it either.
So I guess not. So you just don't read it. I'm gonna read it. You don't have to read it. You don't have to believe it.
Right. So, and you're just, again, you're making the point in front of everybody that you're just reading it for no fucking reason. Right. It does nothing for you. It teaches you nothing. Right.
Calm down.
It teaches you nothing. You
Okay,
read
now,
it and
bye,
nothing
bye.
happens. Right. You read it and nothing
Just don't read it.
happens.
Just throw it away. Throw the
I'm
Bible
not
away. You don't
asking
need
you
it.
for permission, Avery. Let's get this straight. There is no need for you to keep saying that, because at no point in time in
There's
this
no need for you to read
conversation
it, honey.
have
If you
I
don't read
asked
it,
you for permission to read a fucking book. I don't need that shit from you. I'm not asking for your permission to read the fucking book. Okay? I don't know why you keep saying that.
And stop with the honey. She has a name and it's on
you
the
don't
screen.
believe.
Like, why are you so fixated on that? I'm asking you questions about why you do read the book. You are the one who brought up cultural norms. You
Cultures
are the
change,
one
but
who
God
brought
don't
up the fact.
change. You don't
But
believe
your
that.
God, okay, let me ask you a question, Avery. Did your God stop slavery? Did your God condemn slavery, Avery?
Yeah, that was the master plan of God.
Okay, where did he condemn it?
Yeah.
Where? Where did your God condemn slavery?
Where did my God begin slavery?
Yes. No, where did he condemn it? Where did he say, I once told you that you could own other people. I have now changed my mind. It is now immoral. Do not do such an abominable practice.
I don't believe the Bible had that kind of language. Even say that. You show me where it said that.
Where it says what?
Well, you asking me a question that you obviously know the answer to. So tell me if it says it. Tell me. Don't
I'm
say that,
sorry.
dude.
Like I'm gonna tell you something, Avery. I get really frustrated. No, I'm just gonna tell you right now. Okay, I don't like having conversations with people who I don't think are tracking. I don't. Okay, I don't want to have to repeat myself. I don't think
I'm
that
not
you're
trying.
tracking. You're not tracking. You're not tracking, and this is just gonna frustrate me, right? This is going to be an unproductive, unfruitful conversation.
Okay.
All right. I hope you have a good day or a good night.
He doesn't even know the book.
Mm-mm.
That's wild. That is wild to me.
He
Wow.
brings up culture and then can't talk about culture and then says God doesn't change. Then what the fuck? Why do you need the book? If the culture in the book is old, but your God doesn't change, throw the fucking book away then.
Now, I don't even understand that statement either. That tells me right there he hadn't read the book, because if you read the book, you see your God changes a lot. And he changes his mind a lot. Wow.
I guess the hate that comes from these people is just fucking ridiculous. G Spot, are you in here on purpose? Y'all, so to get ready for the 2-on-2, please comment. I need 2 believers and 2 non-believers to join the stage. If you're in the guest request box, please comment and let me know if you are a believer or a non-believer. How in the hell did the views go from 718 down to 385 in like a second?
I don't know. That happened in another live earlier. He had shot up to like 12, 1300 from like 500 and something. So it's something going on with TikTok, I think.
Yeah, I was just sitting here and my whole TikTok just went off. That's why I disappeared off the screen. I don't know what happened. It just shut down.
I was wondering if you left. I
No.
just tried to bring G up. Every time I try to bring her up, she just disappears. So I don't know. G, I'm trying to bring you up.
Okay. Hello.
You too.
Hey,
Hey. Hey. So, how's everybody tonight? I hope everybody's doing well.
I'm doing good. I hope you are too.
I'm sorry, reset your goal, thinker.
Okay.
Um, so my surprise, you wasn't actually supposed to have the conversation. He was supposed to be one of the Christians and just let it happen, and you just enjoy. You turned around and had the conversation. I didn't want you to get frustrated. I just wanted you to enjoy. He was on my live for like an hour or so, and when he talked about faith, he said Rock gave him the definition of faith. And he said, "Yes, that's real faith." And I said, "Well, if that's real faith, what is fake faith?" And then he just kept giving the verse about what faith was. So it was just for enjoyment purposes. You weren't supposed to get
Yeah,
frustrated.
yeah, that was he he's one of those I think I know what I'm talking about, but then when it comes down, when I get confronted with it, then I'm just going to repeat the same shit, and the same shit is going to be God, God, God. That to me, I can't. It's one thing like to have like a difference of opinion, and then you can have a good conversation from that. But if you just gonna be a bot, I cannot. Damn, I wasn't trying to rhyme right there, but yeah.
I didn't
Yes,
even entertain it.
it was it
Yeah.
was it was wild, but it was for entertainment purposes only. But I'm gonna jump down. Y'all have a great night. I'm gonna be in the comments.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, love.
Bye. Did y'all see anybody comment believers? There's people in the guest request box. I'm trying to figure out who's a believer and who's non-believers. I was gonna bring people up and we will see what it do. What's your name?
Joe.
Johnny. Joe. Hi. Are you a believer or a non-believer?
I'm a non-believer always.
Okay. Give me just a second. Go ahead and go on mute for me.
Yeah, sure.
All right. All right, 6 go on mute for me, love bug. All right, if you're in the guest request box and you are a believer, please comment. I need 2 believers to join the stage,
Oh,
please.
sorry, my bad. I didn't know you were saying I'm a believer. My bad.
You are a believer. Okay.
Oh,
I need
absolutely.
1 believer. Okay, go ahead and go on mute for me. I need 1 believer and 1 non-believer. All right, Harris Trick. I need 1 more non-believer, please.
Yo, I'm a believer.
Yeah, I know. I saw your comment.
Better.
Yeah, please go on mute. 1 more non-believer. Any nerds want to join the stage? So the nerds are gonna sit this one out tonight. Solo Lobo, you are a non-believer. Let's see. Oh, Solo jumped out of there. Miss Charlene.
They don't want to come mess with us.
No, they're not scared of you. Okay, Miss Charlene. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good.
Wonderful.
All right. So tonight we have the teens. Will be Joe and Harris Trick. Y'all are on a team together as believers. Whether y'all believe the same thing, that doesn't matter. If y'all are the same type of believer, both of y'all believe in God and Jesus, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, Harris.
I believe in the Bible.
Do you believe in God and Jesus?
I believe in God, and I believe Jesus was a man. Yeah.
Okay. Are you a Muslim?
No,
Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
no. I'm just a believer of the Bible.
So what would you say your
Um.
belief is?
So, just like Johnny, please don't do that. Okay. So I do have a rule that I do not platform Black Hebrew Israelite ideology, regardless if you are a part of a sect or not. So do you believe that Black people are the true Israelites?
I
Is that
believe
your belief system?
God has a chosen people. Like,
Do you believe that they are the Black Americans?
That's a yes.
I wouldn't say. What do you mean, Black Americans?
Do you believe that they're the Black people that went through the transatlantic slave
Oh
trade?
yes, of course.
Okay, so unfortunately, I do have to take you down. I do not platform that ideology. It just never goes well. So I have to take you down. Okay.
Yeah, you cook, bro. Later.
All right.
Johnny, respect this stage. No over talking. One at a time, and don't talk over the host.
He's cooked. Later.
Yeah, you got to go too because I can already tell you're gonna be disrespectful.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, listen. Yeah, there are rules in this space. You can come on stage and participate as long as you uh, respect those rules. Okay, the disrespect is not going to be tolerated here. I don't feel like arguing with nobody tonight. This is the night where believers from and talk to non-believers. I'm not going to do the disrespect. Let's see. If you are a believer, I need 2 believers to join the stage. Avery, just please stop. Nobody needs your permission. Nobody's asking for your permission. And honestly, Avery, you're gonna fuck around and get blocked. I met you today and I will forget you today.
And I'm 1.2 seconds away from doing it.
Google TV, are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go on mute, please? Juice, are you a believer?
I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll go ahead and take you down. Have a good night.
Thank you too.
I don't know who in here is a believer. They're not commenting. Do that. Can you take Juice down so I don't have to close the box? Thank you. Oh, it's Goggle. Peace, are you a believer? I will boot everybody. You're absolutely correct. Peace, are you a believer? I'm going to ask one more time. Peace, are you a believer? Okay, can we take Peace down, please? Thank you.
You know, you better leave that spot open just in case Lala shows up. She gonna be mad.
We'll work her. We'll take them down.
Okay.
Because I don't have a way to tell them where to go. Like TikTok chooses where they go. Kalu, huh?
I just said that's true.
Kalu, are you a believer?
Yeah.
All right. So we have two believers on stage. Did y'all hear the rule that I do not platform Black Hebrew Israelites?
You said what?
Did y'all hear the rule that I do not platform Black Hebrew Israelites or that
Oh yeah.
ideology?
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
Goggles, did
Yeah,
you hear that rule?
yes.
Okay, thank you. You and Kalu will be on the same team. Six Payne and Miss Charlene are on the same team. They are both non-believers. Myself and Nelly and Dudette are host. Nelly and I, or Dudette whenever she wants to, but Nelly and I will come in every now and then to try to help guide the conversation, or if we have a clarifying question. But tonight it is y'all that are leading the conversations, okay? And so the believing team picks the topic from the board. One of you can go ahead and pick a topic and begin. Kalu or Google or Goggle, which one of you want to pick the topic?
Kalu, what are you thinking?
Uh, like, wait, what you mean by believers don't like the Old Testament? What's that
Is that
supposed
the
to mean?
one you want to? Is that the topic you want to go with?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So before we get started, the rules of the live are: do not interrupt when someone else is talking. Be respectful. The only people on the stage that can interrupt would be myself, Nelly, or Dudette. Okay. Nobody else on the stage can interrupt when someone else is talking. If you're communicate with your team and let your teammate know, hey, I want to come in, or wait until they're finished talking and then find a spot and come in. Just be respectful on the stage. Okay. Go ahead and begin, Kalu.
Yeah, so like, what do you mean by like believers don't like the Old Testament? Like,
Wait, which I thought you were doing the.
hmm,
Uh, or, I'm sorry, I think I misheard you. That's the one you want to do, not believers. The devil belongs to believers.
oh yeah,
Which one are you doing?
no, believers don't like the Old Testament.
Okay. Six Payne and Miss Charlene, do you need me to explain that one, or do y'all have the gist just from the conversations this week what that's about?
I understand.
Okay, go ahead and respond.
Oh, to him?
Yeah, he asked the question.
Okay. Okay. I think you guys don't like the Old Testament because, well, I can't group you guys all into one basket, but I can kind of section you guys. Some of you guys are saying the Old Testament is done away with, and some of you guys just don't ever really refer to the Old Testament unless it benefits you in an argument or you're trying to push a certain law or rule onto people or to get people like riled up. That's in my opinion and perspective.
Yeah, so kind of like the Hebrew Israelites who are like strictly under the law. Is that what you're saying?
I think that everybody who follows under this Abrahamic religion should be or should follow this law because if you guys want to believe in this thing, then these are your rules and you should abide by them. If you can't abide by it, throw it away.
Okay, got you guys. like for me, for what I know, is like the law. It's we're not under the law, so we're under grace. So like the law is there for like showing that like we need a savior, if that makes sense.
No,
Cause like
it's I was gonna say
uh,
expound on that some more.
yeah, cause like the law, we cannot we can't cause there's 513 Mosaic laws, so we can't like we're all gonna break the law. So the law is there for like to show that like we need a savior.
What do
Okay.
you mean we all gonna break the law? Like, what do you mean when you say that?
It means like so like um so the law was for the Israelites, right? Because they
Yeah,
were
I guess better yet, let me ask it this
um,
way. How do you know
how
that
do
you
I
would
know
break a law that how do you know that you would break a law that Gentiles were never bound by?
that Gentiles are never bound by? Because there's
Mm.
513 and like it says like from what I because like I'm not really like educated like that, but from what I know is because I just know that we're not under the law and we're under grace.
How
So
many laws are in your state?
in my state,
Yeah.
uh, I really don't even know.
Do you think it's roughly about 613 or probably
In
more?
my
How,
state or
and let me say this. How many laws do you think there are in the United States?
United States,
Yeah,
probably a lot.
a lot. And so is it hard for you to live by laws?
Nah, not really.
So does it really make sense that you are not able to keep a law, like because it's so many of them?
You said what?
Does it really make sense to say, well, the reason we know that we couldn't keep a law that we knew nothing about and that we were not bound by is because there were too many of them?
Wait, say that again.
You said that the reason Gentiles who were not bound by this law couldn't keep the law is because there were too many of them, right?
No, no, no.
That's what
What
you
I was
said.
that's not what I said. I said like
Okay, that's
so
what you
like
said. That's why I asked how many laws was in your state. But how do you know Gentiles could not keep a law they were not bound by?
no, not only nobody can keep the law. The law is for like the Israelites.
Yeah, but how do you know this, that you would not be able to keep a law that was never yours and that you were never bound by?
It's because it says in the book.
So you just accept the claim that's in the book.
Yeah,
That
basically. I mean, because
somebody
for
told
me,
you that somebody told you,
uh,
Kalu, it would be
yeah,
impossible for you to keep the Mosaic law, so you need a savior. And
yeah,
you just
something
took
like
that
that.
claim.
Like for me, um, to be honest, I used to I used to like hate Christianity. I used to hate this religion. But like from what I learned, I know it's not even about religion. That's what I know. It's about a relationship with God. So like, because I'm not really that much educated like when it comes to the law and all that stuff. But
Can I jump in a little bit?
yeah, yeah, go ahead.
So, I think the question that the host had mentioned was, how do we keep a law? How can we know that we can't keep a law that we weren't bound by? Um, and so there's always a law that's written on our heart that we inherently know. Um, for
And what was
instance,
that law?
well, I mean, there's just simple laws that we just know that stealing is wrong. Um,
Do we know that? Do everybody know that stealing is wrong?
well, whenever you have whenever you're about to do something and you have a thought, should I be doing this? Then we have to figure out, is what we're about to do, should we do that? And if we shouldn't do that, is it a sin? And
Or or is it moral, right? Or ethical or justifiable, right? And that's that person, right, deciding that for themselves. But that's not the same as the Mosaic law.
so even though the Gentiles were not bound by the law. They had a nature in themselves because
But
they
I'm
did.
asking, the question is, how do you know you cannot keep a law that you were not bound by? And that law that you were not bound by is the Mosaic law. I'm not talking about the law that you have for yourself, as Paul says, that you are a law to yourself. I'm not asking about that law. That's not the law that he's talking about.
Well, he's referring to they don't
To
have the
the old,
law.
he's referring to the Old Testament law. The question is, believers don't like the Old Testament.
Right.
My question is, how do you know that you cannot keep a law that you were never bound by? And that is the Mosaic law.
Because we are shaped in iniquity and sin.
That doesn't answer anything. You're still shaped in iniquity and sin, and you don't follow that law today.
Exactly. Because the law, like as Kalu had mentioned earlier, um, the law that we don't abide by the Mosaic law because Jesus fulfilled that law by the way he lived.
Fulfilling the law is just simply saying that he lived by that law and didn't break it. He did not
Exactly.
abolish it. That yeah, and so do you fulfill the law every day? Do you drive your speed limits?
We can't fulfill the law of the
You
Mosaic
fulfill a
law.
law. You fulfill a law every day. If you drive your speed limit and don't drive over the speed limit, then you're fulfilling a law. If you drive over the speed limit and you get a speeding ticket, and that ticket by law requires that you show up in court or pay the speeding ticket, then you are fulfilling that law once you fulfill one of those requirements. That law is fulfilled. The requirement of the law is fulfilled.
That
It's
specific
not
one.
abolished. It's fulfilled. The law, right, is to show up in court and pay the fine for the speeding ticket. You have fulfilled the requirement for the law. You did not abolish the law. Just because you fulfilled it doesn't mean that the next time you speed or you get a speeding ticket, you no longer have to show up in court or pay the fine. You just fulfilled the requirement. That's what Jesus did. But again, saying that you couldn't follow that law because you're just a sinful person from birth, and you're still a sinful person from birth, even though you don't have to follow that law, it doesn't change anything. You might as well just stayed under the law. Well, you never was under that law. You might as well have adopted that law if you're still going to be a sinner. You would have been a sinner whether they adopted the law for Christians, and you're still a sinner even though they didn't. What changed?
What changed is that we have a Savior that came down and lived out that law perfectly so that we could be free from the bondage of that law because the letter kills and the spirit gives life. We can't fulfill the law. And so if we needed to fulfill that law, then we would have to keep sacrificing animals to this very day.
So the difference between the law and the Old Testament and the New Testament moral law, I would say, is that one, you would die if you sinned against that law, right? It's the death penalty. And then now you don't die if you sin. Is that the difference?
No, there are some laws that could have been broken in the Mosaic law that do not result in death.
So when you say the letter kills, which again, keep in mind, you as a Gentile was never under that letter. What's the difference? What do you mean the letter kills?
Yeah, so essentially, I am a Gentile. At least in that time, I would be considered a Gentile. So if I wanted to become,
I mean, you're
a,
still a Gentile today. You're just like a believed, grafted in spiritual Israelite.
right, right. So, but in that time period, if I did want to become an Israelite, I would have to abide by their laws, and I would be grafted in that way as well.
What does that have to do with the question I just asked you?
I guess it doesn't really have much to do with that.
Do you remember the question I asked?
Can you repeat it one more time, please?
What do you mean when you say the letter kills if you're not talking about death, the death penalty, the wages of the sin being death? There were a lot of laws that required stoning, right? What
Mm-hmm.
if that is not the difference between the two. What's the difference? Because either way, you're still a sinner.
Well, in the context of that passage, Paul mentions that we were made to be ministers of a new covenant, not of the letter, which is the law, but of the Spirit. The spirit of the law and the letter of the law are two different things.
I'm asking you to explain the differences.
Yeah, so the spirit of the law, the letter of the law, do not commit adultery. The spirit of the law is to not look upon another woman or man lustfully, because if you have, you've committed adultery in your heart. And so everything goes deeper than not committing murder. Well, if you hate your brother or sister, then you've committed murder in your heart.
Can I ask you a question? Where exactly is this spirit of the law? Where are you getting that from?
Well, we look back.
It's in the Bible.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is.
Matthew 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Miss Charlene, I didn't know if you wanted to handle that. I was gonna let you speak, but if you don't got nothing, I'll handle it.
Well, I want to ask, okay, getting back to what the question was, and he chose that believers don't like the Old Testament. So I'm still trying to figure out why, if that's your case, because like I said, that's what he chose. Why don't you like the Old Testament versus the New Testament? Is it because you feel like you could not have followed the laws? Is it the laws of the Old Testament?
Is this for me or Kalu?
Well,
Both of
I guess
y'all.
it would be,
Y'all on a
both y'all
team.
are cool.
I like the. Sorry, my bad.
Go ahead.
I like the Old Testament. I think the Old Testament is what leads to the New Testament, and yeah, I mean the New Testament kind of confirms the Old Testament actually.
In what way?
Well, there's prophecies. There's Israelites looking upon a day that their Messiah would come, and that God would destroy sin and death once and for all, as He said He would do in Genesis 3.
And what prophecies are you referring to?
One in particular is Daniel, when he speaks of the Son of Man coming up upon the clouds. That's one.
Okay.
Yeah. Also
And so did
Isaiah.
the son? Okay, so did the Son of Man come upon a cloud?
I mean, that's gonna happen one day. Hasn't came just yet though.
What is that? What chapter and scripture is that in Daniel?
Sorry, I don't have these memorized.
But you're saying that that particular passage in Daniel is prophesying that of Jesus coming.
I think it's Daniel 7.
13, yeah.
Miss Thinker, is there any way you can take us there? Because I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah. Give me just a second.
Goggles, you don't believe that Jesus already came?
No, I do believe Jesus came, but I do believe He's going to return
Oh,
to come in the likeness that the Israelites at the time, or the Jews at the time, thought He would come the first time.
okay. So you believe that Jesus was sacrificed? Or He was a sacrifice?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the biblical term for sacrifice or how they do it?
Hey, y'all, we need to make sure that we stay on one topic and not
I'm
jump
sorry.
around.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Do y'all want me to read it for y'all?
I can read it if you hold up there.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, 13. As I watched in the night vision, I saw one like a human being coming with the clouds of heaven, and he came to the ancient one and was presented before him. To him was given dominion and glory and kinship, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that shall not pass away, and his kingship is one that shall never be destroyed. Ms. Thinker, could you go a little bit before that? Because I'm trying to get text. I know he said that he would come and present himself before the Ancient of Days.
We can read. You can read it all if you want.
Okay.
We can start at the beginning.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. In the first year of King Belshazzar of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head as he lay in bed. Then he wrote down the dream. Daniel saw in my vision by night the four winds of heaven stirring up the great sea, and four great beasts came up out of the sea, different one another. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then, as I watched, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a human being, and a human mind was given to it. Another beast appeared, a second one that looked like a bear. It was raised up on one side, had 3 tusks in its mouth among its teeth, and was told, "Arise, devour many bodies." After this, as I watched, another appeared like a leopard. The beast had 4 wings of a bird on its back and 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. After this, I saw in the vision by night a 4th beast, terrifying and dreadful and exceedingly strong. It had great iron teeth and was devouring, breaking in pieces, and stomping what was left with its feet. It was different from all of the beasts that preceded it, and it had 10 horns. I was considering the horns when another horn appeared, a little one that came up among them. 3 of the original horns were plucked up from before it. There were eyes like human eyes in the horn, and a mouth speaking arrogantly. Judgment before the Ancient One. As I watched, thrones were set in place, and an Ancient One took his throne. His clothing was white as snow, and the hair of his head like pure wool. His thrones was fiery flames, and its wheels were burning fire. A stream of fire issued and flowed out from his presence. 1,000,000 served him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood attending him. The court sat in judgment, and the books were open. I watched then because of the noise of the arrogant words that the horn was speaking. And as I watched, the beast was put to death, and his body destroyed and given over to be burned with fire. As for the rest of the beasts, their dominion was taken away, but their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. As I watched in the night vision, I saw one like a human being coming with the clouds of heaven. And he came to the Ancient One, and was presented before him. To him was given dominion and glory, kinship, that all peoples, returning nations and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that shall not pass away. And his kinship is one that shall never be destroyed. Daniel's interpretation. As for me, Daniel, my spirit was troubled within me, and the vision of my head terrified me. I approached one of the attendants to ask him the truth concerning all this. So he said that he would disclose to me the interpretation of the matter. As for these four great beasts, 4 kings shall arise out of the earth. But the holy ones of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdoms forever and ever. Then I desired to know the truth concerning the fourth beast, which was different from all the rest, exceedingly terrifying, with his teeth of iron and claws of bones of bronze, of which devoured and broke in pieces and stamped what was left with his feet. And concerning the 10 horns that was on his head, and concerning the other horn that came up and before which 3 others had fallen, the horn that had eyes and a mouth that spoke arrogantly, and that seemed greater than the others. As I looked, that the horn made war and the holy ones, and was prevailing over them until the ancient one came. Then judgment was given for the Holy One of the Most High, and the time arrived when the holy ones gained possession of the kingdom. This is what he said. As for the fourth beast, there shall be a fourth kingdom on earth that shall be different from all other kingdoms. It shall devour the whole earth and trample it down and break it to pieces. As for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings shall arise, and another shall arise after them. This one shall be different from the former ones, and shall put down 3 kings. He shall speak words against the Most High, shall wear out the Holy One of the Most High, and shall attempt to change the ritual, calendar, and the law, and they shall be given into his power for time, 2 times, and half a time. Then the court shall sit in judgment, and his dominion shall be taken away, to be consumed and totally destroyed. The kingship and dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the holy ones of the Most High. Their kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom, and all dominion shall serve and obey them. Am I going on?
No, that's it.
Okay. So you're saying that prophecy that Daniel had was prophesying Jesus coming.
Yes, and he also clarified that at the end of the Gospels.
He also did what? I'm sorry.
Jesus clarified that in the Gospels as well. When he sat before the council of the Sanhedrin,
Mm-hmm.
when they were trying to get him to basically make an attest to the claims that he or attest to being the Son of Man, or excuse me, not the Son of Man, but the Son of God.
Okay, so Thinker, help me out here. When we started out, we was talking about the King Belshazzar, excuse me, correct?
Belshazzar.
Belshazzar. So this was apparently something that was going on in his kingdom.
This is a prophecy that
right.
Daniel had. Yeah, it's prophesying the 4 kingdoms. Give me just a second. And if you go to your Google Drive, like all the
Google Drive. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, your notes are there in your Google Drive.
Hold on. Let me turn. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh God.
6-pane YouTube. If you go to the Google Drive.
I got mine on paper. You know, I printed all that stuff out. Hold on. I was just looking at Daniel's prophecy. The history of Daniel prophecy, part 2. Prophecy. Daniel prophecy, part 1.
It's in part 1.
Okay.
Number 7, Daniel 7. If you scroll down, the beasts are described there.
Daniel 7 what?
if you scroll down, it says the first beast, lion with eagle wings, Daniel 7:4. It gives a description.
7:4. First year.
The fourth beast is Alexander the Great, according to Jewish
Yeah, it was.
tradition.
Okay, hold
Yeah.
on. I'm sorry. I'm looking at. Okay. King Cyrus, Belshazzar reign. Okay, I don't know how. Okay, what I'm looking at, I have the first. I'm looking at Joachim. That's not the one. Daniel chapter
So
8, chapter
yeah,
7.
chapter 7. So it gives the
Fourth
notes
beast.
on what kingdoms they were. So
Right.
like, it's Babylon, the Medes, the Persian Empire, and then the Greeks. The Greeks are the fourth kingdom. And so the messianic prophecy, with the from the Jewish people, was that it was going to be a king that was going to come, right, and rule the Davidic monarchy, restore the Davidic monarchy. So this is the prophecy for that the Jewish people were waiting on their Messiah. And so what Goggles is saying is Jesus filled that prophecy of that Messiah that was going to sit on that throne, yeah, and build that kingdom.
Okay.
That's his claim.
But those different things that he saw in his vision were different kingdoms that came up.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Wait a minute.
But his claim is that Jesus fulfilled this prophecy, right? And so he's saying that Jesus is saying, yeah, that Daniel prophesied about me. I'm the one that was presented to the Most High, right? To be this Messiah that was going to rule the kingdom of Israel forever and ever and ever. And everybody that is not in Israel, like the world would serve the Israelites in this kingdom. So if you remember, like when we talk about the what the goal is for Christians, like what role will they play in New Jerusalem, right? When the New Jerusalem is built, the Gentiles, the foreigners are building up the walls of New Jerusalem, and they're serving the Israelites, right? So the prophecy here is that this Messiah is going to come, right? And he's going to hold on. Hold on, let me go up. Yeah. So this Messiah is going to come. He's going to get dominion, right? And over all people, everybody's going to serve him. And he's going to build this kingdom. It's going to last forever and ever, and the kingdom will never be destroyed. This is the restoral of Israel, the Davidic monarchy. And then he says, he shall speak against the Most High, but then destroy the greatness. The kingship in dominion and the greatness of the kingdoms under the whole heaven shall be given to the people of the holy ones of the Most High. So after this Messiah comes, this militant Messiah that they're waiting on, rebuilds the kingdom. The Israel gets their kingdom back, right? And then all of the people over the world will serve and obey the Israelites with this under this Messiah. He's saying that Jesus fulfilled this prophecy. That's the claim.
More so that he's going to fulfill this prophecy.
But then he hasn't fulfilled it. Then if you're not claiming that like she asked you what prophecies did he fulfill, not future prophecies. Like this one hasn't been fulfilled yet, so he has not fulfilled it.
I'm still okay. I think I'm still looking at the Daniel Prophecy Part 1, and I still cannot find I,
It's okay. He. I think we can move past this because he's talking about he's trying to say that this is going to be fulfilled. So it doesn't fit your argument anyway because you asked him what prophecies did Jesus fulfill. Jesus hasn't fulfilled this prophecy, so it's moot. That's a claim that he cannot back up because it has not happened.
So your purpose for keeping or liking the Old Testament is because of the prophecies? Is that one?
No, the Old Testament, we know it to be true because Jesus fulfilled it, and in his fulfillment, he was resurrected. He was then given power over death, in which he was then resurrected, and then from there, and he also spoke of the Old Testament, and so
but just because he spoke of the Old Testament doesn't mean that he was fulfilling.
Yeah.
well, I guess if a man predicts his own death and resurrection and actually does that, and also affirm the Old Testament, it's pretty hard to not believe that, man.
What? Say that again.
I think
So
Please
if
say that again.
yeah, so if a man is able to, Jesus, he affirmed the Old Testament. He also predicted his own death and resurrection.
But
Go ahead.
he like nobody saw this man resurrect, and these are claims.
Yeah.
You do realize that like these are claims that were written 50 to 120 years after this is said to have happened. This is someone making a claim that this happened.
Well, based on the embarrassing details of the Gospels, and
Oh, don't
also,
quote Bart Ehrman, please. We're not talking about what the apostles say in Paul's letters. Like we're not talking about all the embarrassing shit that the early church fathers did trying to create Christianity, right? We're talking about Jesus fulfilling prophecies.
Jesus is the seed. He is the reason why Abraham was able to bless all nations.
Where you get that one?
Genesis 3. God told Abraham that he would be a blessing to all nations. Israel was supposed to be that. They could not fulfill that because they couldn't keep the law. And they were also sinful people.
Except that's not what Paul said. Paul said that they didn't understand the prophecy. They thought that Abraham's promise meant seeds with an S, but Abraham's promise meant seed singular, and that seed was Jesus Christ. Paul reinterpreted Abraham's prophecy. That's not what he said.
So those, the kingdom, not the kingdom, but as far as Gentiles were not Israelites at the time. Like you couldn't be an Israelite by birth. So they had to abide in those laws, but they also couldn't fulfill those laws. Jesus is a blessing because there's.
Do you know what a blood covenant is?
Yes.
You know what a blood covenant is? All right. So the reason this God had Abraham do the circumcision, right, was to seal the deal. It was to be a symbol that they were under this covenant with this God, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was what the circumcision was for. Gentiles were never under that covenant.
What is that? I mean, them not being under that covenant, what does that have to do with anything?
Do you understand what the agreement was between this God and the Israelites with this law? If you do this, then I will be your God. If you follow my commands, I will be your God and I will bless you. That's the covenant. That's the agreement that this God made with the Israelites. Gentiles were not in that agreement. That's like you making an agreement with your cable company, right? And you signing on the dotted line that if you provide me internet service, I will pay my bill. And then turn around and expecting your next door neighbor to pay your bill.
So I believe in Isaiah, maybe 56, it does speak of the sojourner. God had never intended for those
Sojourner is a
outside of.
stranger in the land of Israel. That's a stranger in the land of Israel. And then they are not required to abide by the law of Israel. They can convert if they want.
Right.
But that's a sojourner is just a foreigner who's a stranger in the land of Israel.
So
Tenant farmers.
right. So even.
But again, Gentiles as a people, the heathens, the pagans, they were not in a blood covenant with this God.
And that's what Jesus came down to purchase that.
No.
Do
They
Gentiles sin?
still were not under that law. Gentiles were never under the law of Moses.
Do
That
Gentiles
was
sin?
And Jesus didn't come down. When Jesus came down, he came down for the lost sheep of Israel. He didn't come down for the Gentiles either.
That's not true.
He said that
his
himself.
original mission was was the Israelites. But he ended up
He later on
going to the
grafted.
Gentiles.
But I mean,
But
his purpose was not. His purpose was just like all this whole story was originally to save God's people, the Hebrews, and they still rejected Jesus. So that's the only reason uh, Gentiles were given a chance at it. Because even when he came, the Israelites still rejected him because he didn't come like they thought he was going to come. So they didn't think he was the Messiah. So they still rejected him. That's how Gentiles got to get in on it, so to speak.
Sorry for interrupting the host earlier. Are you saying that that God's plan was never to redeem the world, but only the Israelites?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
his plan was to bring everybody to the God of Israel, and for the Israelites to be a light to the nations, which means that they would rule over the nations. That was the plan, and that still is the plan, according to the book and Revelations and Paul.
I think we're thinking of a different kingdom then, because I think that's a different type of kingdom. That's the kingdom that the Israelites believed, the Jews that believed that Jesus was going to come down and set up when he came the first time.
What's the second kingdom? Where are you saying the second kingdom at?
No, not the second kingdom. The first time Jesus came.
You said a different kingdom. You said that's a different
my
kingdom,
bad.
right? Like here's the thing, and I would like to get back to the topic. Like we are way away from
I'm sorry.
believers don't like the Old Testament. That's okay. But so if the prophecy that the Hebrews received, right? If the prophecy is that a human man was going to come to earth or would be presented before God, not even come to earth, like be presented before God, and he was going to restore and rebuild the kingdom of Israel. And that kingdom would last forever, right? And everybody on earth would obey and serve the Israelites. That is the prophecy that the Hebrews got in Daniel. That's the prophecy that Zechariah talks about, Isaiah talks about. That's the prophecy, right? A human man would restore a physical kingdom, and everybody on earth would bow down and serve the God of Israel and obey and serve the Israelites. Then you get this Jesus who says, the kingdom is a spiritual kingdom. It's a different type of kingdom. It's not what you thought it was. It's not what the scriptures say it was. It's this. Why would they accept that? Why would they accept a reinterpretation of the prophecy from a physical kingdom to a spiritual one?
Could it be that their view of God was limited to their finite thinking, and that in the same way that Jesus says that my kingdom is not of this world, while
Again,
if it's
Jesus saying that the kingdom is not of this world is a reinterpretation, right, of hundreds of years of an expectation of a physical Messiah coming to rescue them from oppression, from their enemies, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, right? Coming to rescue them so that they can live in their land safely. A part of the prophecy was that this Messiah was going to sit on the throne and rule so well that the Israelites would be safe in their land. Why would they just completely do away with that as that what they've been taught, for Jesus to say, "Oh, the kingdom is after you die. The kingdom is after heaven and earth is gone. There's going to be a spiritual kingdom." And even still in the spiritual kingdom, the Israelites, like the everybody else, the nations and the foreigners are still serving the Israelites, even in that spiritual kingdom.
no, there's going to be a group. We are getting off topic. I do realize that. It's a lot that I would have to cover. But I don't believe that um, that it almost sounds like the Hebrew Israelite interpretation, kind of like synonymous
I,
with it.
I, I mean, it is that unfortunately, no, Hebrew Israelites believe that it's black people that the world is going to obey. That's what Hebrew Israelites believe, because they believe that black people are the Israelites. But they do know what this prophecy says. This prophecy says that everybody will serve the Israelites. They just believe that it's black people that will be getting served and everybody else will be the slaves of black people.
Yeah, and I think that this to interpreting it in the context of Jesus, who Jesus is, and what he has spoken of. Every tribe, and there's going to be a person from every tribe and nation that's going to be part of the kingdom of the Jesus's kingdom. And so it's not that they're serving him in such a way that
Wait, say that again. Every there's going to be 12,000 from each tribe of what? Each tribe of what?
I said there's going to be a person from every single nation, every tongue, every people group.
But in Revelations there are 12,000 from each tribe of what?
Tribe of Israel.
Tribe of Israel. And then you have the foreigners, right? You have the 144,000 from the 12 tribes of Israel, and then you have everybody else. In the prophecy, the foreigners, which are the Gentiles, are building walls, hauling gold, planting trees, nursing babies, serving the Israelites in the prophecy. That's the Jewish prophecy, and that's also in Revelations.
Where do you see the after the 144,000 and them serving like that?
Isaiah 60, Isaiah 62, Revelations 21.
Revelation 21, where is that?
Are you familiar with Isaiah 60 before I go to Revelation 21?
No.
Let's see. Are you familiar with who the nations are? When the book talks about the nations, are you familiar with who that is referring to?
Gentile nations.
The Gentiles, non-Israelites, right? And I don't know that you would be able to recognize this if you don't know the messianic prophecy uh, from the Old Testament. But he says, I saw no temple in the city, for its temple is the Lord God, the Almighty, and the Lamb. And the city has no need of sun or moon to shine on it, for the glory of God is its light, and its lamp, and it is the Lamb. The nations will walk by its light, and the kings of the earth will bring their glory into it. So the nations, right, walking by the light of God, that's the Gentiles, uh, you know, worshiping and serving God. The kings of the earth bringing their glory into it. That is the Gentile kings bringing all their wealth into New Jerusalem. Its gates will never be shut by day, and there will be no night there. People will bring into it the glory and the honor of the nations. The people here are the foreigners, and we'll go to Isaiah 60, right? They're bringing in the glory and the honor of the nations. That's the wealth of the nations, the pine trees, the glory of Lebanon, the cypress trees. They're hauling these trees in to New Jerusalem. But nothing unclean will enter it, nor anyone who practices abomination or falsehood, but only those who are written in the Lamb's book of life. Okay, and so if we go to Isaiah 60, this is the ingathering of the dispersed. First, the Israelites are gathered together from across the world. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you. For darkness shall cover the earth, and thick darkness the peoples. But the Lord will arise upon you, and his glory will appear over you. Nations shall come to your light. There's the nations, the Gentiles. The nations will walk by its light. And kings to the brightness of your dawn. Lift up your eyes and look around. They all gather together. They come to you. Your son shall come from far away, and your daughter shall be carried in their nurses' arms. So they're the daughters of the Israelites is saying are being carried there. That they're talking about are the nations, the Gentiles. Your daughters shall be carried in their nurses' arms. Then you shall see and be radiant. Your heart shall thrill and rejoice, because the abundance of the sea shall be brought to you. The wealth of the nations shall come to you. So the wealth of the nations, right? I think it's like the kings of the earth will bring their glory into it. This is them bringing in their wealth, right? A multitude of camels shall cover you, the young camels of Midian and Ephah. All those from Sheba shall come. They shall bring gold and frankincense and shall proclaim the praise of the Lord. All the flocks of Kedar shall be gathered to you. The rams of Nebaioth shall minister to you. They shall be acceptable on my altar, and I will glorify my glorious house. Who are these that, and then I think it's important too, like here, there's an altar here, right? The God is saying that the flocks of Kedar, like the are gonna come. They're gonna bring in the sacrificial animals for you, right? The rams of Naboth. They're gonna bring in these animals, and you're gonna make these sacrifices to me on the altar. This is the prophecy, right? But in Revelations 21, it says, I didn't see a temple there, right? Because the writer of Revelations is saying that Jesus was the Lamb, right? So there's no altar in their vision. Who are these that fly like a cloud and like doves to their windows? For the coastland shall wait for me, the ships of Tarshish first. to bring your children from far away, their silver and gold with them, for the name of the Lord your God and for the Holy One of Israel, because he has glorified you. Foreigners shall build up your walls. The foreigners are the Gentiles, building the walls of New Jerusalem, and their kings shall minister to you. Right? So the kings of the nations of the Gentiles is serving the Israelites in New Jerusalem. For in my wrath I struck you down, but in my favor I have had mercy on you. Your gates shall always be open, day and night they shall not be shut. Its gates, this is Revelations 21. I'm just going back and forth to show you. Its gates will never be shut by day, and there will be no night there. Going back to Isaiah 60. Let's see. Day and night they shall not be shut, so that nations shall bring you their wealth, with their kings led in procession. So Isaiah is saying that the reason that the gates will not be shut is so that the Gentiles can bring in the wealth with their kings leading them. Right? So the Gentiles are bringing all that they own, all of their glory, all of their honor into New Jerusalem and presenting it to the Israelites. And I think it did say that people will bring into it the glory and the honor of the nations. That's Revelations. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish. So the Gentiles that don't choose to serve the Israelites in New Jerusalem will die. They will perish. Those nations shall be utterly laid to waste. The glory of Lebanon shall come to you, the cypress, the plane, and the pine, to beautify the place of my sanctuary. And I will glorify where my feet rest. So the glory of Lebanon, it mentions the nations will bring in their glory. People will bring into it the glory and the honor of the nations. So Lebanon's glory, right? They're known for their large cypress trees, for their pine trees. They had some of the most beautiful trees in the ancient Near East. So he's saying that the people, the Gentiles will be hauling these trees in into New Jerusalem to beautify the sanctuary in New Jerusalem. And I will glorify where my feet rest. The descendants of those who oppressed you shall come bending low to you, right? If you remember, Daniel said that once the kingdom is restored, everybody will bow and obey the Israelites. So Isaiah here is saying that the children of those that oppressed the Israelites, the children who are descendants of Egypt, descendants of Assyria, descendants of the Medes, of the Persians, of Greece, of Rome, they're going to come bending low to you. All who despised you shall bow down at your feet. They shall call you the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel, whereas you have been forsaken and hated, with no one passing through. I will make you majestic forever, a joy from age to age. You shall suck the milk of nations. You shall suck the breast of kings. And you shall know that I, the Lord, am your Savior and your Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. Instead of bronze, I will bring gold. Instead of iron, I will bring silver. Instead of wood, bronze. Instead of stones, iron. I will appoint peace as your overseer and righteousness as your taskmaster. Violence shall be no more be heard in your land, devastation or destruction within your borders. Like no more war. You're not going to be warring against these nations anymore. You shall call your walls salvation and your gates praise. The sun shall no longer be your light by day, nor for brightness shall the moon give light to you by night. In Revelations, it says, "I saw no temple of the city has no new." Here, Revelations 21:23 matches Isaiah 60:19. Is how you know that the writer of Revelations is referring to this prophecy in Isaiah 60. The sun shall no longer be your light by day, nor for brightness shall the moon give light to you by night. But the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your God will be your glory. Your sun shall no more go down, or your moon withdraw itself. For the Lord will be your everlasting light, and your days of mourning shall be ended. Your people shall all be righteous. They shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands, so that I might be glorified. The least of them shall become a clan, and the smallest a mighty nation. And so when he's talking about them, he's saying Israel is the least of them, but they're going to become a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its time, I will accomplish it quickly. Isaiah was talking about a physical New Jerusalem, right? Rebuilding the temple, right? Them getting their land back after exile. And in Revelations and in the New Testament, it's become a spiritual Babylon. I mean, a spiritual New Jerusalem, right? After death, after the old earth has passed away. Are you there? And it looks like you lost your teammate.
Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, I see the correlation. I just think that it looks a lot different than what we probably are reading. I think when we read and what we see, we kind of interpret it how we feel like it'll be.
I'm not
But I can,
interpreting anything. I didn't interpret anything. I just read word for word and showed the correlation. What are you interpreting?
well, yeah, I mean, that's what the Israelites did when they thought Jesus was going to come and destroy Rome. So,
What? This has nothing to do with destroying Rome. Where did that come from?
well, I'm saying that the way that you're looking at this, the way that you're looking at this is how a Israelite looked at, or a Jew looked at it up around the time that Jesus also was around.
No, no, nope, no, I'm not. What?
Because I guess my question is how do people that aren't that are Gentiles, how do they become like he actually wrote that letter. A part of that letter, Revelation, was written to the seven churches of Asia,
The
who are
man named that
Gentiles.
y'all don't know who he is. Nobody knows who this John is, right? And he was a heretic, supposedly, that was exiled on the island of Patmos. This man, one, was having a meditation, a vision, saying that Jesus in a vision came to him and said these things, right? It's the word of somebody in history, that a letter that they found somewhere. They had a lot of apocalyptic texts that they could have chosen from, right? They were going to go with Peter's apocalyptic text and then changed their mind and decided to go with this one.
So I guess all of these words from Jesus are just what, and I understand
I'm sure you heard Bart Ehrman say that because you quoted Bart Ehrman. You study Bart Ehrman's work.
no.
Oh, you quoted Bart Ehrman earlier. Um, yeah, Bart Ehrman teaches that as well. That the first apocalyptic text chosen was Peter's, and then they went with this one at the last minute. And actually, this one, Revelations, was rejected for a long time by the early church fathers.
Um, yeah, I get it. There's a lot of stuff in there that I don't understand, if I have to be honest.
What I guess the thing that is confusing me, right, is you admit you see the correlation from Isaiah 60, right, to Revelations 21, that the writer of this apocalyptic vision is referring to what he knows about Isaiah 60, right? At that time, it wasn't called Isaiah 60. He's referring to the prophecy that the Jewish people at that time knew. Can we agree on that? Of New Jerusalem?
Yeah,
Okay. And so what I would like to understand is when you say that we are looking at it differently, right? Um, like I just see I know the difference is one prophecy, the expectation was an actual kingdom, like an actual New Jerusalem, actual land in the physical world. And then when it becomes about the Gentiles, right, or the end times, the prophecy is now spiritual. It's a spiritual kingdom, a spiritual New Jerusalem on a new earth, like after death. That's the differences that I see. I'm not necessarily interpreting anything, and so what I'm trying to understand from you is what do you see me interpreting other than just basic reading comprehension?
Well, I lost it. I guess I do believe Jesus will come and he will establish his kingdom on earth, an actual kingdom for sure. I do believe that, however, that this earth that as we know it, is going to be destroyed, and there will be a judgment, and that judgment will bring together all nations, all people groups, including Israelites, and they will have to account for all that they've done and every single word that we've spoken. So I would probably concede the fact that there would be a kingdom on this earth that Jesus will establish. It
I guess
just,
I don't know. Did you hear my question though?
yeah, I think that I'm wrong.
No, no.
I would,
I'm asking, what do you hear me interpreting? You said that we're interpreting it different. Like I'm interpreting it different. What interpretation did I give? I'm trying to understand how you're using the word interpretation versus just reading comprehension.
and maybe it's just perception of the text. And I understand
Okay.
that I understand you're reading it. But this in the same way that, and that's why I brought up kind of Rome. And during the time that the Jews were oppressed by Rome, they were thinking that Jesus was going to come to tear down and build his kingdom, like tear down Rome and build his kingdom, because they were being oppressed at the time, and that's their Messiah. Like we've read this in Isaiah, we've read
But
this in
Rome
all
isn't
the.
mentioned in this. The kingdom, the fourth kingdom was Greece. And the angel tells Daniel that in the book that the fourth kingdom is Greece. Rome isn't mentioned anywhere in here. Where the idea that the fourth kingdom is Rome comes from would be extra biblical sources, right? Like Josephus or the book of Ezra, right? It doesn't mention Rome in this book.
But Jesus claimed to be the Messiah, and so if he is the
Yes.
Messiah, then why would he not come to tear down Rome
The
and free his
prophecy was
people?
never about Rome, though. That's the thing. The prophecy was about Greece, like in Antiochus Epiphanes the fourth. You know, if you look at the 70 weeks, right, depending on when the 70 weeks started, right, there's several different calculations, but all of the calculations propose a problem for Jesus to fit that 70 weeks calculation. But I guess why I'm not sure why we're talking about Rome when my question is how are we interpreting this this prophecy about New Jerusalem, not about Jesus, about New Jerusalem, who the Gentiles are in both of these prophecies, what they are doing in both of these prophecies, right? That's what we were discussing, and I'm trying to understand from your perspective as a believer what I'm not saying that you're saying, right? Because we both agree that the writer from Revelations refers to this prophecy of Isaiah. In Isaiah's prophecy, the foreigners, which are the Gentiles, the nation, is hauling in wealth, trees, nursing babies, building walls. In Revelations, they're doing the same thing. right? Except it uses the word nations and people, right? So I'm trying to figure out how we're seeing something different about the Gentiles who are the grafted in Israelites. And the prophecy in Daniel that says that, once this kingdom is built, the nations are all bowing down and obeying the Israelites. How are we understanding something? How are you understanding that to mean something different? Is what I'm trying to get a better understanding of.
Well, so okay, are these people that are serving in this New Jerusalem, are they part? Are they a part? Not just like serving in the sense of like a slave, but are they uh or bondservant? Are they actually a part of this kingdom, reigning with Jesus?
No, they're not reigning, they're servants. The Israelites are reigning with Jesus. There are some that Jesus tells that they would be elders, right? Um, like kings, there'll be 12 kings, and then I think you have like 24 elders that they're Israelites, right? But the Gentiles are not ruling anyone. The Gentiles are serving and worshiping.
So,
Let me say the foreigners in New Jerusalem, right? And in both of these prophecies, they're serving and worshiping, not ruling.
so are we gonna discount that the new creation as well before the
What,
New Jerusalem?
like the body being changed?
What do you mean the body?
What do you which new creation? Like the new body that you all are gonna have, or the new earth? What new creation?
So I'm not an Israelite, so I would be serving, right?
Uh, I don't want to speak indefinite, if that's okay. According to what we're reading right now, the foreigners are serving the Israelites, right? In this, your belief is that this is going to happen after the old earth is gone away. New Jerusalem has come down from the sky, from heaven, and now it needs to be built. The walls need to be built, right? The trees need to be planted, and the sanctuary to beautify it, right? And both of these prophecies, the foreigners are doing that work. The only people that would be considered foreigners here would be a non-natural Israelite, because in your prophecy and in your belief system, everybody else that did not choose to follow this God is in hell, or they're not there. They're not on the new earth. So they're the only foreigners that could be on the new earth are the ones who chose to follow the God, right?
But if you're grafted in as an Israelite, then how are you serving?
That's a question you have to ask, because everybody else that did not choose this, we're in hell, we're burning, we're somewhere else, we're not on the new earth. But there is a group of people who are not Israelites that are serving on the new earth. I think that would be the question that you have to find and figure out who those people are, if you believe that you are also an Israelite by Jesus. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean that's where I don't understand. That's where the country. That's like it's a conundrum because
Well,
yeah,
who
yeah.
would be those people? Like if everybody that goes to New Jerusalem is an Israelite, who are the people that's hauling in, that's doing all the work in these visions? That would be considered foreigners. Where did they come from? And who's bowing down and worshiping, and who's bowing down and obeying the Israelites? If all of y'all are Israelites,
So that's where like where's the bride? Who's the bride? Is the bride only Israelites?
that's the question that you're gonna have to find for yourself. I don't know, right? Logically, right? For me, logically, if there's three entities in this whole story. There's a God. There are a group of people that are being worshipped. I mean, that are being served and ruling, and people are bowing down to them and their God. And then there are people bowing down and serving a group of people and worshiping a God. I guess you have to figure out where you fit in. And then if you are an Israelite grafted in, then you have to answer or figure out who are the people that are serving you if everybody else is in hell.
Yeah, I think that this kingdom is we're kind of serving one another in a sense, in the same way that the church kind of acts today, or is supposed to at least. Um, yeah, because I mean, the church is the bride of Christ, His body. We are part of His body, and so even those that are to some parts of the body are insignificant. Technically, the head serves the lower in the kingdom. So even those at the lowest, though they may be at the lowest, they are actually still important. I just don't see where, even in this serving, to serve in the kingdom is actually a blessing than it is to not serve in this kingdom.
I think the thing that you're missing, right, is that there are a group of people being served and being bowed down to. Right? There's no way to get around that. It's very explicit in the text. Right? There is a group of people who are being bowed down to by another group of people. You can't get around that. And you have to figure out where you fit in on that.
Well, I guess again, the bride, it says, "Come, I will show you the bride." In the text before that passage we're talking about in Revelation, and he's speaking about the New Jerusalem, but he says, "Come, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb," who is Jesus, right? Um, and so, if we are saying that Isaiah 60 is like by reading it is an exact replication of what that will be, you know, that's going to be tough. Because then it would make no sense. Isaiah would make no sense then if there's nobody to serve. There's nobody that's going to be serving Israel based on this passage, because we are Israel. The church is Israel. So I think you got to look back at Isaiah and you got to figure out, is the text wrong, or am I reading this the wrong way?
I don't know
And
what you're saying. Like why would I say like the text is wrong? Like it's very like I'm asking very simple logical questions, right? There are three characters in this prophecy. Do you agree?
referring to Isaiah 60, correct?
In Revelations, there's three characters in both. There is a God, there is a group of people being bowed down to, and there's a group of people doing work. What do you mean? Is the text wrong, or am I looking at it the wrong way when I see these three different characters in both of these prophecies?
I guess again we got to figure out who's that person, who's the person that's serving.
That's what I said. And that's for like, you're going to have to do the research and figure that out. I don't feel comfortable speaking in absolutes for you on that. This is your belief system. But I think the thing is like a lot of people, when they see this, they don't see the three characters.
Yeah. Well, yes, the church is not Israel in the sense that it is, but it's not physically. Yes, of course. Um, yeah, I mean, I think the Old Testament. Um, I don't have to be able to understand every single prophecy to believe that the Old Testament lines up
I
with
don't
the
think
New
anybody
Testament.
said that you had to understand every single prophecy. Like, but this is the prophecy of your reward. This is the thing that you're working towards. Like, it's like saying that you took a job and you have no idea how much you're gonna get paid. That's what you're saying to me right now. That you plan on going to work tomorrow and you don't know how you're going to get paid.
I guess it's just interesting because it doesn't talk about a bride in Isaiah. So how can the book of Isaiah speak of what's in Revelation but not be speaking explicitly in the sense that every single thing that's happening is going to happen just as it's written?
What?
Oh, excuse me, I said that wrong. There are parts of that prophecy in Isaiah. I don't even believe that.
You do realize that the writer of Revelations wrote after
Yeah, it wrote after
this.
Isaiah.
Yeah. So, like, that would mean that the writer of Revelations is the one that is questionable, not Isaiah. They borrowed from Isaiah for their prophecy, not the other way around. And then, like, the writer of Isaiah, like, I don't even want to go there, but yeah, like, I don't understand your question.
Who are the so by who is the writer of Revelation? Because you said it wasn't John.
They don't know. It's somebody named John, but they don't know what John it is. They don't know who wrote this. They have some scholars believe that it might be John the Apostle or John the Elder. They don't know. But I don't even think that's the most important part. Like, right? I think the most important thing is that uh, I mean, I don't know. You're saying that it's not important that you understand what the prophecy is regarding the reward that you get for choosing this path. If I'm not mistaken, that's what you just said. It's not important for you to understand the prophecy.
I think that as it says, and I don't think I think that prophecies are important. I just don't understanding a prophecy. It does not dictate where it doesn't dictate that the Spirit giving me life. Me understanding the Bible word for word doesn't dictate whether or not I have the Holy Spirit living inside of me. And I think that's where the
Well, I
true
mean, none of
importance.
it dictates whether you have a Holy Spirit. Like, you can claim a Holy Spirit all day long, but that's not what we're talking about. Like, the purpose of you mentioning the prophecy is because you said that proves that Jesus is the Messiah. If you don't understand the prophecy, then you cannot use prophecies as evidence that your Jesus is the Messiah. You shouldn't bring up prophecies anymore if you don't think understanding them is important to use as evidence for your claim. That doesn't make sense to do.
We just spoke about how he was the lamb that was slain.
No, you made a claim. That's a claim.
Okay, so
You
who
know how
is
many
he?
people, do you know how many people were crucified before Jesus and even after?
So do you know who the lamb is?
And sacrifices didn't end after Jesus died. That continued. Anybody could claim to be a lamb. That's a claim.
Okay, so who? It seems like you understand this prophecy more than I do. So who is the lamb in Isaiah and Revelation?
I think, do you realize that the Jewish people were waiting for a militant Messiah to come? Like, there is no prophecy that a human was going to die for the sins of the Jewish people. that there is no messianic prophecy that they were waiting on somebody to come and die for them. They were waiting on a militant king to come, an anointed king to come and restore their kingdom that Nebuchadnezzar destroyed. And that king was going to be such a great ruler that every king after him would be successful. That's what they were waiting on. They were not waiting on this spiritual kingdom. That's what I guess that's, and I think we've talked about this like 3 times, right, during this conversation. That's the difference, right, from the Old Testament to the New. And my original question to you was, if you were an Israelite at that time and you were taught that the prophecy was a Messiah was going to come and restore your kingdom. And here's the sign: when he sits on the throne and the Davidic monarchy is restored and he rules, he does this, Israel will be safe in the land, right? And then eventually everybody on earth will bow down to Israel. That's what you were taught growing up. And then 100 years later, or 40, I'm going to say 40 years later, somebody comes and say, hey, the Messiah has come. Well, what kingdom? Where's the kingdom? Where's Israel? Oh, it's a spiritual kingdom. The kingdom's gonna come from heaven after this earth passes away. Like, if you keep in mind, the disciples asked Jesus in Acts, "Is this when you're gonna build the kingdom?" And he's like, "That's not for you to know." They're even asking him, like, when you gonna restore the kingdom? Like, you telling us you the Messiah? Where's the kingdom? Is this at this point in time? Is this when God's gonna like build the kingdom again? And he's like, that's not for you to know. You just worry about this. Even they were still expecting this physical kingdom.
So why would people die? Why would they be taught this all their life and die for something that's opposite of what they've been taught?
Why did the Jews die for that? Why did heretics die for their belief? Why did pagans die for theirs?
So a group of people that have been taught something their whole life and they come against it. And also people in the same people that crucified Jesus, not crucified, but that arrested Jesus, and the Sanhedrin, some of those very people that saw Jesus ended up turning. So
that's a claim in a book.
And maybe you can say it's a claim in the book.
Not maybe. It is a claim in the book, right? We've all read the story. It's a claim in the book, something that you have to prove. That is facts. There's no extra biblical facts or history that you can use to corroborate this claim in the book. That's why you have to have faith, because a lot of the claims in this book you can't see extra biblically. You can't see outside of the book.
Yeah, I guess, and the thing that holds it all together is the Jesus resurrection. And if you don't believe in the resurrection, then yeah, there's no point in really understanding anything about the scriptures.
No, we're not going to do that, because I sat here and explained your prophecy to you when you do believe and you don't understand. We're not going to do that. We're not going to try to belittle my ability to have basic reading comprehension, belittle my ability to read and research and study. You just have a faith that I don't. You believing that this Jesus resurrected does not give you some supernatural power to understand what's in this text without you actually picking up the book and studying it. So we're not going to do that.
So and you understand this prophecy. So you're saying that I have to prove. I don't know who the third or let's say you said the 3 people in Revelation.
No, I didn't say that. I said you're making claims, right? You're making claims in this book. That if you make a claim, then it's up to you to validate that claim. You can't, if you don't, you can't try to validate a claim with a book that you barely understand. And I'm not even trying to, I'm not saying that you barely understand it. I'm saying when someone makes a claim in this book and barely understand it, you can't validate the claim with that, right? Then, if your claim doesn't have any extra biblical sources that you can use to corroborate that claim and say, this is why I believe that this is fact because XYZ, right? Here's extra biblical sources, archaeological sources, right? Records from other nations, other eyewitnesses who were there at the time, and they made a separate record of their account, right? If you don't have that, then you can't really validate the claim in this book. It's your faith. Your faith has become the evidence of the claim in this book, right? It's not fair for you to make this false claim that because you have this faith, only you can understand the text. When we sat here and realized and all saw that and heard you say that you don't understand the prophecy.
So if you have interpreted the prophecy, who is
I
like if
don't
you
interpret. I do not interpret, and I keep telling you that.
oh my
I do
bad
not
if you
interpret.
go ahead, my bad.
All I do, I read, I study, basic reading comprehension, right? I'm not saying that I have all of the answers. What I am saying is this is what I understand from reading, from studying, from corroborating. That there are three people, three different characters in both of these prophecies. There is a God, there are people being bowed down to, and there are people bowing down and doing work. And now it needs to be answered. Who are these people? And just logically tracking, right? Just using basic logic. The God is the God of Israel and the prophecy. The people that the God of Israel is talking to are his Israelites in the prophecy. The foreigners in the prophecy doing the work, logically tracking, foreigners were Gentiles. Christians are not natural Gentiles. They're spiritually grafted in Gentile. Not natural Israelites. They're spiritually grafted in. Now, I don't know what your belief system is surrounding that. That's not for me to answer. That's for you to answer.
Thinker, I think you have a super chat on YouTube.
God Diamond David said, God is good, not great. We are all good. Very few are great. Okay. Thanks for the super chat, I guess. But I don't agree. I don't agree. This God is not good. Not to me, at least. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. I didn't want to go off into like that. I also just didn't want the misinformation to go out there. But I would like to reset if that's possible.
Yes.
And reset and go back to the team. Thank you. So when we say that believers don't like the Old Testament, the reason why I say that is because when we bring up the Old Testament, we tend to get into these discussions about, the Old Testament doesn't matter, right? We're not under the old law. That's the old dispensation. And that just makes me believe that believers don't really like the Old Testament God because they know that a lot of the things that the Old Testament God does are barbaric, by today's standards, considered to be immoral, unethical, right? And so they rather shy away from the Old Testament and not really be tied to it, or tied their beliefs to it. And so it raises a lot of questions. Did the God of the Old Testament change? Did he grow? Did his nature change? Is that why believers, are like, oh, that's not us anymore, right? And then if so, then why do y'all cherry pick the Old Testament? And I saw somebody today say something about tithing and how if you don't tithe, you'll lose all your money and it's like a hole in your pocket or something. That ain't even in the Old Testament, but they believe it is, and they cling to the Old Testament because it benefits them, right? Like to have people paying them money to be a weekly bill and get residual income from people believing that they're to pay tithes. But they'll go to the Old Testament when it benefits them, when it allows them to be bigoted or sexist or misogynistic or something like that. But if it talks about the character of the God, then that's not us. That's what that topic is about. I need to find you another partner, but y'all can go ahead and start talking. Pick up where we left off while I get you another partner
I
up
got a
here.
question.
Really
Gargles,
quick. I'm sorry. The
no, go
person
ahead.
on YouTube must want your attention. They paid another for another super chat.
Goodness gracious.
It's nonsensical, but they paid.
He is not good for you, but for us, he will show his grace in his time. Not right, like spiritual grace, like the spiritual kingdom. Cool. Okay. Go ahead, Nate. If you are a
Yeah.
believer, please comment so we can get Goggles a teammate up here. Thank you. Go ahead, Nate.
Yay for Jesus. All right. Gargles. Is it Gargles? Am I saying this right?
Yes.
Goggles? Okay. Um, do you follow the Old Testament and the New Testament, or do you do away with the Old Testament?
I guess, what do you mean by do away with the Old Testament?
I mean, do you follow it or you don't follow it? Do away means I don't follow it. I follow the New Testament, or I follow both. You believe in the whole Bible. You follow the Old Testament and the New Testament, and that's what you live by. Would I be
Both.
correct saying that, or?
I would say I follow both. Probably not to the standards that most people think is both, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so the thing I love to bring up about the Old Testament. So, do you believe this God can do any wrong?
No.
Okay, he can't do no wrong. Okay, so you agree with slavery then, right?
I've heard this before.
No, hey, if you heard it before, then it shouldn't be too hard to answer.
Do
You
I
had a lot
agree
of
with
practice.
Do I agree with chattel slavery? No.
Now, do you agree with slavery, period?
I believe there were all slaves.
You believe what?
In what context do you mean?
There is no context to a slave. A slave is a slave.
So we're all slaves.
We are all slaves.
We're all slaves, yes.
Okay, so let's go back to the part where it says, slaves obey your earthly masters. I think you understand what type of slave that is since you brought up chattel slavery.
Yeah.
Do you
So
agree with that?
it is, in the full context, I understand what he's referring to, but it is forbidden to kidnap a man or woman in the Old Testament.
It's forbidden to kidnap a man or woman in the Old Testament, but yet you can own slaves, and you can own them for life.
Is it okay to steal a car?
I'm confused.
Goggles. Is it okay to steal a car?
No.
It's not okay to steal a car. So does that mean that you cannot own a car?
In order to, well, I'm confused because to kidnap would mean to steal.
Kidnapping would mean to steal. So you cannot steal a person and make them a slave. That does not equate to you cannot own slaves, right? People became slaves through war and conquering. also through debt, right? You cannot kidnap a free person and make them a slave. You cannot steal a car and drive it, but you can buy one and own it and drive it.
Exactly.
So, yeah, God had laws that managed slavery, in the same way He had laws that managed marriages.
Okay, well let's just say this then. So when in the New Testament when Jesus came back, that was done away with. Jesus wasn't having the slave part and all
Hey,
that, right?
Joshua.
Because usually when you talk to Christians and you mention the slavery, the first thing they're going to say, well, that's the reason why Jesus came and to uphold the law and da. I hate when they say uphold the law because that was a law, but maybe they took that law out. Maybe it was, I'm being funny right now. I'm talking about they might have wrote an amendment to it or something. I don't know. I'm asking you because you're a believer.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
The question is that when Jesus came, was that part of owning people for life and passing them down to your children and owning slaves for life, was that done away with? Jesus came for all, and it kind of, I guess, made us united, I guess. Is that what you want to, the word I like to use?
Yeah, I would say generally so.
You would say generally so. So basically what you're saying is if that's done away with and Jesus came, then it shouldn't be no slavery in the New Testament then. It shouldn't be quoting the same thing in the Old Testament that it quotes in the New Testament because the New Testament don't agree with slavery. Is that what you're saying?
So the Bible also states that we should respect our emperors and kings and that is put in place. So in that culture, if you were a slave, you should honor and respect your master. That does not mean that gives the master the right to belittle and treat you with disrespect. They were
Okay.
actually
Let's run with that. You got a Bible?
yes.
Turn to Peter, 1 Peter, chapter 2, verse 18. And I want you to read it all the way through 21. You read it.
So you said First
Do you
Peter
want me to
what?
bring it up?
Yeah,
Mary?
absolutely. Bring it up. Everybody needs to see this because I hate when Christians use this Old Testament. Oh, that's on and old, and Jesus did this and Jesus did that.
First Peter 2 what?
Start at 18 and read all the way past. Read down to 21. You read it.
For
Give me just
by
a second. Let me
Hold
one
on.
second. Let
Hold
me
on.
get it on the screen.
It's gonna pull it up.
All right, go ahead.
Now read it.
For by utterly boastful, empty words
Nope.
But,
I said 1 Peter. You in 2 Peter.
okay. Yeah, I was wondering. I was looking at this like, what? Okay. Household slaves, submit to your masters with all reverence, not only to the good and gentle ones, but also to the cruel, for it brings favor if because of consciousness of God, someone endures grief from suffering unjustly. For what credit is there if, when you do wrong and are beaten, you endure it? But when you do what is good and suffer, if you endure it, this brings favor with God. For you were called
Stop
to
right there.
this.
Stop right there. Hold on. Stop right there.
No.
What did it say of a slave suffering? What did it say? How does your God look at that?
When you do what is good and suffer, if you endure it.
Now, you hear what you just said? If you do what's good and get your ass beat, you are in favor with this God.
Hey, Christina.
Is that not what it says?
So what would you? I do see what it says. So as Christians, when we suffer in this world by doing right, and we suffer by being persecuted, I'm confused about.
Oh, you very confused. They not talking about that. They talking about whooping your ass. Read it
What's
again.
so? What's worse than dying, all because you
The
believe
way
in a
you
man?
saying that, Nelly.
Right, I'm dying over here.
I
I am
mean,
too.
I'm trying to get him to understand what he's reading.
I was laughing too.
I'm talking about getting your ass whooped because that's what it says. Now, read it again. If you missed the ass whooping part, we can clarify it.
No, I see that.
Okay,
I
then.
see
So
it
why is you bringing persecution and treat it bad or saying something bad about you and all that stuff? And what's worse than death?
because
Some ass whoopings is worse than death, man. You don't think so?
So you don't think Christians were tortured for their beliefs?
Okay.
Like, I get you're talking about slavery. They are being they have obtained favor with God by they're essentially enduring persecution by doing good and still suffering.
Okay, Goggles. Am I saying
Yes.
that right, Goggles?
Yes.
Goggles, first of all, we got two problems. We went from the Old Testament to the New Testament after Jesus and all of this stuff. And it still says the same thing. Now, what I'm trying to get you to see is, how does your God look at this? And do you agree with your God?
I'll be back.
I see that God has called us to love people, and including our enemies. And that goes for if you are a free man or a bondservant, you are called to love regardless. And in the same way that Jesus served under the hands of his own
Okay.
people,
Okay.
God has
You,
also.
Goggles, you dancing around it, my friend. I'm gonna read verse 20. But how is it to your credit if you receive a beating? This ain't nobody talking bad to you. This ain't nobody turning it back on you. This is somebody whooping your ass. To receive a beating for doing wrong and endure it. But if you suffer for doing good and you endure it, this is commendable before God. That means God is smiling down on you. That's what it means. That's
in
what
the
it says.
It sounds more of like a testament of faith.
A testament of faith? Why? Okay, I'm glad you said that. If it sounds more like a testament of faith, then tell me, explain this to me. Please make me understand. Why is it that this God requires you to suffer, requires you to be a slave, requires you to just get treated so unhumanly to serve this God? Now, does that sound like a loving God? Because if you take that to the real world, you would think that is a very evil person.
Well, we live. Can you hear me?
I hear you well.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. We live in a corrupted world. We live in a sinful world, and
Okay, but
so
we're
what do
not
you
talking
think?
about the world. We're talking about your God. We're
Right.
talking about
But
your Savior. The heavenly mansions and going to heaven and being blessed and serving this God. We're talking about someone that's supposed to love you. Does that sound like somebody that loves you? Or something that loves you? When they can sit there and watch you get your ass beat within an inch of your life and smile down on you, you took that ass whooping my son.
I mean,
yeah, it sounds not sounds, but it is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it real with you. It is bad. It is bad. But uh,
But you can't let
we
go.
we we,
Just say
we
it.
I'm gonna say uh, we live in a simple world, and a simple world is evil, is it not? So if we live in a simple world, and God cannot be in the presence of evil, not saying that He can't do it, because He can, because He has a plan. This whole thing is a plan. He's letting it happen for a reason.
Why
But
does hold on, stop right there.
good.
Why does the plan consist of you getting hurt, getting treated unhumane? I mean, why does the plan consist of this throughout the whole Bible? Now let's flip this around. Let's flip it around. If this had been Satan or Lucifer doing this, you Christians would be preaching this left and right.
Wait, say it again.
I said, if this said Satan was the one responsible for this, you Christians would be preaching this left and right. But since it's your God that's doing this and allowing this and smiling down on it, you can't justify in your own mind.
Who said Satan wasn't part of the problem?
Show me where it says anything about Lucifer, Satan, or anybody in there. Show me that. Show me. Matter of fact, I'll even make it easy for you. Show me in the Bible where your Satan, your Satan, your Lucifer has unalived thousands of people, has jumped in people and made them demonic and all of that. Show me in the book where he did all this.
You're not going to see that.
Exactly. But you can turn around and say, oh, Satan's responsible. Or you can turn around and say, you're possessed by Satan. Where are you getting that from? Because your book doesn't say Satan possessed no one.
The book says that Satan owns all the kingdoms of the world.
Okay, what does that have to do with what his actions are? See,
so if someone is the ruler over all kingdoms, over all the world, what does that mean?
Okay, then let's run with your theory. Satan is the ruler of all the world, correct?
Go on.
Correct?
Yeah.
Right or wrong? Okay. Satan is the ruler of all the world. Then tell me why your God is the one doing all the punishment. Since he's the ruler.
Who said that God was punishing us?
Well, hell, have you read the Bible, man?
You call that being punished? I mean, there is stuff in the Bible where God did punish his people for not following him, but
that, I think, man, and I'm not trying to belittle you or anything, but I think that went over your head. Throughout this whole book, when it comes to unaliving children, when it comes to essaying, when it comes to mass murder, smurder, when it comes to this stuff, who is doing that?
Oh, wait. I think the question is what are those things inherently?
Excuse me?
What, all those things that you mentioned, what about them makes them bad?
Are you serious?
No. I'm asking, like, okay, my bad. Let me just be direct and say, is that sin? Are those things sinful?
Well, according to your book, it would be sinful, but I'm trying to get you to see that it's your God doing it. Not Satan. Not Lucifer.
So that means God punishing you too then?
No, God ain't punishing me. I'm trying to get you to see what your book says. But see, here's the problem. This is the problem. Now, I'm going to speak for myself. I was once a Christian, man. I was in your shoes, man. I believed everything. I followed everything. Oh, Lord, I followed my knees and blah. I did all that. Until I actually sat down and read the book, until I studied, till I found out where it all come from. See,
and where does it come from?
It comes from man. See, this is the illusion. Now, I'm going to break down the illusion for you real quick. The illusion is this. Men wrote this, and then they told you it was inspired by God. But everything that this God does, he has to use a human to do it.
I'm
Would you
trying
agree
to
with
see,
that?
I'm trying to see how when you don't trust the Bible as a reliable source, right?
Well, first of all, it's not about trusting, it's not about believing, it's not about faith.
But you
It's
said
about it's
you just
about listen to me. It's
that
about facts. It's about facts. You make all of these claims in this book, but you have no resources to back up the claim. You have no facts to back up the claim.
and you know what else
That's
the
what
Bible say?
what's that?
Uh, I can't give you the exact verse for it, but because I can't remember it, but it says
But you gonna tell me though, but you can't remember it. But go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. It's in the back of my mind. I'm gonna look,
Okay.
but it's
Tell me what you don't remember.
it's blessed blessed are those who have seen, and then like even more blessed uh of those who have not seen and still believe.
How
Okay.
how are you, how are you more blessed? Can you explain that? How are
Thank you.
you how are you more blessed?
For having complete
No,
faith
how?
from
What's the
having.
evidence of you being more? What's the evidence of this more blessing?
Well, I can't show you faith.
No. The blessing, the more of it. What's the evidence of the more of the blessing? For example, if I say that I'm going to give this child more food on their plate than this child, the evidence that I gave that child more food is that their plate is it has more food on it. What is
Hey,
the evidence of this abundant blessing?
hey,
I would look
T,
at it. I would look at it
T,
more like not like, oh, here, give this child more food than this child. I would look at it as more of you know, I wouldn't say a competition. You
No, I'm
know,
not. I'm not saying a competition. Say it again. Say the scripture again.
blessed are those who have seen, but even more blessed are those who have not seen.
And believe, right?
Right.
Even more blessed. Those words right there. Even more blessed. What's your definition of blessed there?
A reward
A reward.
in a
So
sense.
what's the more? Is this after death too?
I mean, it could be, in the physical, or it could be.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let's say in the physical, you're more blessed here in the physical realm. What's the evidence of that?
I didn't say that we're more blessed
How
here in the
you know I'm
physical.
eating a honey bun, Joshua? How you know I'm eating a honey bun?
That's some big
I'm
back activity.
I'm not even chewing right now. It's just in my hand. Hold on. Oh, you can hear the rapper? Oh.
yeah,
Big
Oh,
back.
okay.
Biggest back. How you know what the rapper sound like?
you mind if I
Oh
chime
my
in,
God.
teammate?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I guess one way I'm thinking about this is when Jesus said that John the Baptist, is a great man. I think somewhat like one of the greatest that has ever been born, actually. Yeah, he said that even those after him would be greater than he was in the kingdom. Uh, and some of those people are the very people that have not seen Jesus and
Okay, and who
still
told you
believe.
that?
Wait.
It's,
How are we getting away from this more blessed evidentiary? Like that just like that what?
I mean, I would say it's a blessing to be greater in the kingdom than
You're just making another claim. I'm asking you for evidence of the more blessed than the physical.
I don't know
What's
if
the evidence?
I don't
What's
know.
the evidence that you are more blessed here in this physical world to believe in something that you cannot see? That's what I'm asking you for.
I'm not exactly sure if Jesus was even referring to the physical, and that's not explicit in there.
So again, I know that all of Jesus' promises for you come after death. Like there's no actual physical manifestation expectation that you have for Jesus in this world. But I'm asking Giovanni. He said that could also mean in the physical. So I'm asking if that is a claim or a promise, right? What is the manifestation of that and the evidence that that promise is true?
Can't. I can't show it to you.
You can't show me that you're more blessed than me because you believe in something that you can't see. And that's the promise of your God.
I mean, I don't know what I don't know. I don't know what I'll be blessed with. To be honest with you,
So then
So
you go ahead,
it
Nelly.
could be.
no, I'm sorry. You go ahead because you getting ready to say the same thing.
'Cause I'm just getting ready to say, like, you literally just quoted something that you don't even you halfway understand or believe in, right? Something that you can't show. Like if y'all, like, most believers think that because we don't believe in a God, we serve Satan. And if I was to say that I'm more blessed for serving Satan, and then somebody says, "How are you more blessed for serving Satan?" I would say I don't have the anxiety that I had when I worshipped your God, right? I have more money in my bank account I can save now because I'm not giving it away to a pastor to buy a Bentley, right? I don't starve from food. I can eat honey buns all I want every night, right?
Okay, well,
Those are manifestations of the blessing, right? That's what I'm asking you.
well, yeah, in the physical, yeah. But I was thinking about more of like on the spiritual. But
No, no,
yeah,
you
in the
said no,
physical,
Giovanni. You literally said it can mean the physical too.
yeah,
That's why
yeah,
I asked you that.
yeah. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Um, God can bless you with in the physical world, such as things like that you just named, like just for example.
You can't take the blessings I said Satan gave me too.
You know what I mean by like prosperity and joy, peace. Well, that's my answer.
I mean, I
And you
feel
and
peace.
you can't have joy or peace or none of that without the God. So basically, if you don't have God, you don't have no joy and no peace. Is that what you're
It's a
saying?
it's a it's a different joy in a different piece. When I
What's
say,
different about it?
I'm gonna explain it.
Thank
So
you.
if God says that He's gonna bless me, or if God blesses me to have um undying faith, joy, prosperity, just abundance. If God blesses me with abundance, then that's my way of saying, if yes, somebody can say, "Oh, my life is good," and I don't believe in God at all. Look, I'm rich. I got this. I got that. I got this. But when I say joy and to be happy, it's almost like you can feel God's presence. You can feel God.
Okay, let's run with that theory.
If you want to
Let's
say
run
the
with your
Holy
theory.
Spirit,
Okay, we're gonna run with your
it's
theory.
a it's not something that you can just manifest
Okay,
or go to the store and go buy at the store.
let's
Like
run with your theory.
it's different. It's on the
Okay,
inside.
we're gonna run with your theory. So
So I
now I
hope
got
that
a
kind of answered
question.
your question.
No, it don't answer it, but we're gonna run with your theory. Now let's
Go
just say
ahead.
I need you to answer this question. How can you distinguish joy and happiness that came from God and joy and happiness that came from you? Or how can you distinguish a blessing? So say like you go buy a lottery ticket tomorrow and you win the lottery. Was it because you bought the lottery ticket or was it because God blessed you with the lottery? How can you distinguish the two?
For one, I would say God. You know why? Because
Because that's the way you was trained.
as
But
a
go ahead.
Christian, no, I wasn't trained. I did all my studying myself, just like you did your studying. I did my studying, and this is what I came up with from my studying, which um, is through 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 faith.
Okay. Do you hear what you're saying? Do you hear it?
I do.
See, this is where Christians get it. They have no understanding of this. Everything that comes good in your life, whether you bust your ass and work your ass off to make a certain amount of money, or you to buy a home, or this, that, and the third. Instead of you saying, man, I done a great job, man, I worked my ass off for this right here. You first thing gonna come out your mouth is, thank you, God. God blessed me with this. God gave this to me.
Right. You're
Why?
supposed, as a Christian, as a believer in Christ, as a believer in God, you are supposed to give God all the glory for everything that happens in that happens in your life.
So
Do
I
you
can
give him
give
the
God
glory for the bad things?
thank you.
Do you
I
give
And
him?
don't.
all
I
No.
don't.
All. The word all. Don't forget all. Do you also give him the glory for the bad things?
I don't give him.
So you're
The, I
choosing.
don't.
You're
I don't.
choosing. You are the
I,
one choosing to decide
hey,
what does God.
hey,
No,
wait,
you just let it be known that you're making the decision on what a God
wait.
did for you.
wait.
So,
Does
so
God,
wait. So.
Giovanni,
Go
does God
ahead.
deserve the glory even in our suffering?
Well, yeah. You still would praise the Lord for
Exactly.
everything that happened. Yeah.
No. I didn't say praise the Lord. Do you say that if you say that God is the reason why you got paid on Friday after you worked 5 days that week, then is God also the reason why you got fired?
He very well could be.
I'm not talking to you, Goggles, Giovanni.
Go ahead. Say a question again.
If God is the reason you got paid on Friday after you went to work 5 days a week, is he also the reason that you got fired?
Um, what would be the reason for getting fired though?
Why does it have to be a reason?
Because I mean, to just get, I, because it really don't make sense for you just to get fired without a reason.
It happens all the time.
I mean, but like in the,
I got fired for no reason.
Giovanni, do you feel like sometimes God allows things to happen to you?
I mean, yeah, but that's not really what I was trying to give her a different answer. I could have said that, but I didn't really want
No,
to.
you said in all things give God the glory. You're cherry picking things to give God the glory for.
So in that aspect, it's like for me, from me, like personally, if something bad happens, like I get a flat tire, or then you know, uh I don't know, I get hurt and I'm in the hospital or something.
You blame that on the devil,
Me?
don't you?
No, no, no.
Have you ever
I
heard
don't like
anybody?
it.
And I can contest to
Can I
this.
finish
I've
real
never
quick?
heard not one believer that got hurt in any kind of way turn around and say, God, thank you for breaking my legs. I appreciate that. Thank you so
But
much
how?
for this knot on my head. Thank you so much for this concussion that you gave me. Thank you so much. I've never
That
heard nobody say that.
that
Have
wasn't nothing
you?
but God that somebody knocked all my teeth out my mouth.
So let's be real.
That is
If
real.
no, that's not real, because let's use something like something serious,
That
right? Say
is
you get in a
And that
car,
serious.
is serious. What do you mean something serious?
because the what you're saying is, if I go walking down the street and I roll my ankle and say, "Oh Lord, thank you so much that I rolled my that what are
You
we
said
talking
then
about?"
don't use the word in all things give God glory. You're picking and choosing what to give this God glory for. Like if you're
But
gonna say that this God is the reason why you got paid on Friday after you worked 40 hours, then you might as well say he's the reason why you cracked your ankle when you was walking down the sidewalk.
Or maybe you could have just tripped and fell.
Okay, well, let's just do it this way. I'm going to make it real easy for you guys. Real easy. Have you ever seen anybody go to a funeral and thank God? Say, hey, God, thank you for taking my mother. Thank you so much for taking her. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad for her to be gone. Thank you.
I have
Thank
to.
you. Have you ever heard anybody do that at a funeral?
Unfortunately.
I
I
have.
mean,
You have.
That's
I have.
rude.
Unfortunately, friend.
Yeah.
You've heard somebody actually do that that's glad God took them and not want that person to be here. You've
Well,
So
heard
wait,
that.
I
they
gotta.
just say that they know that they ran a good race.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, like that. Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
wait.
but
I've been at a
that's
So when
usually
funeral
when
they pick
shouting.
somebody
and
who has
choosing,
lived a good life, that's usually when somebody has lived a long, abundant life, this, that, and the other, they've gone on to glory. Yes, I've heard that. But what about a child? What about a person in the prime? What about that person? I mean, and I hate to bring this up and bring up my personal thing, but I lost one of my daughters 2 years ago.
I'm very
sorry about
sorry to
your
hear
daughter.
that.
And she passed away in a car accident. Was I supposed to thank God for her passing away in the car accident? Was I supposed to thank God for that truck that hit her? Was I supposed to thank God for that? Because you said thank God for all things.
So the Bible says that when you are going through or when you go through
Giovanni,
sorrow,
I don't want to hear you try to convince him to do that when you can't even thank
I'm
God for
not
breaking a
doing
fucking
that.
ankle. Don't do
I'm not
it.
doing that. I'm just responding to what he said.
You're
This
getting
is
ready
just
to
what the
throw a
Bible
scripture at
said.
him from something you couldn't even do for yourself, is what I'm saying. You couldn't even give God the glory for a hypothetical ankle breaking. And so do not throw a scripture at
It's,
him
okay, cool.
to tell
Okay,
him why
cool.
he should give this God glory for his for him losing his daughter.
Okay, cool. Look, so I'm gonna say this right because I was gonna say this, but then he started saying that. So I was gonna say y'all don't get mad when I say this, but y'all or people really do underlook the what a sinful world is. Like a sinful world is a perishable world, meaning all things is that's we're born to live a life, and then we die.
Okay,
And in
I'm
the way
glad you
that we
said
die,
that. So now we can go back to the
it's
scripture.
unfortunate to others,
Let's let's
but
let's go back
that's
to the
just the
Bible.
sinful world that we live in.
Let's
No
go
wait,
back to
but
the Bible.
Hold on.
wait.
Satan blessed the believers. If you want your God to bless the unbelievers, then I say Satan bless the believers. Go ahead.
I was saying,
I said we can go
you
back to
know,
the Bible. Just go back to the Bible. It goes back to the original question when we was talking about the slavery in the New Testament. And I asked you to show me in the Bible where, because you said Satan rules the kingdom. Satan rules this world, right? So if Satan rules this world and Satan rules the world apparently that they lived in antiquity, I guess, then why is it that your God is the one doing it?
What do you mean?
yeah, I don't understand.
Okay, you don't understand.
Meaning,
Who destroyed the world?
Who destroyed the world?
Who destroyed the world?
Well, once sin entered the world,
I didn't ask you that. It's a simple answer. Who destroyed the world?
Adam.
Adam
no.
destroyed the world. Okay, so it was Noah talked to Adam, and
Y'all
Adam is the
did.
one who sent the flood, right?
Y'all did.
Mm.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not destroying the world. That's judging the people of the world. And actually, if he destroyed the world, that means that there will be no more earth. So
He
what do you
Okay.
destroyed
mean?
he destroyed every living thing on it except for Noah and what was on the ark.
Yes, he did. So
Did he destroy it all the
So
way, or was it still
so my
habitable
question
after the?
What?
so my question to you is this. He destroyed everything in the world. What did the children do to him? Why did they deserve to be unalive? Matter of fact, we can even go take it out the children because that
People
really
so you
hurts
can
your
kill
heart.
them.
What about the animals? What did the animals do?
what did the children do of those that passed the children? What did the children do of those that were passed through the fire of Molech?
The same thing the
No, ask the
children did.
Israelite.
I was
You
just
ask
gonna
them,
say the
bro.
same thing the children did when the Israelites did it.
Yeah.
Exactly, and they were judged harshly for that because that was
No, they weren't. The Israelites were not destroyed for that. No, they were not.
the Israelites were judged for that.
Mm-mm.
They weren't destroyed. They weren't wiped off the face of the earth. Their children wasn't killed by this God.
Here's the problem. I'm gonna tell you what the problem is, and then I'm gonna drop. I mean, I'm not gonna drop, but I'm gonna shut up. The problem is that believers will answer the questions honestly as long as it doesn't conflict with your belief. Did you hear what I said? You will answer the questions honestly, but if it conflicts with your belief, then you will dance all around it. You can see it. You see where this God has done some awful, awful things to people for no reason at all. But you can turn around in the same breath and say, oh, God is so good. He's so good.
Okay,
Now,
but
if this
by
guy
So
come,
good.
I'm
Remember that
telling you,
song?
sing it.
So good.
Sing it. Mm-hmm.
He has
Uh-huh.
been so good to me.
by what
Uh-huh.
standard by what standard are you judging God?
What you mean by which standard?
Are you judging God by a standard that you've created, or are you stealing principles from the very God that created the standard that you're talking about?
Well, I'm glad you said that because you're right. There's a reason why Satan is not the one doing all this and God's doing it all, because God is, how can I say that? What's the word I'm looking for? God is his own worst enemy. God is.
Are
Your
you
God is his own worst enemy. And the reason why I say that is because the evil that's in the world, your God created it. The
he
evil
created?
that's in people that you say evil, if you're a believer, then your God created that evil.
I would like
But
to
yet,
Why do I want to say right now, evil is good?
goggles.
So,
I would like to
so
answer
going
Goggles' question as to what we're basing or like judging God off of. That question. I would like to answer that. I'm basing my questioning for God off of my morals because I think my morals are better than the God's. Because I wouldn't unalive children or condone slavery. So I'm
but
judging him
why?
based off of my morals.
so if your morals are better than God, then why do you need this God then?
Oh, I'm not with them.
No, no, no.
No, Six Pain is a nerd.
No, he's a nerd.
Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. I'm getting
Hey,
confused. I'm
Nelly ready
sorry.
He was
to.
attacking everybody.
Because I was going to say, that didn't make no sense to me.
My fault,
Yeah,
brother.
Hey, caps are for mods. Don't use caps in the comments, please. Oh, well, do that. Got him. Thank you.
um, yeah. So, Nelly, you went to slavery. Are you familiar with the passage that also says that if you don't treat those that do have slaves that are Christians, if you don't treat your slaves with dignity and respect, you also have a master in heaven that you will have to answer to. So, what do you think about that?
Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly what I think about it. It's real simple. It's obvious, based on you saying that, it's obvious that these writers who wrote those, two different writers who wrote that, didn't agree.
Hold on. Do you not think that the same masters that are beating their slaves for wrongdoing, do you not think that their master also, that they have a master in heaven that they would have to answer to as well?
Well, can I ask a question?
Go
If
ahead.
you if you're in the process of getting your ass beat, why would you care that the person who's doing the beating gonna get it when he die, and you here living through whatever he doing to you?
The same reason if the same reason why a man was persecuted by the law for praying on the football field with his players.
Well, who was
Yeah.
persecuted by the law for praying?
There's a man there. I'm not exactly sure.
What happened to Tim Tebow legally? When you say by the law, what happened to him legally for
I'm not
praying?
referring. I'm not talking about Tim Tebow. I'm talking about a high
Who
school
who are you
coach.
talking about?
There was a high school coach, I believe, somewhere in I believe Alabama.
No, that he violated the Freedom of Religion Act is what he did.
Okay. Well,
Separate.
and if he for
He
so
did
you're
not
saying
give them a choice. He didn't give them a choice.
okay.
He violated the Freedom of Religion Act.
Oh, okay.
That's why he got in trouble.
And
So
he didn't get beat.
it, I mean,
I'm trying to
he
understand the correlation.
so there are Christians. Nero, he literally burnt them on fire
No, he
for
didn't. There's no proof of that. The only person that says that is Suetonius, and nobody even knows where Suetonius got that from. There's nothing in Nero's records of him blaming that fire on the Christians. Nothing.
so
Nobody
no
even
no
knows where Suetonius got that.
I'm not talking about blaming the fire. I'm talking about Nero used to have parties, right? And he would light Christian. He would kill Christians. Is that
Where are
true?
you getting that from? There's nothing in Nero's records of him hating the Christians.
Okay. Well, I guess then. Okay. If you don't believe that, then I guess Peter was just out of his mind when he talked about Nero. Is
Where
that
did you
what?
get it from? Is this another claim in the book?
So are you saying that Nero did not kill
Is it
Christians?
is it in the book? Where did the claim come from?
Are you
No,
saying that
where did the
Nero?
claim come? The claim that you are talking about right now, where did it come from? What
I'm
source?
and I want to concede. I'm asking you, are you saying that Nero didn't kill Christians?
I'm saying he did not burn them in fire. Where there
Oh,
is no
oh,
record. There is no
okay,
record of him burning them in fire. Where did you get the source, the claim?
okay.
Where?
I apologize for generally. I apologize for my misspokenness. Did
No, where
Nero
did you get
persecute
that claim?
Christians?
Where did you get the claim? There is no record of him doing that. And there is record of Constantine doing that.
Okay, we don't have to
Where
talk about.
where where is your source?
Okay, we don't have to talk explicitly about fire.
Where is the source? What source are you referring to?
Does it? Does it? Okay, I mean, if we want to be this picky, I do not have a exact
Ain't no
source.
being picky. You can't come up here and just make claims.
So, are you saying that Nero did
There's
not persecute Christians?
795 people here. There's 795 people in here, right?
So,
You can't just come in here and make claims. What specific claim are you what source are you getting the claim from so that we can investigate the claim?
well, we're okay. I am not referring. I'm just going to retract what I said. I am referring to persecution in and of itself of a Christian for the sake of being a Christian.
No, you said Nero had parties and would burn Christians alive. Where did that come from?
And I retract that because I don't have
Okay,
the source
why
on
did
me.
you say it? Where
Uh,
did you get that from? Where did you hear that from?
Is it true or is it not true? Because if not, then I don't really care about where I got it from because I heard it. So essentially, what I'm hearing from is that this didn't happen. Whether the claim is whether I know where I got the claim at or not, did it happen? Is the real question.
So you was willing to stand on a claim that you couldn't even back up yourself?
I was using it to make a point in regards to you guys are referring to slaves getting beaten for doing good and God having given them favor for that, and
Because your book says that.
I'm referring to the same guy that also gives favors to those that do good in the face of evil. If you spit at me, I am not called to beat you. I am called to still love you and to forgive you. Now that
Paul
does
said he wasn't doing that. Paul said y'all can call him weak all y'all want to. He said he ain't letting nobody slap him in his face. He gonna hit your ass back. He
what
said call me weak if you want, but I
where
ain't doing that shit.
Paul was a
where
gangster.
And
where
to
where where where
isn't the
was
point of this whole conversation though? is excuse me, is the fact that a loving God would not only condone owning another human being, but he would tell you how to do it. He would give you specifications for doing it, who you could do it. You could, the whole owning of a human being is the point. And God condoned that. He said, that's fine. If you're going to do it, you can do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Who were the people that God was telling to enslave?
Uh,
The nations around you.
And then were those people enemies of God?
no, they were foreign people. Long as they wasn't Hebrews, he said you could own them you could get them from foreign land, or you can get them from the aliens that live amongst you in your country. That doesn't have to be an enemy.
That means that you had to steal them.
No, it doesn't.
You said purchase. You made purchase. Buy.
Let's read Deuteronomy chapter 20 right quick.
Thank you. I was waiting on that.
Again, this is if
Yeah, no,
you
we're talking
really.
about the kidnapping part. Yeah. All right. Deuteronomy 20 and 10.
Can I read?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you at forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hands, you shall put all its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the town, all its spoils. You may enjoy, you lost me. Okay, you may enjoy the spoils of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall treat all the towns that are very far from you, which are not towns of these nations here. But as for the towns of these people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must not lay anything that you should not let anything that breathes remain alive. Indeed, you shall annihilate them, the Hittites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, just as the Lord your God has commanded, so that they may not teach you to do all the apparent things that they do for their gods, and you thus sin against the Lord your God.
Wait. Are you? I'm sorry. Are you done, or are you going to continue?
Excuse me.
Yeah. So here, this is another way they got their forced labor,
Wait.
right?
So, are we gonna skip
The-
over the last 18 verses?
no, we're not. Trust. Oh, trust. That's the part that I knew you would go to. That's why I asked her to read it. This is how they got their forced labor. Do you see that? You go into a town, offer them terms of peace, give them the opportunity to volunteer to become your forced labor. If they don't, right? If they don't accept your terms of peace, then you make war against them. Take the town, kill all the males, and take the women and children. Right? You see that? These you do to the towns, right, that are very far away from you. You see that? Towns that are very far from you, which are not towns of these nations here. You see that? Are you tracking with me?
Mm-hmm.
But for the towns of the people that the Lord God has given you as an inheritance, now tell me, what do you do to those towns that the God gave them as the promised land. What does he tell them to do with them? Does he tell them to take those people, the people that live in the towns that was part of the promised land, the inheritance land? Does he tell them to use them as forced labor? What does he tell them to do with those people?
To annihilate them.
To annihilate them. And those towns include?
All the ites. Okay,
all the ites. And why does he tell them to annihilate them? Verse 18.
So that they may not teach you to do all the abhorrent things that they do for their gods, and you thus sin against the Lord your God.
Yeah. So the ones that's being taken as forced labor are not the ites, are they? Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
The ones that's being taken for forced labor here are not the ites, are they?
It doesn't look like it.
No. They're foreign towns that are far away from the land of Israel. Somewhat similar to when the Europeans went into West Africa. Mm-hmm. Right?
I was going to ask them, did it sound familiar?
Mm-hmm. When they came into North America.
What's the Hebrew for I have to do some research.
For forced labor? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Huh? I'm trying to figure out, like, what?
Really?
Like, what are you trying to see if it means? Like, I mean, it's okay because I can show you David and Saul's captains of their forced labor.
Do you guys believe?
Like they had, like David. Hold on, David had officials. David and Saul both had officials, right? Mm-hmm. Similar to like the 12 disciples, right? Like they had officials. David had a little bit more officials than Saul. I think Saul had 12, but each one of them had an official that commanded the forced labor. Saul used forced labor to build the temple, but he did not use the Israelites because they were too special of a people.
So is this, because I mean, I see that where you guys are coming from. Is God just in what he did to the Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, all those?
Well, no. The bigger question is, the bigger question is, were the Europeans right for doing what they done to our people? And they followed the text, word for word.
God didn't call them. Okay.
I'm just asking.
They didn't follow God's word. They followed a scripture that was written well before their time.
Can we go back to the
God?
Wow.
There's scripture
Can we
that
go
was
back to
inspired
the
by
end of
God.
that?
Again, that scripture was not written to them. That scripture was written to a people group way before them.
Then that's like saying you shouldn't be reading it today and taking anything from it today either.
That's not the same exact.
It's the exact same thing. It is the exact same thing. That scripture, none of this was written to you. None of it. Nobody in that book thought that the world was going to be here. Nobody in that book thought that you were going to be sitting on TikTok in 2024 talking about what they wrote.
So you're saying that the entire Bible was not written to me?
There are words in that book that say this will happen soon. This will happen quickly.
I'm not talking
Jesus
about that.
Jesus even tells his disciples that the kingdom is going to come while they're still alive.
They're still there.
Paul literally tells them that it's going to happen while they are alive. So he tells them, don't even worry about getting married. You're not going to have time for that. None of them thought that you would even be here.
Bro, okay, so you're
hold on before you go into that. The key word in what Jesus said, how he started off that sentence when he was telling them? He said, "This generation."
Generation.
He didn't say nothing about your generation. He said, "This generation shall not pass until all things come." He said, "Heaven and earth will pass away before that will."
Can I make
Yep.
an announcement really quick? I'm sorry, Miss Charlene.
Oh no,
Y'all get the
baby.
likes to 150K, please. Continue to gift Thinker. Her Cash App is also in her bio. Gift the panelists of your choosing. Share the live, but get the likes to 150K, please. We should be at 200 by now.
Thank
Uh,
you, Dudette.
Off topic, just a second. Thinker, can you? I'm not seeing the gift goals up here. I'm not on
I'm finna
mine.
set one. I don't have
Oh,
one
okay.
set.
It
That's
look
why
like
I
this
ain't
one's
seen
still
it. Okay.
going. This one's still going.
Is
No,
it?
it's not.
It said it
Is
was
it?
80%.
Oh, it shows me that
Yeah.
it's been achieved.
No.
Yeah, on TikTok Studio, it's been achieved. That's
Really?
not a
Oh,
goal.
okay.
Yeah.
It's not sure. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah.
So,
I was. Go ahead. Go ahead and talk.
so, like we do gotta look at this with full context. There are certain scriptures in the Bible that are not prescriptions. They are descriptive, describing something that occurred. But that is, but
I'm
see,
sorry. I'm
but
sorry. I'm sorry.
there's
Why do
no.
you say that? Why do you say we have to look at it in full context? What is so hard about reading this scripture, reading it, what it says about beating your ass, and you say we got to look at it in full
We're
context?
talking. I'm talking about the old.
Damn. Thank you, Joshua.
I'm talking about the. You're referring to. Um, you're referring to basically that God told the Europeans to go take slaves. Is that what you're saying?
No, that
No,
ain't
I
what
about
I'm
to say
saying.
that.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure
I'm
because
saying that the Europeans followed the good book. This same good book was the reason why my people went through what they went through, because of this good book,
and
because of what your God said for the chosen people to do. Who do you think the Europeans thought they were the chosen people? Didn't you know that?
and
I was
Thank
just gonna.
y'all.
I was just gonna ask you: are the Europeans the same chosen people that was in the Old Testament?
Well, America, they call America New Jerusalem. So for them, America is New Jerusalem. So they under the new covenant, what they were teaching is that they were the new chosen. So from one dispensation to the next, Christians do believe that the Israelites are no longer the chosen of God, that they are the new chosen.
that makes no sense because that contradicts everything
Wait,
Paul did.
who is?
The European, in the beginning, only Europeans could be Christians, and so they were saying that they were the new chosen. And America was New Jerusalem. The new land was New Jerusalem.
But the most important thing that you're missing is, and I'm gonna ask you this again: do you agree with it, man?
I think you are
We all know
construing.
God's people are still on the earth as far as the
Do
tribes of
you
Israel.
agree with what your God has done? Do you agree? Yes or no?
What do you mean, and what reference are you referring
Man,
to?
that's what
I'm gonna
reference have
say.
we been talking
I'm gonna
about?
say. Look, I'm gonna say. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't agree with everything that God has done. I'm gonna say I don't agree with it from my point of view as just a human being, but from God's perspective, it's right. And so since He think it's
How do
right,
you
I'm
know
still
what
going to
God's
follow Him.
perspective is? How do you know it's right?
Like, why do y'all say stuff like that? Like, you know good and well this God
I
talks
knew
through
it was gonna make you
humans.
mad. Look, I knew it was gonna make you mad, but hey,
Giovanni, like, no, that's not funny, right? Like, this God
it's
talks
not.
through
I'm not.
humans.
I'm.
You don't know
Yeah.
this God's perspective. Everything that you know about this God came from another human. Even the conversations that you believe you're having with this God, it's coming from you.
Has
You
it
believe
ever
you're
occurred?
having a conversation. So you cannot say that you know this God's perspective.
Have y'all
You
ever? Has it ever
I know
occurred
from
to
what I
any
seen
of
in the
you?
Bible.
Has it ever occurred to anyone that this God or any God never said any of this? That this was just something that people wanted to do, and they attached a deity to it so that
Mm.
people will go along with it.
I mean, that's the
I mean,
same.
that
Y'all
was
for
in
the
one
gifts.
case.
I'm trying to get the names, y'all. I want to be able to call out their names when they send it. And if I yell out, just keep talking, please. But thank you, Dudette. Thank you, Love and Lemon. Thank you, Minister Diana. I appreciate y'all. If I missed you, thank you so much. Go ahead.
and thank you guys for the gifts you gave me. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you so
well, thank
much.
you, thank you,
I
thank you.
appreciate y'all.
And I'm
And
tapping
Miss
to that.
Charlene and Sincerely V. Thank y'all.
So what about the same people that sacrifice children to their gods? I mean, like,
Israelites did the same thing, bro.
and guess what? God condemned them for it. He might not have destroyed,
Well, they didn't get wiped out though. So like, what's up
and,
with that? That's
and you know,
favoritism, man.
and most of those, the Canaanites weren't wiped out either.
Huh?
You want to say that again?
So you're telling me that nowhere after that, after the text you're referring to,
Like, I don't know if you actually want to go down that road because Joshua claims they were and Judges claims they were not. So like it
they were
literally
not what?
contradicts like
They were not
saying that
what?
the Canaanites were not wiped out. Joshua claims they were. Like it
Okay.
Joshua tells a different story,
So my
right?
question is
There's two different stories told that contradicts whether they were wiped out or not.
or it could be hyperbolic language.
It's not hyperbolic unless you want to admit that the entire conquest of Canaan is hyperbolic and that is all a lie or symbolic.
Well, then why are they showing up in different parts of the text after that moment?
I mean that's because of what was written in Judges. But Joshua says that it was all done
So again, if they were wiped out, annihilated completely, why were they in Judges after Joshua?
because a human said they was.
Okay, so now we're gonna go and see. Now we're being intellectually dishonest.
How? Wait. I'm sorry. Do you know what that means?
That means that you are omitting something and you're trying to twist it.
I'm what?
You're omitting. You're
What did
omitting.
I omit? What
Excuse
did I
me.
omit?
Maybe not omitting,
No,
but
no,
what
no.
you're
Yeah, don't make claims about me that you're not gonna be able to back up, okay? Because I'm not Jesus. I'm gonna bring you resources and I'm gonna provide evidence against your claim,
so can you provide me
okay?
evidence
So what
why?
did I omit?
Can you provide me with? I don't. I want you to at least help me figure out why they
I'm
were
talking about the
mentioned.
claims you make against me. The claims you
Yeah,
make against me, I'm
it,
going to defend. What did I omit?
I used the wrong word, but what you did was
Okay.
what you said was that according to Joshua, they were annihilated. But then you say that
Okay.
according to what was written in Judges, and we're gonna dismiss that, but we're gonna lean on
No, I didn't dismiss it. How did I dismiss it?
because you're going to lean on Joshua, but you're gonna say,
I don't
well,
give a fuck if this happened or not. I'm gonna tell you something. I know that the conquest of Canaan never happened through archaeological data. I know that it was that none of the places they claim to have conquered, they never did. Out of 60 something lands, they only influenced four, and it wasn't through military. They were pastoralists. I know that. I don't have a reason to try to claim shit. So
so
for you to say that I'm being intellectually dishonest, I don't think you know what that means. When you said who wrote that, I said a human wrote it. A human did. Because humans make mistakes. Humans lie. Humans embellish. Humans have agendas. A human wrote that in Judges. A human wrote it in Joshua. That's why you have different accounts. Because a God didn't write this book.
so we're arguing about something that
No, I'm not arguing. I'm defending your accusation about me.
so basically you're saying that none of this happened. Is that
What I told you is what I understand and what I studied.
okay? Okay.
Well, can you prove? Do you have any sources that can prove it did happen other than this book?
I, do we have sources that can prove George Washington was the first president?
Mm-hmm. We have documents.
We have, and you know what? We have documents also that pertain to these scriptures that's been
No,
written.
we have more than just
I
documents.
don't, Lila, you don't have to announce your departure. We don't care. If you don't like what's said in here, just scroll. I promise you, nobody's gonna miss you.
William Shakespeare. Do we agree that he wrote
The
some
difference
things?
between William Shakespeare and what's in this Bible is that we're not being held accountable for what William Shakespeare's done. Our lives is not being judged and made to do things that we don't want to do because of what William Shakespeare wrote in his sonnets. No one is telling me that William Shakespeare said that I have no bodily autonomy because it's something that William Shakespeare said in his sonnets that was a sinful. That's the difference.
You don't need the Bible to follow God. The Bible is not. You believe that there were Christians way before.
Do you know better than your God? Your God told them to write it in a book, right? For y'all to know, to read it and know. And now you're saying God was wrong. You know better
No,
than the
I'm not
God.
saying that. I'm saying that.
You just said that you don't need a book. You don't need the Bible, but your God said you did.
Excuse me. Let me correct what I said. You do not. You do the New Testament. You did not have to be a Christian. You did not have to know the Bible to be a Christian.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you. First of all, Christians and believers says God is the word. Now, if you say we don't need this book to follow God, then what standards do we have to go by on this God if not for this book?
Excuse me. So that's what I'll say. You can be a Christian without knowledge of all of the scriptures. It is hard to be a Christian without the scriptures. I will admit that. But Paul and Peter and John, they were all following Jesus way before anything was written down. Is that true? Can we admit that?
What did you just say?
No, I can't admit that. No.
I can't
You
God.
say
either because I
Paul?
wasn't there.
Paul, my guy.
No, Paul wasn't there. Paul didn't follow him.
Paul didn't know Jesus. Paul saw
Yeah,
a
he did
ghost of
not.
Jesus.
Okay. Well, oh my bad. Oh, let's Peter, John, Timothy.
What John? Which John?
John.
The one that wrote the gospel?
No, John the apostle. The apostle.
Which
John.
one? Which apostle John?
The one that followed the one that Jesus loved.
We don't know that was him.
Okay.
And you're talking about the John that wrote the apostle. They're not the same.
Okay. I'm referring to the 12 disciples.
Yeah, but it does not say that the apostle, the disciple that Jesus loves, name was John.
Okay, we don't have to get. Okay, maybe that's that. Yes. Okay, I give it to you. The 12 disciples, were they Christians before the New Testament scriptures were written?
Wait, why are we talking about were they Christians? They were followers of this Christ.
Okay, followers of Christians.
That's the name of a Christian. I mean, that's the definition of a Christian.
Yes, did they follow Jesus, the Word of God, before?
Which he had 12 disciples that followed, yes, but not the ones that wrote the Gospels.
Okay, so if they, so basically what I'm saying is that they were Christians before the New Testament was written. Yes, we do need the scriptures in order to follow Jesus well, because otherwise it would be off of ignorance, and yes, there would be a lot of confusion. But
Hell, it's confusion now.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, what are you trying to say?
it's just that someone said something and that brought it to my attention. But hey, it seems like you guys want to discredit the scriptures, which is okay.
Discredit what we're doing is using objective facts. There are things in this book that are not true. They're just simply not true.
And and that's if you believe that.
I don't have to believe it. Literally on the screen right now is archaeological data, right? For the conquest of Canaan, the dates, the maps, right? Archaeologists have studied this. The conquest didn't happen.
Okay. Well, I guess.
I don't have to believe that. Like
So
nobody's trying to discredit. I didn't even bring this up. You did.
So you have all this evidence. Then how did Israel come about? Because it seems like you know a lot of this stuff.
Well, literally, Israelites are Canaanites. Wait, you want to see who were the Israelites? They were Canaanites. Who followed the Canaanite pantheon. They were just a group of people who got together in Canaan.
So they never were in Egypt. Joseph was never a thing. Abraham was never.
Nope, that never happened. The Exodus never happened. Nope,
Abraham was never.
It didn't. Abraham was the purpose of the biblical Abraham was to be a literary device to marry the north and the southern kingdoms together in the Genesis story that was written during Babylon. During the time of Judah. Let me see if there's a lot. You could study it, but I wasn't trying to go down this path. You did that. So when you tried to accuse me of being intellectually dishonest because I said a human wrote Judges.
So that's a lot of claims you're making, and
I don't have to make the claim. And there's evidence. There's archaeological reports that you can read. Right? I'm not making a claim. I'm bringing resources to you. Right? If you want to see the name of the book, the author of this book, and I have many that I can give you. The author of this book is Israel Finkelstein and Neil Asher Silberman. They're both Israeli archaeologists who have excavated it themselves. There has been over 200 excavations of these claims, of these sites. Multiple archaeologists. I don't have to just make a claim and then not back it up, right? You're the one making claims, and when I ask for a source, you don't have a source. And then you try to accuse me of being intellectually dishonest because I said a human wrote Judges.
I just wonder where are these people getting these sources? They dug everything.
You don't know what archaeology is?
They dug all this up. Oh, man. So I guess if we go and say that Abraham didn't do what he did, I don't know. We can't really talk about the Bible then, because obviously
How many years? How many years were the Israelites in Egypt?
400.
How many?
Oh, excuse me, might have been 300.
No, it said your God told Abraham that they would be in Egypt 400 years. And then in Exodus, it says that they were in Egypt 430 years, right? Now, here are my notes from studying Israel Finkelstein's book. And this is just makes it easy for me to just go to the notes because my memory is not that good. But if we look at the time Abraham left Ur, it's believed, according to timeline in the Bible, that Abraham would have left Ur around 2100 BCE. I don't know. Can y'all see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, if we look at Moses and Aaron, who are important to the story of the Exodus, would have been fourth generation descendants of Jacob's son Levi, right? And Jacob went to Egypt, I think when he was around 40 something years old, right? So when Jacob was in Egypt 147 years, Joseph was in, hold on, let me go back. Levi was in Egypt 137 years. Kohath was in Egypt 133 years. Amram was in Egypt 137 years. And then Moses and Aaron was in Egypt around 60 something years, right? So if you add up all of the time that they were in Egypt, then you would get 430 years. Except Levi is Kohath's father, right? So you have to subtract the overlapping years that Levi was there before Kohath was born. Kohath is Amram's father. You have to subtract the overlapping years for both of them. Amram is Moses' father, Moses and Aaron's father. You have to subtract their overlapping years. When you subtract their overlapping years, you get the right amount of time. Levi was in Egypt 94 years. Kohath was in Egypt an additional 41 years than his dad. Amram an additional 64. And then Moses 60. Add all of those up. They were only in Egypt, according to the book, 259 years, not 430. That throws off the entire chronology of the book. There's 171 years missing. It throws off the timeline. They say they were in Egypt during the late Bronze Age. There is no archaeological evidence for the Israelites in Egypt during the late Bronze Age. There's no archaeological evidence, over 200 excavations that they encamped in that wilderness. And one of the encampments, they say that they were in the wilderness for 38 years. There's nothing there. Give me just a second. Let me see which city that was. I'm trying to make this smaller so I can see my notes. Maybe it's on part 2 of this. Yeah, it's on part 2 of the notes. Syrian. Hold on. It's one city that they claim they camped for 38 years. There it is. Kadesh Barnea. Bullet point number 8. According to biblical accounts, the children of Israel camped at Kadesh Barnea for 38 of the 40 years in the wilderness. Numbers 34 describes the southern border of the land of Israel, which made the land identifiable during excavations. It has been identified with the large water oasis of I can't say that word, and eastern Sinai on the border between modern Israel and Egypt. Repeated excavations and surveys throughout the entire area have not provided even the slightest evidence for activity in the late Bronze Age. Ezion Geber is another camping place of the Israelites during the wilderness time, located on the modern border between Israel and Jordan, halfway between the towns of Eliat and Aqaba. 1938 through 1940 excavations revealed late Bronze Age remains, but no late Bronze Age occupations. There are 2 main sites listed in the Bible for the encampments of the Israelites, and out of the long list of sites, these are the only 2 located and show no evidence. There are no evidence of any settlements in the place where they stayed for 38 years. There's no evidence that they were ever enslaved in Egypt.
And just to kind of back that up, that was my whole purpose for going over that. I wanted to prove this theory, but it's no proof. And they'll laugh at you. You go over there talking about that bull jump.
What is this book called again?
It's called The Bible Unearthed, Archaeology's New Vision of Ancient Israel and the Origin of its Sacred Texts, Israel Finkelstein and Nir Asher Silberman.
Y'all get the likes to 200K. No one's talking, so sorry. Caps are for mods only. One word will get you muted, but keep tapping the screen. I don't want to have to turn the comments off again. And continue to get the host. Thank you.
So to Meeple on YouTube, the reason why you see Josephus here is because Israel Finkelstein discusses Josephus's and Matthew's claim of the Hyssox being the Israelites and that being debunked. Read a fucking book.
I do have one question, though. It was something that you had said earlier before we got into this, before we got into the facts. I want to go back to the belief. You said that the 12 disciples that followed Jesus were Christians. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So was Jesus a Christian?
Jesus, to be a Christian.
Meeple, I did mention you.
Go ahead and answer.
Go ahead, y'all.
To follow Jesus is to be a Christian.
Who's who? Whoa. I asked you, was Jesus a Christian?
He is the foundation of Christianity. What do you mean?
Did Jesus ever say he was a Christian? Did Jesus ever even say he was the founder of Christianity? Did Jesus ever say, you follow me, you are a Christian? Did Jesus ever say any of these things?
I'm sorry. Let me be technical. I'm a follower of Jesus. They follow Jesus. Therefore, they followed the way, is what they called it in that time.
They called it the way.
Or some
But
of those.
okay, but wait a minute, stop. I need you to hear what you said now. You said that the 12 disciples that followed Jesus were Christian. So that means they had to know what they were at that time, right?
Let me correct something. Meeple, I apologize. Y'all, let me correct something. Meeple, I apologize if that wasn't you. I saw your name next to it. Whoever is saying you have this book and you know what's in it, so I'm lying about this. Let's pull it up. Let's the book is in front of you on the fucking screen. And then, like, for you to be saying pull it up, it's on the damn screen.
There's a difference between looking and then paying attention.
You know what's painful? You're gonna show them the book, but they're not gonna go read it. They're not gonna read it.
He claims he has the book. Hold on.
We lost somebody.
Oh yeah, he ran.
Yeah, what's his name?
Well, Goggles, I appreciate you hanging in there. You hanging in there, man. You trying to answer the best way you can, and I can't do nothing but respect that.
Mm-hmm.
But I guarantee you, see, this is the thing, the importance of this live, for me, the importance of it is that I'm going to learn something. And then I have something to go back and research for myself, you see. Because I don't believe nobody on this panel, and that includes Thinker. Thinker don't want you to believe nothing she say. She wants you to go investigate it.
And think.
Go to think and go and try to debunk what she said with evidence. I don't want you to believe nothing I tell you. Don't believe nothing I tell you. Please don't. So I appreciate you, Goggles. You hanging in there. We're going to see if we can find you another partner.
Yeah,
Do that. Are you able to bring up somebody else for me?
I actually I need to go to bed myself.
Okay.
Okay.
But I apologize if I had offended anyone or
No, you didn't. You didn't offend me.
I was offended by the
No.
accusations he made about me, calling me intellectually dishonest, as if I got some reason to try to persuade you. I'm not here to persuade you.
Mm-mm.
I didn't make any accusations about you or any claims about you, so I don't think it's right that you did that about me. And believers get up here and do that all the time, and it is offensive.
yeah, I'm sorry. I think I did mishear you when in the midst of us all speaking. I think I misheard you, and I apologize.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you, man. We really do, and I hope that you take some of this and go investigate, man. Go do some research. Do your due diligence, man. That's all we ask.
Oh, did somebody just take away a comment?
Their username was gross, so I'm not gonna let them type in caps and make a comment in this space.
Oh God, look at their username.
Yeah.
Dang, I didn't even read that part. I wish I would have saw that. But y'all have a good night, and maybe I'll be back one of these days soon.
You have a good
Thank you.
night
You
as
have a good
well.
night as well.
Yeah. Good
All
night,
right,
man.
y'all. So we need um, two more, but two new believers, to join the stage.
Thinker.
Huh?
AK had asked in the comments if she could come up and ask a question really quick
Yeah.
about something about deconstructing.
Yeah. Are you able to bring her up? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, AK, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
I had a question. It's with the deconstruction and dealing with family again, and I'm really sorry to ask this and bother you. So, as a lot of you know, my brother passed away about 2 weeks ago due to his own personal choices and bad habits, high risk lifestyle. They
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. It's a real big, lots of situation, lots of abuse. And my family is obviously, you guys know, very, very toxic. And I have been firm with my boundaries with them. Like, I'm not going to the funeral. I'm not participating in the funeral. The funeral was last Saturday, and I was adamant, and they had so many different people calling me and then also trying to quote unquote get together for coffee, and kept violating the boundaries. And then after the funeral, they even live streamed it. And then after the funeral, I'm getting questions of, did you sneak into the church and be there while we secretly watch while we didn't know? Did you watch the live streams? And I just am so fed up with it. And I just told them, I don't want to talk about this anymore. So the funeral was Saturday. All of this was going down on Sunday. My phone is blown up by a couple family members and saying that they saw a TikTok of mine, not really sure which one, and that if I didn't respond, they were going to take steps to do a 5150 on me. And so then they called my husband thinking that they could get him in on it because I've completely cut them out because I just cannot get sucked back into that. And he basically told them to go fuck themselves, which I'm so grateful for, but I don't know what to do with that and how to protect myself with that. Because what if he is, because my husband works out of town 2/3 of the year, like what kind of action can I? Oh, a 5150 is they were going to pursue steps for a 72-hour psych hold, mandatory, saying saying that I was a danger to myself or possibly others because I was not communicating with them after the funeral. That's a lot, I know. I'm sorry.
So when we talked in the DM that day, I don't you didn't get to respond. Do they have a POA
No,
on you
no,
to where they can do that?
no. That's the crazy thing. Like there's I don't understand. They're not part of my medical care because they don't understand my illness. I'm deathly allergic to dogs, and they all have dogs, and they still to this day think that I'm faking and think that I have demons. I mean, my dad went and bought a dog, and everyone in my family continues to have them. So I just separate myself from the family because it literally is a life and death situation. 13 ICU stays in, since 2016. And my family thinks that I'm just this terrible person because I have separated myself from it. And
What are your state laws regarding a 5150?
it's pretty lax, actually, that's why I'm a little nervous about it, because one of my family members used to be in law enforcement and the other one used to be a dispatcher, and they try to throw past things like if when I was 21 after I was assaulted, I kind of had like a little bit of a breakdown, and they will continue to be like, well, when she was 21 she kind of had a mental breakdown, and will say things like that, because this isn't the first time that they've threatened it, but I just could not believe that they literally called my husband trying to get him on board for it because I wasn't returning phone calls, because I just don't want to talk about it. It's a bad situation. They're toxic.
So even if once the police shows up and they see that you're okay, is there a risk, of them taking you in anyway, just because of, reports from family members?
Yeah. There's like, for example, say they showed up here, because my family does. This sounds insane and it sounds like a crazy movie, and I promise you that this is true. This is how crazy they are. If they don't get their way, this wouldn't be the first time. They called in one time because I hadn't spoken to them in over a month because of them almost trying to unalive me with saying I'm not allergic to dogs. And they had called counselors asking what they should do, and the counselors informed them that I'm a hazard to myself and will call in. And so when the cops do show up there, it's kind of up to the police officer to determine, is she a risk or is she not? And it just, if I'm there alone and I'm trying to explain it, usually I don't have as good of a chance, if that makes sense, to stay home because I'm there by myself. But if I have, my kids there, my husband or somebody else, I have more of a chance for them to just be like, oh, this is a misunderstanding.
So was this threat made over text message or
It was a voicemail. So I have a voicemail from my aunt saying if I don't call her back, she's going to start taking steps for this. And then,
Is it typical though for like them to put somebody into a mental hospital for not responding to a relative?
no, I was just so
That's why I
flustered.
don't think that they can do that unless there's like a history of like.
Well, so the one thing I have, and I'll be honest, because I am very, very sick, and my family has, they do not understand this illness since 2016. And with a lot of the problems with my brother and his addiction, I raised his children, three of his children, and he has abused me. My brother has abused me in every way, and even into adulthood, and has tried to harm my family. We were in the pew pew standoff when my daughter was 7, and I was supposed to forgive him because he was coming after us, and they just kind of ignored his behavior. And so
it sounds like you may need a lawyer, to be honest, because like I'm not I don't know what they can and what they can't do with the 5150.
yeah.
Like I know that like typically there's a history of
Yeah, so the only history is 2 years ago I literally had a mental breakdown after taking his daughter in, and he tried to do some stuff. I checked myself into the hospital because I knew I was not mentally okay at the time. And so that was 2 years ago. And other than that, we haven't had any issues whatsoever. And so that would be my only concern, but it was my family and it was my husband and my kids surrounding me with that, like providing support. That would be the only thing. And my husband and my kids still provide support, and they don't agree with the family. It's just I get concerned with my husband being gone out of town so much, and the fact that they do have connections to law enforcement, if that makes sense.
Well,
yeah, I
I'll
think
see
the
what,
best thing to do is get a lawyer and
yeah,
see
and I'll see what information I can find out for you. I'm a nurse, and so sometimes when we deal with sick patients, um, I'm a telehealth nurse, and so I speak to members all over the country.
Oh, okay.
And at times we have to send, we have to conduct a welfare check on members if we think they may harm themselves. And so I'll see what kind of information I can find for you on that. Um, yeah,
Thank you.
I'll dig a little deeper, and then I'll reach out to you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much,
You're
because
welcome.
it's so, it's really frustrating. Like it really is. And I, I just am baffled. I just am baffled by the whole thing. And they continue to deny what he actually passed away from, and they continue to spin it. And I'm the bad guy pretty much because I refuse to be part of the situation because I'm breaking that generational trauma cycle. It's a lonely area to be, but I've already seen the fruit of it from my children and breaking those cycles. Thank you for listening. I apologize.
You're fine, but it sounds like they're weaponizing the system against you.
Yeah.
And I was saying all of that, a minute ago to say that sometimes when we send a welfare check, if the members, say that they're fine, or it could be for a heart attack or whatnot, and if they don't want to go, then they don't have to go. But again, it depends on the state. So
Yeah.
if they're a danger to themselves or others, then of course they're going to take them in. But
Yeah.
I'll see what I can find out for you.
I appreciate you. Yeah. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Yeah. Because there is no danger to myself or others. That's it.
Okay. Yeah.
I just don't want to talk to the toxic family.
Right. I don't blame you.
So, well, thank you. I appreciate you, and just just want to make sure like I'm doing the right thing, and I'm trying to. I know it's an emotional situation, but I'm trying to hold my peace because my peace is so important to me.
Yeah, and don't talk to them over the phone. Just text and let them leave you voice messages so that you can have as much proof as you need.
Yeah, I will for sure. I have some interesting ones because we had posted a GoFundMe, and I had asked her to share it because of the cost of my medical care, and she did not like the wording and said that she wouldn't share it unless I changed a couple of things on the wording. and the wording was, "I've lost my family." And she's like, "Why would you say that you've lost your family?" And I was like, "Well, just since 2016, basically everybody's disappeared." And she's like, "Well, you didn't lose your family." And so I went in and changed it and said, "I've lost many of my family and friends have gone away the result is just from lack of understanding my illness to make her feel better." But I'm almost kind of upset with myself for changing it to cater to her just so she could help, if that makes sense.
Child, I just had to cuss out 13 people in my family today. I do not care about how they feel. Next thing I knew, they were calling me to apologize. So, I mean, of course, your family dynamics may be different from mine, and I can understand that. But I'm going to set my boundaries from now on, and I'm not bowing down to anybody. In trying to make them feel better. I'm going to make sure that I'm good. So.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'll find out as much as I can for you, because I'm sure Thinker want to get back to the show. But
yeah,
I'll send you my number.
Okay, that's perfect. And I thank you all. It's just like at some point I'm like, when am I ever going to be enough for them? But
you are. You don't have to be enough for them. You just have to be enough for you.
That's true. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you all. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. You have a good night, AK.
I'm sorry.
Are you able to bring up someone? Let me see.
I lost my partner too, y'all.
Okay, I chose someone, but they didn't. Is it Denoza? Denoisa? Guess that's a Denoza. Do you see anybody in the box? It's just black for me.
It's spinning.
Okay.
If you are in the guest request box and you want to be on stage, I need 2 believers and 1 believer to join Miss Charlene. Can you comment in the comments, please?
I got you, Thinker. G Love, do you want to come up? Let me send her a request. Oh, I don't see her. Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, Lord. Did you say G Love?
Yeah. Why, is she a problem?
You'll meet G Love.
Oh,
You can bring her up because I want her to answer the question that I asked her this morning.
I sent her an invite.
Oh, she wasn't in the box. She probably ain't going to come up there. If she wasn't in the box, yes. There's a question that I would like for her to answer. So she probably is not going to come up. I'm shocked that she's back.
Yeah, because she's just yapping in the comments.
So out of all the people in the guest box, are all of these? Let's see, Toddy. Toddy, are you a Christian or a non-believer?
My
Toddy,
God. Hello? Yeah,
hi.
I don't, I just, I read, I know the Bible, but I don't label myself.
Do you
So
believe in the God?
I believe in a higher power. I'm not my
Do you
own
believe in the
God.
God of the Bible? There's a specific reason why I'm asking this. I need two believers of the God on stage and two non-believers of the God on stage.
Oh, you need somebody that's going to fight for,
So have a discussion, not fight. If this is
okay,
not your belief system, then there's no reason for you to be on stage right now.
okay, I'm limbo. Yeah, maybe not then. Okay, I'm in a,
Are you deconstructed?
Mm.
I'm sorry, that was too
Did
much.
she say she in limbo? Did she say she's in limbo?
I
Oh
don't.
wait, did she leave or was she taken down?
No, I took her down.
Oh, what does she mean? Did she say that she's in limbo? Is that what she was saying? Like she's deconstructing?
No, I thought I heard her say, "What this isn't for me."
Oh, is that what she said?
That's what I thought I heard her say.
Okay, I thought she said she. I thought I heard her say she was in limbo. Indigo is a non-believer, or she's deconstructing. I don't want to label her non-believer, but Indigo, you're deconstructing, right? Indigo, are you asleep? Yep. Can you take her down for me?
Yeah.
Who's in here? Joshua Medina, Funky Go Medina. Okay, no. Uh, okay, we got one believer. I need another believer and another non-believer. Oh, Indigo, you're not asleep. Were you trying to be on stage, love? Were you trying to be on stage? Oh, you didn't want to come up. Okay. Another non-believer, please. I will be the non-believer. Uh, there's G Love. Joshua, G Love is going to be your G Love. Why do you say you're calling? Do you like? Do you think? You're calling? Why do you say that? G Love.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Why do you say I'm calling?
No, because someone told me to go up, and I was telling this person that I'm calling.
Yeah, but why do you call it calling? That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
I say it calling. That's how I say it. You know.
Okay, that's why we didn't understand you this morning because you kept saying that we kept hanging up on you.
Who? Who didn't understand me?
We that when I said that's why we didn't understand you this morning in the
Yeah.
comments when you kept saying that we kept hanging up on you
Uh huh.
because we didn't see there like you were not in the request box, but you kept saying that you were calling and we were hanging up on you and we was like, what are you talking about? Because you were not in the request box this morning.
Okay, let me explain. It wasn't this morning. This morning I wasn't. It was yesterday.
It was you realized that you are probably in a different country than me.
Maybe. For me, it's
Yeah.
yesterday. For you, it's today.
It's
So,
this morning. Yeah,
okay.
it was this
So,
morning,
I'm
like
talking from, okay.
the
I'm
last
talking
live,
from,
the last live.
okay. For me, it
Yeah,
was yesterday. Okay. But what I was trying to say is I was in the box and you guys told me to be on. You were waiting for the other lady to come and join and ask me certain questions because you personally told me that you're not going to talk to me. You don't feel like talking to me. Maybe the other lady would like to talk to me. And I was respectful, waiting for her. Then you just hung up on
and
me.
then I asked you a question. And the reason why I said I did not want to talk to you because you went childish. I asked you a question, you ignored it, right? You ignored it. I'm not like there's no point in me having a discussion with someone that's going to behave that way. I don't
Can
know
I
why you
talk?
would expect that. No, like literally, G Love.
Oh. Yeah, I'm here. I'm with you. I'm silent. I'm just listening to what you have saying.
Like that it's ridiculous, right? Like there's no point in you expecting people to just accept that behavior from you. Like we're all adults in here, right? and we can have respectful conversations. You kept cutting people off while they were talking, and then you say that you need us to say over or you can talk now. And then when we do, we have to say it 5 and 6 times because you decided to go childish. Like, we don't have time to do that. If you don't know
Alexa?
how to come in, like when someone is done speaking, then if we need to say, okay, G Love, now you can speak, then let us know and we'll do that. But that needs to be that way the whole conversation if you're claiming that's what you need. Right?
Is it something I have to answer? Hello?
Did
Is
you
it a
understand what I
question?
said?
You said the issue I have with you. The issue is sometimes when you talk, you give a pause, okay? And within the pause, I don't know whether it's something I have the chance to talk or I have to keep quiet. Because the moment I'm about to talk, whenever I see that you give a pause, okay, and I'm about to talk, and then you'll be like, shut
Did you
up, I'm
hear?
not
Did you
done.
hear what I said? I've already addressed that. If you were listening,
Hold
if
on.
you were
You
listening,
see,
I
you're not listening
addressed
to
it.
me. I'm
That I
explaining. You're not.
addressed that because you're not listening. I'm not going to listen or over like you told us this morning. It needs to stay that way the entire conversation. You did not hear me say that. This is the problem that we had this morning. You are here to respond. You are here to just talk. You don't listen. I literally just said all of this. You can respond now.
I sent you an invite to unmute.
Okay, thank you. When you give a pause, at times I don't even know whether it's a chance for me to talk or it's a chance for me to be silent. Because when I'm about to talk, each time I see that you give a pause, you're like,
Didn't you
"Oh
just
no, no,
say
no."
this?
Yeah, I'm explaining it clearly. I don't know whether you get it right. Why you offended when I'm trying to explain? Can't you
I'm
listen to
just
me
saying
also?
you're repeating yourself.
Okay, why are you offended if I repeat
I'm
myself?
not offended, but it's
Yeah.
just taking up time.
You do
Oh,
realize you're talking to a different person right now. That's not me. You do realize that. That's somebody else telling you that you didn't listen to a word I said. I
you are
literally
not
just
listening
addressed
to
it.
me.
Like, no, I'm not going to listen to somebody who doesn't listen to other people. That is why I didn't want to talk to you this morning. You don't listen. You're here to talk. I don't know. Do y'all really want to deal with this? Because I don't.
No. Bloop.
Goodness gracious. Give you a second chance and you do the same shit.
You explained it to her twice, and she still turned around and tried to say it again.
She don't listen.
She sat there. I literally said it again. If you need us to say, okay, G, you can talk or over, it needs to stay that way the entire conversation. She comes off, well, it's hard for me to tell when it's time for you to talk. Like, why are you going over that again? Like, you didn't listen to nothing. And then it's like a tape recorder. She stops. Like, it's like if we stop her, right? And then we address, she picks right back up where she started. Like, it's like somebody press stop, and then they press play. Stop, play. Like, that's what it's like having a conversation with her. I mean, it's funny that you're saying that I don't listen when it's you, G Love. You don't listen. I need one more believer and one more non-believer, please. Out of the people that's in the guest request box, can you please comment so that we can get the conversation started again? I appreciate y'all so much. Joshua, If you
Let
want,
me think.
while we wait on getting a believer for you, can you pick a topic, please? I'm sorry.
Um, no, no, I'll pick the topic. Hold on. I just reading it on my phone and I driving at the same time. So hold on for a second.
Think you want to set another goal? Thinker,
Huh?
you want to set another goal up there?
Yeah. Can somebody block the Chiro guy? I can already tell by his comment he's misogynistic as fuck. Thank y'all.
Right. I'll pick the second topic.
The second topic,
Yeah.
God can stop sin or simply forgive.
Right. Yeah. I'll pick that topic.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Right. So yes, God could forgive sin as well as He could stop sin as well. It's just that He choose to use a longer time to stop the sin for others to have an opportunity to gain repentance and to gain everlasting life through loving Him and accepting Him as their Lord and personal Savior. So that's how I see it as that. And forgive sin as in God loves us through love and mercy because every day we grow up, every day we wake up with the breath of life, and it's God who gives us
Let
the
me
breath of life every morning.
let me clarify this.
No
When I
problem, go
say
ahead.
God, yeah, when I say God can forgive, stop sin or simply forgive it, I mean without a sacrifice, right? Without blood being spilled, He can
Yes,
just,
yes, yes.
yeah,
Yes, He
that's what
could
I mean.
forgive it. Yeah, He could forgive without blood being spilled, correct.
Yeah,
He could forgive
and
without blood being spilled. Reason
mm-hmm.
being is because Jesus Christ Himself stated that we are supposed to pray to God in spirit and in truth, and not pertaining to blood sacrifices.
Yeah. So
So
so do you believe that the sacrifice was unnecessary?
it was necessary to the stiff-necked people, which was the Israelites back then, because of
No,
how
I
the
mean like the
mhm,
sacrifice of, even the sacrifice of Jesus. Like if you're saying that you
mhm,
agree that sins can be forgiven without a blood sacrifice, right?
right,
Even before Jesus died, then are
right.
you do you think that the sacrifice of Jesus was unnecessary?
No, I believe it was necessary just to prove the point that the Old Testament and the old laws could have been broken down by a sacrifice, by self-sacrifice of God and His Son. So basically, it's like He didn't want no more sacrificing again because the spill of blood was starting to become too overwhelming. So like someone will just spill blood just for God to forgive him sin, and he will still be a sinner. He will have no true repentance in him. And God was just starting to get fed up of that entirely.
I
And that's
guess
why the scribes and and that's why the scribes and the Pharisees was literally traditional and not God fearing because of the blood sacrifices.
I guess, are you saying that He can forgive without sin, but His sacrifice was only symbolic and that it didn't actually
Yes.
do anything? It was just symbolic. So the blood
No,
of
it was
Jesus doesn't actually
right.
save. The blood of Jesus doesn't actually save or do anything. That's what you're saying?
No, the blood of Jesus Christ did something. However, it was
What did it do? If it's
significant
unnecessary,
and
if it
symbolic.
hold on, okay.
Mm-hmm.
If it's
But
symbolic,
yeah, hold on,
right?
hold on.
Oh, no, no. If it's symbolic, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're saying that His sacrifice was symbolic because you
Mm-hmm.
you don't actually need um this sacrifice to happen to be forgiven of sin, then that means that the blood never really did anything. It's just it's symbolic, like the circumcision is symbolic. That's what it sounds like you're saying. Is that what you're saying? You can come off mute.
Yeah, I was saying that Jesus Christ and God, the Father, made it symbolic so that they will be glorified over the devil, which was their advocate, the person who have against whatever they're doing, so that when the devil come down to push his agenda, they will be glorified first before the devil come and push his agenda on the earth. Although he was pushing his agenda way before Jesus Christ was born. So really and truly, it was a symbolic gesture for glorification more than satisfaction or more than just, you know what, yeah, we just
When you're
spilled blood.
saying that it was symbolic, right? So you're
Right.
saying it's symbolic, so it doesn't do anything. That was my question to you. Thank you
Yes, it does do
for
it.
who sent that, Braden. Thank you. No, you're saying it's
Yeah, it does.
symbolic. If it's symbolic, then it
Right.
does. Then what does it do? And please don't repeat the symbolic thing again, because you're getting me confused. Is it
Okay.
symbolic, or does it actually do something for salvation to you?
It does something for salvation for me.
What does it do?
It literally shows me that someone was willing to sacrifice their life just to give me an
That's
opportunity to
symbolic.
have.
That's symbolism. That is
Right.
symbolism. That's not.
Right.
So okay. You're saying that the sacrifice of Jesus was purely done as symbolism. Like it doesn't actually forgive sins. That's what you're saying? And therefore God doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily need blood to be spilled to forgive sin. He just does it for symbolism. That's what you're saying?
I'm not really saying that per se. What I'm saying is that he did it because he loved us, and
I,
that is
I,
basically what I'm saying.
what? I'm sorry. Hold on for a second. Nelly,
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
does it make sense when I say he's saying that he came and said no, he doesn't need to spill blood to forgive sins. Jesus' sacrifice was symbolism to show them that uh, that he could forgive sins or whatever. It was purely symbolism, is what he's saying. So then when I ask, I clarify. He says, no, that's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying he did it because he loves me. Does that make sense? Like I'm confused.
I wasn't following him when he lost me when he said that, because he just basically said the opposite of what he said at first.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's saying. I
I
don't
needed
get
to
it.
make sure it wasn't just me.
No, no, no,
I,
no. You right. I'm just sitting there listening to him, and I'm like, okay, this guy is saying one thing, and then he turns around and takes the same thing and flips it to another thing. So, is it symbolic, or is it? I mean, what is it? What are you saying? We're not
All
understanding
right.
you.
I will break it down for you all even further, right? Seeing that are confusing everybody. Jesus Christ died for our sins, as well as he gave us an opportunity to have a better life through him by dying for us. Like basically what I was trying to say. In other words, if I
Okay, so
was
Jesus.
confusing the panel.
Okay, so Jesus Christ died for our sins, right?
Right,
So our sin debt is paid, right?
right.
Okay, so if our sin debt is paid, then why do I need to ask for forgiveness?
Because the reason why I need to ask for forgiveness is because at the end of the day, if you continue sinning and you acknowledge that Jesus Christ and God the Father is real, you wouldn't be able to just sin just so knowing that they
What?
sacrificed Jesus Christ's life for your sins. That's why I asked for
Well,
forgiveness.
okay. Well, then show
It would
me
have
one
been in
person.
vain.
Okay, show me one person,
Right?
honestly, that's a Christian that believes that Jesus Christ died on the cross for their sins that don't sin.
No, everybody's a sin.
Okay, so if everybody
Which I,
sins and Jesus died for
sure.
all your sins, that's my
Right?
point. What's the point of asking for forgiveness? Jesus died on the cross for your sins because you were born a sinner, right?
Right?
Okay, then. So that means he paid the ultimate price for all your sins. So that means that
Yes, correct.
he knew that you was gonna sin. You can't help but sin. So I'm gonna go ahead and just
Right?
unalive myself on the cross for everybody's sins. Now, what's the point of asking for
Right.
forgiveness if God already knew, Jesus already knew you gonna sin? Why do you need to ask for forgiveness?
Right. So, as I said, I was trying to say before, right? I can speak now, or you have more to say.
Well,
I
I
just want to
have.
make sure I'm not cutting across nobody,
Well,
right? What I was trying to say is this, right? Jesus died for our sins, right? But if we go back and sin, which we normally do, the Christians, as you point out to me, right? If we don't ask for repentance or forgiveness from Jesus Christ or God the Father, that
but
means we
does
take his death in vain. We take
but
his
does
death in vain.
that but that defeats the purpose of his unaliving, because he is doing this to eradicate the sin. So it should literally just be a straight shot right into heaven, because he already paid the ultimate sacrifice. Why do we have to
Right.
keep going through? But why do we have
I
to keep
totally,
going through these different
I, to,
motions to make sure we don't sin?
I totally agree with your understanding. However, what I'm trying to say is this, right? That is why Jesus Christ gave us the Lord's Prayer, which is our Father which art in heaven, right? That is a prayer of repentance. If you really look at all the intricate details. You understand? Because if I read it out to you all now, and I point out to you all that it is a prayer of repentance, you will understand that asking or repenting every day for a sin that you even don't know you will commit is something that you have to do on a daily basis. Because all of us are sinners, whether we believe in Christ or not.
I
But
understand. Oh, go ahead, Thinker. Sorry.
I'm still confused. Like, did y'all get an answer to the first
All
question?
right.
Did y'all get an answer to the
I,
first
I
question?
did give an answer.
No, I know you gave one.
I didn't
No,
get one. I'm so
No.
confused.
no.
All
Okay.
right.
Yeah, because I
Not
So
don't
it.
want to
what?
move forward.
All
Like,
right.
I'm sorry, y'all. My mind can't do
I
that. I
understand.
cannot leave stuff undone. Right? I can't. My mind won't let me do it,
Can
and it causes
I totally
confusion.
agree.
Okay.
I totally
What?
agree with you if I didn't answer your question.
Yeah.
So if
So
I'm
what I'm
answering
trying
it
to
now,
figure
I'm
out,
answering.
Joshua, there's no reason that you and I both have to talk at the same time, right? What I am trying to figure out, please stop using caps in my comments, please. What I'm trying to figure out is when you say that Jesus' sacrifice was symbolism, that it was symbolic, right? And that it doesn't do anything. Are you saying that God having the Israelites spill all this blood and then having Jesus's blood spilled was all purely symbolic, and that these rituals isn't what atoned for the sins? That's the question. Maybe I should ask it that way. The blood is not what atoned for the sins. Is that what you're saying?
Joshua, you're muted.
Yes, the blood that was spilled by Jesus Christ is to give us an opportunity to come closer to God instead of
But
just
is the
sinning every
blood
day.
but is the blood atoning for your sin, or was it a purely symbolic ritual? That's my question.
All right. So if that is the question, it was a symbolic ritual, right?
So
That
the blood did not atone. So the blood did not atone for the sin.
if you really measure it out, it didn't atone for all the sins. No, it just gave you an opportunity to get closer to God based on that fact.
Okay, and so when it says by his stripes we are healed, what does that
Right.
mean? What does that
That
mean?
means Right. That means that when we measure what he went through for us, we are to get closer to him to find out why he went through that for us. That is basically it. So it
But
was
the healed
symbolic
part,
for us to get closer to him.
right? But the healed part, what does that mean?
Right.
What's been
The
healed?
heal the healed part is that sin kills the flesh and kills our spirit as well. Because if
Okay, so if
someone
sin,
is
yeah, but what's been healed? The sin in the flesh has been healed
yes, the sin in the flesh has been held. If we
because
continue
because
to
of his
believe his right.
stripes. Because of
Yes,
his
correct.
stripes. So then it did forgive sins.
But it did not forgive all the sins that you will commit, even the futuristic ones.
What sins did it forgive?
It forgave the sins that, let's just say, there are blood curses. There are blood curses that your ancestors would have done, or your mother and father would have done. And because of those blood curses, it befell you because it is in your bloodline.
So
And
Generational
the
these are the
stripes.
sins that he
Okay.
died for.
That's what you're
Okay, so the stripes. So if I
Mhm.
say it this way, by his stripes my generational curses are healed. Is that what you're saying? That 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 that
Yes, correct.
that verse, okay. And so it
Correct.
did not necessarily forgive sins. Okay. And then
Yeah, correct.
when the animals were
Hmm.
sacrificed in the Old Testament, that
Right.
that blood did what?
Right. That blood did actually, it was symbolic as to what would have occurred in the future with Jesus Christ. So that was literally a glorification, symbolic ritual showing the Israelites that this is what would happen in the future, more or less. That is what
Okay.
it was really and truly
so.
about.
If it was symbolic, what was the point of it happening then? Why
Hold
did?
on,
No,
AK.
I,
Hold on,
I'm
AK. I
sorry.
need to
I'm
ask
sorry.
a quick question.
I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Matthew 26:28.
Right,
That says so the Last Supper, right? So we
right.
know, like in the Old Testament, eating blood
Hmm.
or drinking blood was seen as abominable to the God of
Correct,
the Old
correct.
Testament, right?
Yes,
And then
correct.
Jesus in the New Testament, right, tell them to drink it and eat his blood, his body, and
Right,
his drink his blood. And then
yes,
here he says, "For this is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins." But yet you
right.
say it's not for the forgiveness of sins. So the blood doesn't forgive sins.
The blood does forgive generational curses, which is sin,
Huh. Where are you
but
getting the
it gives you an
idea?
opportunity. Sorry,
Where in the scriptures are you getting the idea that it is for generational curses?
Deuteronomy 28 explained it.
Where?
Deuteronomy 28, chapter 28, explained all those blood curses.
Yeah, but yeah, where are you getting that Jesus's stripes is what heals Deuteronomy 28
Why I'm
only?
getting that? Because it's like this, right? If I'm the son of a warlock or someone that does evil, right? And I choose to live a different life through Jesus Christ, I could have that opportunity to live a better life through Jesus Christ because he died on the cross. That's basically it. And to forget what my generational fathers was probably all warlocks did in the past.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Sorry?
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm not. I'm a Christian. A true believing Christian. Bible reading Christian, I should say.
So you're just kind of like, this is your own interpretation, right? It's not biblical saying that Jesus's stripes, or the claim that Jesus's stripes heals generational curses. This is your own interpretation.
Yes, this is my own interpretation. I'm not
Okay.
gonna I'm not gonna lie and say this is what the Bible say, but this is what the Holy Spirit revealed to me, and this is what I believe.
I appreciate you being honest. I really do. A lot of people come up here and they talk and they say it as if this is it, this is fact, right? So
No,
I
I'm not
think
that kind
it
of person.
okay, I appreciate that. Now that I understand that this is how you are interpreting it, and so going forward, your stance is that yes, the God of the Bible can just simply forgive sin or stop sin from happening. The sin that, I mean, the blood that's been spilled, he did it for ritualistic purposes, but it doesn't actually forgive sin. And Jesus's stripes was to forgive past curses, past sin, not future sin. That's your
Correct.
stance.
Yes, that's
All
my
right.
stance.
Okay. Y'all go ahead.
Hi, can I just say something real quickly?
No
I
problem.
think I think one of the things, because I'm also Christian, but I have a very like different view on things. I know a lot of times when we refer to um the by his stripes, we're referring to like when he died on the cross, and like right before that, they like flogged him with the whips. Like those scars are the stripes that they tend to refer to, in, like by his stripes we are healed. And the blood situation comes from the, like when he did his last supper and he was like, oh, this is my body and then this is my blood, when he was speaking on the wine and he was giving it to the people at the table. So I'm sure like that's, Joshua, like that's most likely where you're getting these
There was
scriptures
also there
and
was also blood. There's also blood when he's pierced in the story of
Yes,
John,
he
right?
was
Blood
pierced.
and water came out and spilled on the ground, which is an important part of a sacrifice, right? In order for something to be considered a sacrifice, it must be slaughtered. In this case, Jesus was not slaughtered, right? If there's no blood.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the last thing you said? I didn't hear the last
So
sentence you said.
a sacrifice is something that is slaughtered, that is offered up, right, to be slaughtered, to be killed or slaughtered. In this case, if Jesus was not slaughtered and there was no blood, then he was not sacrificed. Which I don't think he was sacrificed anyway. I think he gave up. He died on the cross and then he left spiritually. I don't think that Jesus was a sacrifice. But biblically, not let me say, the Christian theology teaches, right, this is a sacrifice. But if you're saying that there was no blood at the sacrifice, then how would he constitute as a sacrifice? If you're saying that the blood that he's talking about was at the Last Supper, because unless you're saying that he really had them drinking his real blood at the Last Supper, because I would have seen that as symbolic.
Well, if he was, I mean, talk to Jesus about that. I don't know, but obviously you can't. But um, I think like when he was doing the sacrifice, like the Last Supper, because it was technically his Last Supper, it was in reference to the fact that he was soon going to break his skin and shed his blood. Um, so I guess that was kind of his thing. Um, in terms of the sacrifice part, the way that I just like to see it is that maybe on some higher plane, there was a discussion between him and God in some part of heaven where they were like, oh, shoot, we have to kind of like pay off this one debt or something. And because of that, like, that's why we have to make sure that we spread it on the earth. So that's why he came down and was like, yeah, this is my sacrifice, guys. So, but that's how I see it. So.
I just see it as blood magic.
I guess I'm confused too. Like, so, so, so the topic is right. Did the topic is that the God could have just forgiven sin or stopped sin without spilling blood, right? Just simply done it. He has the power to stop people from sinning against him. He has the power to forgive sin even before he was offered up as a sacrifice. And he had the power to do it, without killing a lamb or a goat and spilling blood. We see that throughout the book that he can do that. Joshua is agreeing with that stance and saying, yep, he can. And no, he don't need the blood. The blood is symbolic. And I think you're saying, nope, he does need the blood because there was debt that needed to be paid and they sprinkled it throughout heaven. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Like I said, I have a different believing over like Christianity only because I've experienced a period of not being Christian. So that's why I again see things. But I believe like the way that there are different gods, such as like there's Zeus and Krishna and other groups, maybe like the Christian God needed some form of like sacrifice that we were unaware of, like it was spoken of in his higher planes. And we as humans, the way that like, and I'm not comparing humans to animals or anything, but the way that like if we were gonna take our dog to, the vet, they wouldn't know they wouldn't necessarily know what going to the vet was for, but that we know that we're trying to like help them. I assume like maybe in God's plane or, that's where he was like, okay, this is the thing that we had to do. So maybe there was a different level of understanding that we didn't understand, like a different level of power or form of work that he was doing that we weren't able to understand because we're here and we don't have that form of understanding.
Well, Yahweh, I mean, if you're going to go into that, have you ever looked into the Canaanite pantheon? And
Yeah.
I don't want to get away from the whole
sorry.
forgiveness of sin, right? Like, because we still haven't clarified it, like an argument. Like, we know there are two stances, but nobody from the believer side has addressed either one before we get off into like a different topic. So you have two believers up here. One believer says, nope, the blood is necessary. One believer says, nope, the blood is not necessary. It's purely symbolic. Which one are y'all going to address?
All right, so I
Hold
will
on,
address my.
Joshua. This is on
Oh,
the
sorry.
non-believers. This is for the
Okay.
non-believers.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks for letting me know.
No, Joshua. No. You're on a team. You're on a team with Dumibi.
Sorry, I didn't know I was on a team, but yes, it's Dumebi. Sorry.
Dumebi. Yeah. So it's two believers on stage, you and Joshua, and then there are two non-believers on stage, AK and Miss Charlene. Me and Nelly, our host. Dudette is the head mod up here as well as a host. So we now that we understand what y'all's stance is on God can stop sin or simply forgive it, you two are kind of divided on it. You say nope, he can't. The sin is necessary. I mean, the blood is necessary to forgive the debt. Joshua says nope, the blood is not necessary. He can just forgive sin, and this was just simply symbolic. And so I was passing it to the non-believers to respond to either stance.
Miss Charlene, did you want to say something? Miss Charlene, can you
For
hear me?
somebody to come in here and say that I offer no proof on anything that I say, either you're being disingenuous or you've never been in here. Anything that I say, I offer resources and I back it up with the resources and I put them on screen. I also give you the links to where you can go and research it for yourself. So you're lying. Go ahead. Do one of y'all want to respond to them?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to see if she wanted to go, because I've talked a little bit. I was going to offer, but I don't know if she's answering. So, I'll go with why. Why does why is it necessary for actual blood? And does it need to be, like, in your opinion, does it need to be the blood of, a person? Does it need to be the blood of an animal? Why does it have to be blood?
Can I answer or
Oh,
Could it
somebody else
be
have that?
could it be tomatoes? Like,
oh, hello. Sorry, I
yeah.
didn't know if Joshua wanted to say something.
Yeah,
Um,
I wanted to say something. But you go.
Uh, uh,
okay.
All
I
right.
know.
Well, I will say something. I will say something. Right. In the Bible, it stated that there's power in the blood. Right. Power in the blood, meaning that there is spiritual power within the blood as it pertains to understanding that it's through your blood you have eternal life and you have a connection with God. Right. That is why witches and warlocks and other evildoers, they tend to use a lot of blood to
I'm sorry.
gain
I
spiritual
have to
power.
address Don Marco. Don, it's sad that what you're saying right now is actually true because Satan does know the Bible. I think it's pretty fucked up though that Satan knows the Bible more than those that believe in Jesus. So that means that Satan is more powerful when it comes to your God's words than Jesus's followers. And most of the time, that is why Jesus's followers get whooped with your God's
That
word
is true.
because
That
Satan
is so
knows
true.
your God's word.
That is
So
so
I
true.
agree with you 100%. But go ahead, Joshua.
Right. So the you remember the Bible also stated that thou art wiser than Daniel. So the devil is wiser than Daniel, and he knows all your rituals and all how to twist around everything, as I was explaining the power in the blood. All witches, warlocks, and all evildoers that have spiritual divination to figure out certain things in their life that you didn't even know about. They actually use blood sacrifices because there is power in the blood. And the reason why the blood needed to be spilled, although the blood was symbolic, because there's power in the blood, right? The, the sacrifice of Jesus Christ was just to give a way to the true Christian to see, hey, this is how to live your life. It's not like it was spilled to just save your life and it could continue sinning. It's not about that. It's about I gave the ultimate sacrifice for you to live your life the way I lived. Full stop. And that is why the blood needed to be spilled. Because through the blood of Jesus Christ that was spilled, the power would save you from your generational curses that probably your forefathers have set. Which is, if my grandfather or my great grandfather before me was evildoers and used to kill people by seances and all these other things, I will be saved through believing in Jesus Christ spilling the blood for me as well as understanding the way of life he lived. But just spilling the blood wasn't all about it. It's about the way of life he lived was more about it, not the blood that was spilled.
I guess I just cannot get behind it because yes, there is like blood is the lifeline for people to live, but you are taking the lifeline from somebody, and this somebody was didn't really even have a choice. It was since birth, this is this person's destiny. So you were literally taking an innocent life that was for no reason to supposedly save all of these people. Make that make sense.
Yeah, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, and I do agree with certain things you said. However, I just this is my belief. I'm not saying this is what it is that the blood was spilled to show a symbolic gesture to say, I lived my life away, I got killed for it, so now use my life so that you can live your life the right way. So the blood was symbolic, but the way of life he lived was more important than the blood that was spilled. That's basically it.
Like
Yeah,
you saying that the way a life is lived is more important than the blood that's spilled is you saying that the life doesn't matter. Right? The blood that's spilled is the life.
that's what I was
You
trying.
realize that's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Joshua?
Yeah,
Do you
yeah, I mean,
realize that is what you do you realize that's what you're saying, right? Like the life that's
right,
lived is more important. When you say that, you're saying that the life doesn't matter because the blood is the life.
right.
Spilling blood is killing somebody and you're like, "Oh, the what matters more is how they lived when they're alive, not that they were killed, not that they died, not the loss of
Correct,
life."
correct. Because remember, Jesus Christ did say, I am the way, the truth, and the life. He did say that.
But you said his blood didn't save anybody. So
Right,
it didn't matter. Right. So his blood didn't save anybody. It was purely symbolic. And so it's
right.
okay to kill somebody for a symbolic sign.
Yeah, it is for a symbolic
Like
sign.
are y'all
Oh,
fucking crazy or something? Like do you not fucking get that I'm repeating his words back to him? Like do you not fucking understand that? Like you
It's
so fucking
wild.
y'all are so focused on coming in here hating on me that you can't even follow the damn conversation. Like it's ridiculous.
So what's the point of all of it then? If it's symbolic and it doesn't matter, and so literally what would be the point?
okay, something.
Except for
Yeah,
meaningless, abuse of an innocent person.
right. It was symbolic in a way where it
Shut
showed
the fuck.
you.
I'm sorry. Shut the fuck up, Calvaro. Like literally, I repeat back to him everything that he says, and I clarify. You're just lying. I don't understand. Like, how can y'all say that you worship a Jesus that this Jesus died for you, right? And because this Jesus died for you, it's symbolic, whether you believe it's symbolic, whether you believe it actually does something, right? It actually saves you and helps you be a more moral person. Why is it that the people who believe in this Jesus act like that. The majority of people act like that. Why is it that those same people are willing to turn themselves into liars to defend this text, to defend this God? Why is it that the majority of them are willing to lower their moral standards to defend this God? Why is that?
Think
What's the whole point of this sacrifice if it doesn't actually make you a better person?
think I could just say something, please. Do you
Yeah.
think I'm a liar? Do you think I'm a liar?
No, I think that you have a very confusing ideology about the sacrifice that most Christians don't share, right? But I think that what I don't see, right, is this claim that this Jesus died, that him dying on this cross. I don't see this claim that it actually works, that it actually does anything. Like, I don't see any difference between just another human. In fact, I actually think it makes humans worse. I think it
Right.
gives them
I
nasty,
understand.
ugly
I
personalities.
understand. I totally understand. I totally agree with you in some points because a lot of people tend to focus on the blood that was spilled and not the way of the life, the really life he lived. And Jesus did told us that we need to live is the way how he lived. That was the last commandment he really gave us. He said, love one another as I have loved you, and be compassionate to those that you need to be compassionate to. And you need to have mercy on everybody, even those that persecute
I
you.
know the claim.
So
I'm talking about it actually working. All right? I know the claim, but
right.
doesn't work.
Well, to me,
That's what I'm saying.
it worked. To me,
Can
it
you get
worked
closer to the
because
mic? Can you get closer to the mic?
yeah, hear me better now.
Yeah, a lot better. Thank you.
Right. Right. Yes. So, based on what was said, right? Based on what was said, I was just trying to say that it's based on the way of life he lived. That was the most important point, that why he came down here to sacrifice his life for us to see a perfect example on how to live our lives.
But why did he
And
have to
a lot
die?
of Christians,
Why,
right,
if it's
why did
based
he
on,
have to
if the
die?
most important thing is about his life, why the death?
Right.
Why the sacrifice?
Why, why the sacrifice and why the death? Is to show the world that the majority of the world just evil. And you yourself said it there,
You
Tinker,
think that you
that
think
a
that
lot
you
of
think that
people,
you think that they didn't know that there was evil in the world before they sacrificed this Jesus?
everybody didn't know evil was in the world already. Everyone
You
did
said
know.
they didn't know or
If
they
it's not
did.
no, they did know. Everybody does
Okay,
know that evil did
so
exist in
if
the
they
world
knew
already.
that evil was in the world already, what's the point of the sacrifice? The sacrifice ain't the one that showed them that. They already knew that. He was sacrificed,
Right.
evil is still here. You don't need to sacrifice somebody to say, "Hey, there's evil in the world." Right? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I do agree with certain things you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is this, basically. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is this, right? A lot of people tend to give in to just, yeah, by his stripes we are healed, by the blood that was spilled, he made us saved, and we have eternal life through it. His blood sacrifice that he gave towards us as human beings, right? That's how normal Christians just think, right? But if you don't live the way that he lived, that means you defeated the whole purpose of why he sacrificed his life, right? It defeats the purpose.
You said the
And that's
purpose
why,
was to just say that. I'm confused because you're
all right,
saying, like, you said the purpose of
right,
the sacrifice. You said the sacrifice wasn't that
right,
important. Well, what are you saying right to?
right. And what I'm saying is this: the
Hold on, Joshua,
sacrifice.
Joshua, Joshua. What did
Yeah.
I just say? Because
Mm-hmm,
the whole time I'm talking, you're going right, right. What are you saying right about?
mm-hmm. All right. What I'm saying right about
No,
is
Joshua, I asked you a
pertaining.
question. Joshua, I just asked you a
Mm-hmm.
question. What question did I just ask you?
The question that you just asked me is, what is the point? Where am I? What am I trying to say? Whether it's the blood or whether it's not the blood that was sacrificed that saved us?
No,
That's what you're asking me.
no.
All right. Well, can you ask it again? Can you ask it again so I can be clearer on what you asked? Thank you. Because I don't want to mix up what you're saying. Please. Thanks.
I don't give. I'm not talking to you, Joshua. I'm talking to
I understand.
the Calvin or whatever the fuck his name is in the comments. I don't give a fuck if you
Yeah.
think it's polite to be talking while someone else is talking or going right, because as you can clearly see, it's not polite. It is not polite for me to have to repeat myself because he wasn't listening. He was listening to respond and pretending to comprehend what I was saying. It's not, even if you do it in Africa, it's not right because he doesn't know what I said. Ask him what I said, Calvero. You repeat for him what I said then, since you fucking want to answer for him. Tell him what I said, Calvero, since you his lawyer. Jesus Esquire. That's what it needs to be called. Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost Esquire.
Um, I think I wanted to find out something from you. What What are you confused about with what I said earlier on? I want to make sure that I clarify whatever I was being confused about.
You said,
All right.
like, honestly, you have said a lot of stuff. You keep flip-flopping back and forth.
All
You
right.
said that it was purely symbolic. Now you're trying to say that the sacrifice was just so people would know that there's evil in the world, right? Now you said the sacrifice didn't matter. Now you're saying the sacrifice does matter, right? You're flip-flopping back and forth. It doesn't make
Okay.
sense. Like, honestly, the conversation, it just doesn't make sense. I
I
get that
understand.
you're saying that this is your interpretation, right? This is your interpretation that this God doesn't need to spill blood and that the blood is purely symbolic, right? But you can't have it both ways, right? You can't say that it is
Right.
necessary and at the same time unnecessary. You have to choose one.
All right.
Was it necessary for him to be sacrificed or was it unnecessary?
It wasn't necessary for him to be sacrificed,
Okay. Now, why was it necessary for him to be sacrificed?
so that he could show the world that the way of life he lived, he was killed for being a good person, more or less.
Where in the book does it say he was killed for being a good person?
As I said, that is my interpretation. It's not in the book.
So anybody can have any interpretation that they want. I'm sorry, thinker. I'm going on mute.
No. Go
No,
ahead, because I don't think that I
no,
can.
I'm
Like,
not saying.
it's
No, I'm not saying that anybody could have their own interpretation on anything that they want. But what I'm saying is this, is that Jesus Christ came. He healed people. He woke up people from the dead. He did all these great things for people, right? And yet still they saw him as a blasphemer, as a necromancer, as a person working for the devil, and they killed him for it. And he still helped all those people. So the question is this: what wrong did he do, or what commandment did he broke that they had to kill him for it or unalive him? Sorry,
But are you
if you
really
understand where I'm come
asking us?
from.
Are you really asking us that? Because you don't go by the book. Like
Right?
there's no
No, I
point in
do.
us. Like there's no point in us.
Right,
We could go to the book and we can show you
right,
why they said they killed him. Please don't do that while I'm talking
right.
because you're not. You. I can't.
Joshua, if you need to say right while she's talking, mute while she's talking. And you can say right and she won't hear it. And it satisfies her not having to be cut off with the rights and you being able to satisfy your need to say right after everything that she says.
Joshua, there is no point in us going to the book. Like you asked us, what did show us something that he did wrong and why they would kill him, right? We would answer that with the book, with the Bible. But your interpretation is not biblical. This is an extra biblical
Okay.
interpretation. Joshua, please stay muted while I'm
Right.
talking. So we can't answer this question for you because this is a interpretation that you've made up on your own. There's no source that we can point to answer that question for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But there is a source in the Bible where we could see what I'm speaking about. And if you want us to use the Bible verses to back up what I'm saying, I want us to go to First John 5.
Okay. Yeah, I asked you this before, right?
I
And I asked you
apologize.
how are you getting to this interpretation? You said it was something that you made up. So now you're
Uh,
saying you said it was your own interpretation,
right.
but now you're saying it's biblical,
It's biblical. Let's
right?
let's go to First John 5 and read it.
Okay. And this is going to show us that Jesus died for being a good person.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. What verse?
Let us read. Let us read First John 5, the third to last verse. The third to
Third
last
to
verse in
last one,
First John 5. Yeah, the third to last verse.
which is
I don't
what?
have a Bible in front of me. I don't have a Bible in front of me, but hold on. I'll tell you.
While we are waiting, well, even while we're talking, please gift the panelists of your choice. Get these likes up. They should be way more than 201K right now. And share it alive. Thank you.
Thinker, the flip flopping is like,
Mm-hmm.
good Lord.
Yeah, it's a lot. And then like the uh, Joshua is pretty cool. He's nice and respectful, and I can
Yeah.
respect that.
Yeah.
Other than like the right thing, like that's a lot. Um, but like I'm tripping off of the Cali person in the comments. He's crying so much. Like I don't like crybabies. I can't be around people who whine a lot. Like I just can't.
I get
I
you.
can only imagine. Fuck. Like his family around him. Like, god damn. Like he seems like he would be the type of person that would go through some shit and he'd be like, God did it, or the fucking devil, or like everybody in his life is responsible for shit except for him. And everybody in his life should have pity on him. And they probably like get tired of seeing his ass come because it is a lot to fucking have a whining ass adult around you 24 hours a day. Like, I fucking could not.
I think I got the verse is First John 5, chapter 19. Verse 19, sorry. First John 5, verse 19.
We know that we are God's children and that the whole world lies under the power of the evil one.
Right.
Okay.
So if you read the verses before that, that will be 18 and 17. I believe you will see that if we live the way of Jesus Christ, right, the whole will light and wickedness, so they will persecute us based on the way Jesus lived. And that is why he got killed,
Okay, we're gonna read it,
basically.
and I want you to. Okay, I'm gonna read it, and stop me when we
No
get to the
problem.
part that says, Stop me when we get to the part that says this is why he died. He died because he was a good person. Stop me when we get to the words that says that. Okay, or the words that you use to interpret that. Okay, fair.
Yeah,
Cool,
fair.
Joshua. Okay, all right.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. We know that those who are born of God do not sin, but the one who was born of God protects them, and the evil one does not touch them. We know that we are God's children, and that the whole world lies under the power of the evil one. And we know that the Son of God has come and has given us understanding so that we may know him who is true. And we are in him who is true, in his Son, Jesus Christ. He is the true God and eternal life. So you didn't
So
stop
what it
me.
was, no, I didn't stop you because I wanted you to finish out the whole thing so I can
But what did I
explain
ask you
step
to
by
do?
step.
But what
You
did
asked
I
me to stop
ask
you.
for? When?
You
When did I
asked me to
want?
stop you.
When did I want you to stop me?
You wanted me to stop you when it showed that Jesus Christ died for being a good person. That is what you
Yeah.
wanted me to stop
So
you
where?
at.
Right. That's what I asked because that's what I needed to understand where you are coming from.
Right.
Where?
I
Which
understand.
words? What words are
Ah,
you using to interpret that this says he died for being a good person?
all right. So if you literally read through the whole script here, you'll understand that because the whole world lieth in evilness and wickedness, the
No.
reason why they could not have
No.
accepted
No,
Jesus'
Joshua,
teachings.
no. Joshua, no. You can't tell me to read verses 18 through 20 and says this is why I believe what I believe and then tell me, "Oh, you got to read the whole scripture."
No, not the
No.
whole scripture. No. Think that that's not what I'm saying. From
Joshua, where
18 to
in verses
20,
18 to 20
right?
what are you using in this to say that he died because he was a good person? What words in here it's are you using to interpret that?
All right. The words that I'm using is that we are in him that is true. What is truth? That is exactly the main words I'm using. We are in him
Uh,
that is true.
okay, so you're taking when it says so we may know him who is true, and we are in him who is
Right.
true,
In him that
and
is
that
true.
he is
Right.
true.
Just that alone. Just that alone. Just
That mean
that
that
basic.
okay, okay, hold on, Joshua.
All right.
That
All right.
alone says that when you read that, that says, "Oh, he died because he was a good person, not for sins. It was because he was a good person." That when you read that,
The,
that's the interpretation you get.
the interpretation I get from that is that he is the way, the truth, and the life, and it's only by living our life, by how he lived his life, that's how we could be able to call ourselves true Christians. That's
That's not
exactly
the
what I
question I
what I get
asked you,
from that.
though. That isn't what I asked you. I didn't ask you if you can live a true Christian life. That's not what you
No,
were
you did not. No,
presenting,
that's not.
right? And that's not. And
Correct.
that isn't what you were presenting. You were presenting
Right.
evidence.
Uh-huh.
Right what? Right what, Joshua? What are you saying right to?
I'm saying it right to exactly what you're saying, and I
Which is
totally
what?
agree.
Which is
Which
what?
I totally agree. Which is what you are breaking down for me is exactly what you said.
What
Right.
did
That
I
is
break
why
down for
I'm
you?
saying that.
Joshua,
You
what did I
break
break
down.
down?
You broke down for me that the topic that we are discussing has nothing to do with the verse that we presented. That way, you was breaking down for me. Is that not what you were saying?
Not the topic that, no, Joshua. You said that when you read, know him who is true, you hear that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light.
Right.
Right. But the question that
Mhm.
I asked you was, what in this text makes you say that Jesus died because he was a good person?
All right. So I will explain myself, and I wouldn't even use. I would use the verses and explain it all entirely. Right. If something is evil, right, and versus something that is good, doesn't evil want to eliminate good? Let me just break it down in layman terms here.
Yeah,
Does
I
evil be
agree.
against good? Right. Okay, cool. So if evil wants to eliminate good, and good, to me, good does want to transform evil into good, not eliminate evil. And by
How
transforming
does
evil
that,
into good, evil is eliminated.
okay, and how
And
does
evil,
that say
and
there? Why do you keep taking these long pauses and then when I start talking, you start back?
I apologize. You go ahead, think.
How does that translate to, therefore, Jesus didn't die to forgive sins? He only died, they only killed him because he was a good person. How does that translate to that?
Okay, so Jesus was killed because he was living the perfect life of how someone as an actual human being supposed to live. He was killed for that because he was doing the truth of life. He was proclaiming and practicing the truth, the way, and the life that each human being supposed to live. That is why he was killed. Because if the whole world lighten wickedness, they will not want anyone in the world to understand how to live to defeat evil. Basically, that is what it's trying to say.
Okay, let's look at something right quick. Okay.
Right, let's go.
We'll go to Matthew chapter 15. All right. The Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat." Okay. Here, I'm going to go line by line with you. Okay? We have Pharisees and scribes, right? We have Pharisees and scribes coming to this Jesus and asking him, why are his disciples breaking the tradition of the elders for not washing their hands before they eat? Okay. Then Jesus, it says, then he answered them, and why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the father. So for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. You hypocrites. Okay? So here you have Pharisees and scribes who came to this Jesus and asked, why aren't your disciples washing their hands and following the traditions of the elders? Then Jesus says, better yet, let me ask you why you're not following the law of God and stoning disrespectful children who dishonor their mother and father, right? Would you say that stoning children is an evil act? Stoning kids who disobey their parents or who speak ill of their parents, would you say that that's evil?
No, I wouldn't say it is evil in that
Okay,
time. In that
so
time. In that time.
okay, so stoning kids is not evil. Is it evil to not to create a new tradition, not stone the kids, and allow them to pay a fine for disrespecting their parents? Is that the evil thing?
If kids are evil, because it was stated in Genesis chapter 8, I believe, that man's imagination is evil from his youth. So that means if you don't
No, I didn't
retain,
ask you if the kids were evil. What? Listen to my
right?
question. Is it
Mhm.
evil to create a new tradition, right? That says that a child who disrespects their mother or father verbally, right, no longer has to be stoned, but can now pay a fee to the church to save their life. Is that the evil act?
Yes, that could be an evil act as well. Reason why I'm saying this is because if I pay a fine based on my evil responses, all I just have to make sure is that I have income, steady income coming in my hands, and I can be disrespectful. I can live how I want, and I have no direction to what I'm going to become.
So the evil the holy thing to do is to stone the person who disrespects their parents. That's the holy thing.
The holy thing to do is to correct them with the rod of correction and make them understand they are wrong.
No,
That's the
no,
holy
no.
thing to do.
No. There is no make them understand they are wrong. Jesus is saying the law says that the child should die the death, that they
Right.
should surely die. There is no make them
Hmm.
understand what's right or wrong. It's kill them. So
Right.
so from my understanding, you're saying that Jesus came, right, to turn evil into good, right? Because
Yes.
okay, that you're saying Jesus came to turn evil into good. So the evil thing that he's attacking here to you is that the Pharisees and the scribes are no longer stoning disobedient children. They
Right.
are allowing these disobedient children to pay a fine,
Hmm.
right? And leaving them with the possibility to disobey their parents in the future again. That's the evil thing.
Yes.
And then Jesus came to turn it into the good thing. The good thing is stoning the children and taking them off the earth so they don't have an opportunity to disobey their parents again. That's the thing that Jesus came to replace fines with, because they had gotten away from stoning kids. Am I understanding you correctly?
Right. Yes. That
Repeat
is what
back to
I'm
me.
trying to
Repeat
say.
back to me what I said.
You're saying that Jesus, who said to stone your kids anytime they are being disrespectful to their parents, rather than they pay a fine when they be disrespectful to their parents, correct? And that's what you were saying? You were asking me if I believe that Jesus was right for saying to kill the children for being disrespectful.
I'm asking, is
That's
that
what you were
yes?
asking me, huh?
Yes. And is that the good thing that you're saying that Jesus came to replace evil with?
No, No, I don't want to
Hold
be
on, I need to
seen
address
as a
something in the
person.
comments. Somebody
No.
said where is stoning mentioned here in the book. So Jesus is quoting a law in Deuteronomy that says that if your child is unruly or lazy or disobedient or a drunkard, you put are to take them before the elders, and everybody in the camp is to stone them to death. That's the law for a disobedient child. And here in Matthew 15, Jesus is quoting this law to the scribes and Pharisees and saying, you're not following the law of God. The commandment says, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. So when he says must surely die, he's talking about the law in Deuteronomy that says to stone a disobedient child, right? So that's where the stoning is mentioned. And this is verse 4 in chapter 15 of Matthew. I hope that answered your question. Go ahead, Joshua. The way some of y'all are like justifying stoning children for disobeying, I hope y'all don't have kids. Joshua, are you there?
They do.
Huh?
I said, unfortunately, I bet they do have children.
Well, while
Look,
we're
this
here,
this person got to go. He said it's harsh. He or she said it's harsh, big time, and sad, but it seems necessary to fucking stone a disobedient child. Like they gotta go.
what?
Yeah, they gotta go.
Absolutely not. Well, there's 1,000 people in here, and we're only at 213,000 likes. Can you please tap that screen and show the host and the panel some love, and just if you're enjoying the conversation?
Okay, do me a favor and let the mods do that. Okay. And so Selena is the mod on the stage.
My bad.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, AK. Also, caps are for mods. And if you've been in here for maybe even 20 minutes, Thinker said that out loud, and we type it in the comments. So we will mute. Thank you, John. We will mute and or block depending on how many times you do it.
While he's gone, do we even really, what is his actual stance on this? Do we even know yet?
Stance on what? On this
Where,
scripture?
yeah.
Yeah, he thinks it's evil to not stone the kids because it's in the law, and he thinks it's holy that Jesus is saying they should be following the law and stoning the kids.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't be worried about it, Blade, should you? Like the crazy thing is that you are here while we are deconstructing, minding our own business. I think it's crazy that you're worried about what we do with our own life. Nobody came and got Jade and said, "Hey, Jade, you shouldn't be a Christian." We just let you live your life. We wish that you would let us do ours. You really shouldn't be. You're here to judge. Like you're here to hate. You're a hate watcher. Like the thing that you comment is people think they're deconstructing, but the whole time they're self-destructing. You're here to judge. Honestly, you're wasting your damn time because don't nobody in here plans on living by your judgments. Nobody. Joshua, if you don't come back, TikTok will take you down. You can't be gone off the app that long. Yeah, I am frustrated. I'm glad you can recognize emotions. Joshua, I'm gonna have to take you down and move on to somebody else. Okay. I don't know if you're on a phone call, but we're gonna have to move on. I am an angry woman. Thank you for recognizing that, Jethro.
Why are they so afraid of emotions?
I don't know. I guess I think they think it's an insult to say that
Right.
a woman is angry. They think that women still today want to like be the sedity, fake happy,
Right.
leave it to beaver type women for them. Like I don't know.
Excuse me
It's
while I go iron my
hilarious.
husband's drawers.
The commercials with the baked beans.
Right.
Like
We have to fold
yeah.
his socks real quick. Hold on. Come on, baby. We don't care.
Y'all laughing, but I remember when my grandmama used to do that.
I remember mine used to do it too. That's why I said it.
And used to would make starch it and used to make the starch, put it in the
Hmm.
refrigerator.
Yep.
But it like for people, for men today to, or even women, because some women be doing it too, but for people today to still be focused on the emotion of anger and try to use it as a like an insult or a weapon um towards somebody, right? Like the shame that anger has been put on, I mean the shame that has been put on anger is ridiculous that it still exists today. It's almost as ridiculous as misogyny still existing today, right? Or racism still existing today, or even just like belief systems where grown people have friends that they can't see. But it's it's ridiculous that people will fixate on an emotion, um, even like. And the crazy thing is, like, these are believers who preach about love, right? Oh, I have this thing that allows me to just love and love my enemy, right? It allows me to turn the other cheek. But the emotions that they fixate on are all the negative emotions. Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It,
Yep. And it's funny that you say, because one of the things that I said they're still heavy on from the Old Testament is how unclean women are during our cycles, right? So what I've started doing is at work, when I'm going to the bathroom to change during that time, I either have it hanging out of my pocket or I hold it in my hand. And people are like, Miss Selena, your pad is hanging out your pocket. I know. I know.
That
like,
just
get that
reminded
stigma away. It's crazy.
That just reminded me, I'm so sorry, ADHD brain, of something that
You
happened
okay?
that's kind of like this. So I was at the hospital, and you go, like, I was helping my daughter with something. And so, sometimes female, like, women were in public and you have to go to the bathroom after, like, that morning coffee. So I go in there and there's three of us just sitting there and it's just dead silent. So the only thing I could think of to do was I pushed my ocean night sounds on my phone, so all you hear is waves going. I'm like, sorry. I was like, I have stage fright.
Stage fright.
So I finished my business and I'm leaving and I hear this. Thank you.
Oh my god.
That's just reminded me of that. It
That's
was
funny
so
as
funny.
heck. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm like my sons. I have been teaching my sons what to buy. Especially, they'll go in the store and get pads and stuff for their sisters because it's like, what's the big deal? It's a part of life. What are we
Because
doing?
the God, like it's so crazy. Like the God in this Bible created women to have periods, but then he makes men afraid of the periods. Like
Yeah.
make like it's so crazy. Like they spend the majority of their life running away from blood, and then while yelling and screaming that blood is what saves them.
Exactly.
Like, it is
Oh my god.
insane.
I have my son
Very.
tampons in his backpack because he has a lot of, like he has a girlfriend, he has a lot of female friends, and people have been like making fun of him. He's like, bro, we've been using tampons up our nose since we were little. Wrestling. He's like, they absorb everything.
Exactly.
He's so
Come
funny.
on.
The blood of
Come
the
on.
Lamb. Oh my God. Now
Oh.
behold
Oh.
the Lamb, the precious Lamb of God. Yeah, I like that. Born into
Love it.
queens. Because, yeah, I like that.
The
Now
blood of the
behold the
lamb.
Lamb.
No, that's a t-shirt. Hold on.
I could play
Yes, that's a
cowbell.
t-shirt.
I could play cowbell in the back while you sing.
Oh God.
You always
We
need
need
more
more
cowbell.
cowbell. We need more cowbell.
Gotta have that cowbell.
Hold on. We got to make sure. We got to put the quotation on there. We put it on a t-shirt. That was law. We got to make sure we know which law when we put it on a t-shirt and we quote,
Yep.
so they don't think that it's la la. Yeah, the blood of the lamb. I mean, the blood of the man. I like that. If you are in the guest request box and you are a believer, we need 2 believers to join the stage. Please come in and let us know who you are. G Love asked a question about what did she say in the comments?
Yes, who put evil in, who created evil and who put it in there.
Yeah, but I saw that one, but it was a different question. I think I'm getting my grandson's cold again. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, mine gave me his last week.
But you know what? I would rather have it. I would rather have it than him.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I don't know if you.
Damn, are you spamming, G Love? No, that was a question. Who created anger or one to do evil in humans? Your God did. Your God did. And stop spamming. Comment your question one time. There's no need to spam. But it was your God who created evil. And your God literally is the God of wrath. Your God created anger. And then, like, how do y'all say that you're created in the image of your God, who's a very angry God? He says some very narcissistic shit a lot of times to the Israelites, right? He's very angry. He has a imagination that is very violent, right? Y'all say that you are created in the image of your God, but yet for some reason anger seems foreign to you. Right. He could have made a world without it, but he didn't because he wanted angry robots. He wanted violent robots that would go and do his dirty work. That's why he created this covenant with Abraham, right? Got his militia together and sent them to kill people. It's crazy how a God of the whole entire world, like when he does choose a group of people, he commands those group of people to go and kill people. That's his first command to them, is to go and kill. And then when they come back, like they're like, what the fuck? Them motherfuckers is huge. Who finna go fight them bitches? They taller than us. It's like we look like grasshoppers. Like what the fuck? And he goes, all right, bet. Like you gonna sit up here and you gonna act like a little bee? You gonna act like a little bitch like that? All right, cool. I'm every last one of y'all that got scared because you saw some tall giants. Every last one of y'all that got scared, y'all gonna die in the wilderness. I'm not taking y'all into Canaan with me because I need some killers.
Wow.
I'm gonna wait 40 years. I'm gonna let y'all be in this wilderness for 40 years until these babies grow up, and I'm gonna train these babies. I'm gonna let these babies see death. I'm gonna let these babies starve. I'm gonna train me some killers, and then I'm gonna wait until all of y'all little whiny asses are dead, and then we gonna march on Canaan. That's what your God did. He raised up some killers in the wilderness in this book. There wasn't nothing loving about that. Damn near every last one that he brought out of Egypt in this book, he killed in the wilderness.
Yep.
He might as well left there. Did he know? Did he know that he was going to kill them in the wilderness when he sent Moses to go get them? That's the question of it. Did he know that when he set them free that he was going to kill them? He might as well left them in slavery.
Well, I mean, he had to have known because he knew exactly how it was going to play out in the garden. Because remember, he knows all.
Yahweh, did you know? That's all I could hear. That's all I could hear. Oh my God. He knew because he's all knowing. And I said, so after I had a thought. I was like, it's impossible to answer all prayers, especially because you know exactly how you're going to go. But if people are praying a different prayer, I'm praying, oh my gosh, I'm praying for one person to win. I'm going to use sports. I'm praying for my team to win. And then someone else is praying for their team to win. He can't answer both of those prayers if they're playing each other.
Well, we just saw what happened just now. I had my money on Kojic.
I
Why? Tell
did.
me
I know.
why there is a prophetess on here who prophesied that Kamala would win.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah. And so there are that the prophesied that she would be president. That's what it says. She would be president, that she would win. But now they're saying, well, she never said that she would win the election. They said that she would be the president. And they're like January 20th haven't happened yet. So like there's a group of people who are still holding out that something is going to transpire that's going to make her president before January 20th because they believe this prophetess. And they don't want to admit that she lied.
I mean, we've seen how that ends for other situations like this. I mean, we could ramble on Jonestown, Heaven's Gate, Waco. Like,
Yep. I don't even understand.
people be crazy. That's why I live in Alaska in the middle of nowhere and talk to moose.
Why is it moose and not meese?
You know, that's a great question.
Sorry. I always think that when I hear moose.
My husband and I talk about this often, and we're like, the American language is so stupid.
It is. It is.
Like,
It's just goose and geese.
No,
But
right.
it's never
Mises.
moose and meese.
yes. And then there's like
Should be
there,
Mises.
there, and there. Poor, and
Oh my
poor.
God. I'm like, these poor people pour out their hearts every day. Pour out their hearts every day. These poor people.
Marissa, hi. How are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Hi,
doing
how are you?
good. You have an
Oh
echo.
yeah.
Are you able to fix that? Hey, Mezzo.
Hey,
Mezzo,
Mezzo.
are you sleeping? I'm gonna sing in your ear tonight. Mezzo, wake up. Mezzo is
Mezzo,
sleeping.
my child.
Mezzo is asleep. We're gonna take him down and tell him that we serenaded him and he's asleep.
Dang it, Mezzo.
Good night, Mezzo.
Oh, is she coming back up?
I'm trying to get the box to open up. Let's see. There she is.
I got her.
I think she's still there. Okay, I think she still has an echo though. Are you able to come off and see?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
You still have an echo for some reason. So let's do this. While I'm off mute, you mute, and then when you're off mute, I'll mute, and maybe that'll fix the echo. You said that you have a question.
Did that fix it? Did that fix it? Did that fix it?
It did not. Try playing a music app. Open a music app real quick and then close it.
Did that work? Did that work? Oh man.
Let's see if she can come back up. Oh, she probably does need to like close the app altogether. If you are a believer, we have two non-believers on stage. We need two believers to come that won't talk in circles. Comment in the comments if you're in the guest request box so I know who to bring on stage, please. Okay, Marissa. I don't like devil's advocates in here. I feel like that
I don't like that.
unless we're like joking around, but I think devil's advocates is just, I don't know, a waste of time. Marissa, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if maybe you can type your question in the comments. Good morning, Dr. Bowen.
Good morning.
Stay and praying. I've been doing. I don't need to join the movement. I'm 5 years in, but peace and power to those that do. I support those that do. Yeah, I'm 5 years strong. Let's see, Marissa. We'll try again. Well, she was in there. I don't see her anymore. If you're in the guest request box, can you please comment to let me know that you are in there on purpose, please?
TikTok has been wild the past couple of weeks. I don't know what's going on with it.
I don't think she's gonna be able to fix her echo. It's got to be something with her phone. Chemistry, Marv, Jubilant, Marie, Paige, Mishy. Oh, there's Marissa again.
If her,
Not
have her
very
turn
nice.
her Bluetooth on or off. If her Bluetooth is on.
Did that work?
No, I don't know what's causing your echo. Are you on a Bluetooth or on some headphones?
No, I'm just on my phone. I tried turning off my Bluetooth and everything.
No, I'm just on my phone. I tried turning off my Bluetooth and everything. No, I'm just on my phone. Maybe you can type your question in the comments and then I can answer it that way.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Well, that's crazy. There was no echo
It
there.
didn't. Okay, I was just about to say it didn't echo just now.
Try it again.
I wonder if it's how she's holding her phone.
I have it setting down and I see a comment. Someone asked if I'm
I have it
talking, but
setting
I'm
down
not.
and I see a comment. Someone asked if I'm I have it setting down and I see a comment. Someone asked if I'm I have it setting down. I don't know. Type it in the comments and let's see. Did y'all see that video of that lady with the shaved head at a football game and the smoke was coming off of her head? Did y'all see that video? Because she was having a hot flash.
Oh no, but I can understand it.
And it's so crazy because it's like, is that what the hell is happening when we have hot flashes? Like the smoke coming off our heads? Like, that's wild.
That is of God. You have to go through this.
Like what?
Oh my gosh.
You do radiate heat. I don't know if you can see it, but you do radiate it. Especially if you hit like a good one hit you.
Man, like the reason why I thought about it because I feel like I'm having one right now, but it made me think about her scalp. Like she had like smoke coming off her scalp, and she was saying that she was having a hot flash.
That's why I love living in Alaska, because I'll get like that and I literally will just go outside and lay in the snow.
I couldn't do that. I don't know who's in this box, y'all. I'm just gonna bring people up and we're gonna clear it out and see. Chemistry is not there. Since I've left, I get these thoughts that he's gonna hurt me. Oh no. Oh, you think that the God is gonna hurt you and your family. The fear of not being there. Let me ask you a question. Were you threatened with those type of thoughts while you were a Christian? Were you threatened with God's gonna get you? If you don't do this, then God's gonna do this? Okay. That is a difficult belief that because of his character in the Bible. That's a difficult belief that it's gonna take some time to reconstruct or deconstruct from. And have you ever seen somebody who does not believe in the God? Have you ever seen the God just like strike them down for not believing in them? Like, think about this belief that you have, right? Of this happening to you, and ask yourself, have you seen it happen to somebody else in your life? Is there your parents used to threaten that? Is there an example that you have that you can say, oh, I believe this because this happened to such and such in your life, not in the book?
Were you asking me?
No, I'm talking to Marissa.
Oh.
G Love, go ask God. Go ask God. Marissa, are there any like real life examples that you can say, hey, this I know this to be true, that if I leave, he's gonna strike me down because he struck such and such down? or he did something bad to such and such for not believing in him. Do you have like any real life examples that your mind tries to validate that fear with? Have you ever saw those posts of people that mocked him and they ended up messed up? I've seen like the YouTube videos where people just correlate events and try to say this is because they didn't believe in God. But like, I'm not asking if you've seen things on like YouTube. Do you have any real life examples in your life, right? Not a YouTube video, not a claim on social media, not something in the book, in your life with people who don't believe in this God. Okay. So then I think that that might be a good starting point for you, right? When you start deconstructing from that ideology, from that belief, is to kind of focus on reality, right? And ask yourself, what have you experienced in reality? This is a claim, right? That people use to threaten you, or to instill fear in you to get you to behave a certain way or to believe a certain thing. And then now a good stepping stone would be to assess that claim within your material realm, within your immediate life, right? And I'm sure, do you have other people around you who do not believe in this God? I know the feeling, Marissa. I agree. I wish your phone worked, and you didn't have the echo, so we can. So what I will say is that it takes time to deconstruct from that fear. Christianity is a fear based belief system, a lot of times, and so it does take time to deconstruct from that. And just remind yourself one thing, that when you start feeling that anxiety, I can tell you what helped me is just talking to myself and saying, I am safe. You are safe. Just reminding yourself that you're safe. And then eventually you'll get a good control over it. And then just remember, Marissa, life is life. Life happens, right? Nothing is happening to you because you don't share a hope or a wish with somebody else. Life is life. Good things happen, bad things happen, happy things happen, and sad things happen to everybody on this rock. And just remind yourself of that. And when you start feeling the anxiety, just remind yourself that you're safe and that it just takes time.
And if I could,
I oh.
oh, please go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I used to get post-its because like my family was like that also, and in the beginning, and I would write down like affirmations, and I would literally just put them all over my entire house and make myself say them every time I would walk past one, and that really, really kind of helped with that deconstructing and trying to start to deprogram that indoctrination.
And I think it's also useful to recognize, particularly for someone who held the biblical text to be inspired or inerrant, that unbelief, particularly in the Hebrew Bible, but I think this probably carries through in the New Testament as well. Normally, people that are, I guess today what we would call non-resistant non-believers, particularly those that are like, help my unbelief, right? Uh, like those people are generally provided for by the deity, right? A sign is given. I think of Gideon, who's genuinely out there, like, okay, I want to believe that you're from God, or that you are, so can you just give me a sign? Please, if you could just give me one more sign. It's usually not the people. In fact, I can't think of an example off the top of my head of someone who was genuinely saying, I don't understand how this can be true. I want to understand, but I just can't. that God takes out his wrath upon, right? It's the people that are obstinate, that are recalcitrant, that are, um, I know it to be true, but I refuse to submit or whatever. Like um, and so I think that's very telling, at least for me, that even in
That's
those
a really
cases,
good point. I'm sorry, Dr. Bone. I was just agreeing with you. I'd never even thought about it like that. Like, that's a really good point.
yeah, I think that this comes up, I think, a fair amount in this context of are there non-resistant non-believers? People like I feel like I fall into that category because I still struggle, right, with the trauma. And and so it's difficult for me, and I've been out for over a decade. And yet, because it was such a core part of my being, it's something that I still, just as young lady is saying, like, I still struggle with those fears. But I think remembering that even even people like uh, that are the supposed audience of the book of Daniel, or the audience of the book of Daniel, the supposed writer of the book of Daniel. These are people that are going through tremendous struggles and trials, specifically uh, with the intended result of them denouncing their particular faith. Right? That's how it's presented. And the message of the apocalyptic literature in Daniel is just hang on a little bit longer. I know that it looks bad. I know it looks like it's everything's gone awry and that God has forsaken you. But here, in fact, let me pull back the veil, as it were, and show you the man behind the curtain, because that's what an apocalypse is, right? It's saying, look, we're gonna give you this like special view into what's going on behind the scenes in the divine realm, so that you have encouragement. But that's the whole point: is that when people are facing these things, the trope seems to be, the consistent thing seems to be, put your hands, touch my hands, touch my side, right? And yet, of course, blessed are you because you have seen and you believe, but blessed are those who have not seen and believe. But I mean, like, I think the whole point is that these are people that want to believe, that are trying to believe. And I think that, and I'll land here, I'm so sorry. But I think for many of us that have deconstructed for quite a while, and probably from in periods even following the initial phases, like with me, it's not that we're like openly antagonistic against the idea of God being real or something. I'd love to see, my son that died. I'd love to see him again. Um, so it's not that I'm against an afterlife. It's just I don't see any good reason to believe in that. And I think that the biblical text, if they do something consistently, it's to give those signs to people that want to believe.
I agree. And I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Bowen. I didn't know that you lost a child.
Oh, thank you. That's thank you.
Yeah. I agree that I think that it makes a lot of sense that there are, one of the reasons why we have the live is because we can ask questions for those of us that are deconstructing, either away from this belief system or reconstructing it into a more healthier place. I think that's why we focus on making it a safe space to help you do that, because most people in here are not outly saying that a God doesn't exist, but saying that there is no good evidence for that belief in a God. Now, I don't see any good evidence for a belief in this God, and if even if there was, I still would not serve this God as I don't like the God's morals. And I don't see that it actually does any good for a person. But I think that nobody in here is saying, oh, I know this to be true and I still reject it. So I agree with Dr. Bowen. And so hopefully, Marissa, that will help you, with your fear and your anxiety that you're dealing with right now. G Love, go talk to Elon. I don't know. She's
Are you
asking
okay,
some
boo?
weird questions. She's asking some
Yeah.
very weird questions.
Why Elon want robot? She still sound like a robot.
Like, what is going on?
She still sounds like the robot that she didn't want you to. Oh my God.
Margie? Hello, Margie? Okay. It's 900 people in here, and everybody in the box is in the box on accident. Marv, are you there? Can you take Marv down? Selena, he didn't pop up on stage, so I can't delete him. Keep in mind, right now, Librarian Dragon, we're looking for 2 believers. We already have 2 non-believers on stage, so we're looking for 2 believers to join the stage. And then if you have an off-topic question and you've been waiting during the week to ask that question, today would be the time to do that. Jubilani? Okay, can we remove that person? Paige Turner. Okay, they are not there. These 2 don't have names, so I'm not gonna add them. All right, we're down to the last 3. Okay, they're not there. No, I think there's a lot of hate watchers in here. They sound like Weight Watchers. Hate watchers.
They don't want that smoke.
They need to learn how to shed the hate. We got a hate watchers program. Yep, that's another t-shirt.
I was about to say, you gonna make me make a commercial about that. Are you drinking Haterade? Join Hate Watchers.
Shed the hate. Oh my goodness. All right. If you are a believer, or if you identify as a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible, right now there are 2 spots open for you on the panel to come up and start a discussion with AK, Miss Charlene, and Dr. Bowen about one of the topics on the board. There's 919 people in this room, so I'm sure there are 2 very strong, courageous, well-read believers willing to come on
Sure, though?
stage.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I have faith. I have faith in them. I might not have faith in Jesus, but I have faith that there are 2 believers in here that can handle a conversation. There's one. China stepped up to the plate. Is there one that will join China on stage? Is there a believer that will have China's back?
Not you, G Love.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
That's good. So right now, since you're the only believer on stage, you can have a one-on-one conversation. I don't want you to kind of feel like you're being tackled by multiple people, since there is not another believer. Until there's another believer on stage, what I would like for you to do is pick a topic, and then you and Miss Charlene can discuss until there's another believer that joins. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Which
me
topic did
know
you want to discuss?
about the Bible. I'm gonna believe in the Bible.
Did you say you don't believe in the Bible?
Yeah, 'cause I'm on the right Bible. I'm on the perfect.
Oh, okay. So I do have to take you down, okay? Because we're looking for
Yeah.
believers in the Christian God, okay?
Yeah, I believe in God.
But you don't believe in the Christian God, right?
Yeah.
You do believe
Okay,
in the
that's
Christian
fine.
God, or you don't? Huh?
No, I don't believe in a Christian God.
Okay. So I do have to
But
take
I
you
believe
down.
in him though.
Okay. All right.
That's
So
fine.
the conversation is about the God of the Christian Bible. So I'm gonna take you down, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for trying. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good
Yeah.
morning, okay?
You too.
All right. Thank you. He sounds
How are y'all
sweet.
doing this morning?
I'm good, Brayden. How are you? Give me just 1 second, okay?
No, you're fine.
All right.
Yeah, he sounded like he was sleeping.
Yeah, he does sound
Uh,
like he was sleeping.
he's been in the comments all night, so commenting.
Yeah, I thought the way he was commenting, I thought he was a Christ
There,
believer. Okay.
eh, do you see the other person, Phantom 66 or something like that? I can't get the box to open. Can you see that person in there? Never mind, it's open now.
I've been having
No,
trouble like
they're
trying to
not there
join on
no
No,
my
more.
they're
computer
gone.
because I sound better on my computer than I do my phone.
You can join from your computer.
No, I can't join from my computer.
Oh, okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Christian Bible?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you do 101 with Charlene. As of right now, AK and Selena, I'm gonna ask that y'all not jump in yet until we get another believer on the board. The only people that can jump in would be me and Dr. Bowen for right now.
Gotcha.
Can you pick a topic?
So I'm torn because I've been kind of delving into my native background as of late, if that makes sense.
I'm yeah. What does that have to do with the topics on the screen?
I don't know.
Did you come up to discuss any of the topics on the screen?
So basically, I'm just kind of questioning I'm a believer. I've always been raised in the Christian church, and I've just been questioning, I guess, my beliefs because I've been getting in more into my native background of beliefs because of the reservations that I was raised on, like the Choctaw reservations.
Okay, and you're wondering about the gods that your ancestors
Yes.
worshipped, or
Yeah.
so I wouldn't know anything about that, right? What we're discussing today would be the 7 topics up here. Hanji said that she can speak to you about it. If you want to follow Hanji, do you see her in the comments?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Are you familiar with Hanji?
I'm completely new to all this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she said that she could help you with that. The topic in here though would be Christianity, and either deconstructing away from that. So like, if you have questions about the deconstruction
Oh, okay.
part of
So
it,
I was referred to it from another page to this page.
oh,
I'm so sorry.
oh, you thought that we were talking about Native Americans in here?
No, so it was just questions basically. Just I've been questioning stuff, like just questioning Christianity, just questioning my heritage compared to Christianity and that type of thing. And I was referred to y'all's page.
So we do answer and study the history of Christianity, the text. We study the text. Dr. Bowen is a ancient Near Eastern biblical scholar, an Old Testament scholar, and so like we have those discussions in here, but not about Native American spirituality.
Okay. She said she knows what she's talking about. What I'm talking about, the Hanji.
Okay. What questions do you have about Christianity or the belief systems around Christianity that you're questioning right now?
It's more or less the comparison. Just it's a lot of the. It's hard to explain the. So I fought in the wars in 06 to 2018, and I have a lot of PTSD issues. And I found more comfort in my Native American values and stuff like that, and spiritual things to help me through those than I did with Christian. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm questioning
So then, what is
type
the
stuff. If that,
okay?
I'm making sense. I'm trying to make sense of my head.
No, I get what you're saying. What's stopping you from then leaving Christianity and leaning more
I'm
towards
not
your,
trying to leave Christianity. I'm trying to. Oh my God! I'm not trying to leave Christianity.
Well, what's keeping you with Christianity if it's not providing the solace that you need?
I'm trying to mend them, I guess.
Okay,
Almost.
unfortunately I would not know how to tell you to do that. What is okay? What's stopping you from just having both?
I don't know.
Okay, so that's why I think this is going to have to be a conversation like you have with Hanji. Hanji says that you can't. I don't know, and I don't speak on things that I haven't studied or I don't have any experience with. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to help you with this conversation.
Okay.
But if you follow Hanji, she says that she can definitely help you.
Okay. Like I said, I was just referred to y'all's page because yeah. So
Yeah, we talk about Christianity in here, like questions that you have about Christianity, but it sounds like you don't have questions about Christianity. Your questions lean more towards on your native spirituality, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
and that I don't have any answers for that, unfortunately.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Yeah.
So he's trying to marry the two together. Is that correct? Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Hanji, I see you in the guest request box. We're trying to get some opposition up here for the two believers to have a conversation. But I don't know. This is the first time in a very long time that believers have not wanted to come up on stage.
But they're talking so
Maybe
much.
the rapture happened.
I doubt it. They're in the comments still
They're in the
talking shit, so
comments.
they're still here. I've never seen them this afraid to come on stage, though. In a minute, they're going to start commenting saying, ain't nobody scared.
Mm-hmm.
Esther, don't laugh in the comments. Come on up, boo. The water's fine.
I don't want people on stage that bad to bring G Love up here. I'm sorry. I don't. That would just, hurt my head. Oh, Dr. Bowen, your friend was back in here. What's his name? Snow? Is his name Steven? What was his name?
From yesterday,
Steve.
Steve.
Yeah. He was in here earlier tonight. I don't know. Steve, are you here? Are you still here?
Was it as amazing as I
No, he
anticipated it
didn't come
was?
on stage. He's staying. He's only been in the comments.
Come on, Steve.
He's been in here putting the hand to the forehead all night. You know that emoji? He's been doing that all night. He's been trying to lay low, I think. Yeah.
I just want to tell all the believers in the live that the scripture says that if you are ashamed of God before man, then he will be, if you're ashamed of Jesus before man, he will be ashamed of you before the Father. So come on up. Don't be ashamed.
And it's also weird because when we do Freeform Friday, right? Like this is the time where they can come up, they can have conversation. It's not just one of them on stage. Like they're on stage with another believer. They're on stage with two non-believers, right? They can ask off-topic questions. They don't have to stick to the 7 topics, but they don't do that they don't do it a lot like during Freeform Friday. But during the week when it's 101s, they want to change the topic. You know what I'm saying? Like they always want to do the opposite of what I just feel like that's like a character trait, because in the book, what is not, and what is not is. Even when we're talking to them, it's always like like it's crazy. Who used the scripture? Did you use? Oh, you did use the scripture. Host is bad calling Christians. SMI said it bad. What?
Wait, what?
Host is it bad calling Christians?
Someone here said it bad.
Hold on. Host is it bad calling Christians? Someone here said it bad. What? Explain that to that. Explain that to that. G-Love, are you okay? I don't know what you said. I can't explain your thoughts to people, G-Love. I don't know what you said. Why would I care about? That's not. You're the Christian, G Love. You need to be the one to answer that question. I don't care. I do not care about that. Your book does tell you that, G Love. Like that's something that your book says. Like I don't know.
Esther, why are you in here then?
Well,
You're a
good.
hate
You love
watcher.
your book. Great. Nobody like you shouldn't be ashamed for loving your book. Do you think that we want you to be ashamed of that? That's that's who you are. I didn't say shit about worrying. What are you talking about? If anybody knows me, if there's not a conversation going, I'm gonna switch to learning. I'm gonna teach something. And then when I start doing that, y'all are gonna get mad and you're gonna want to get in my box and I'm not gonna fucking let you. You're not gonna like the information that I start talking about. And you're gonna want to come up here and you're gonna want to refute it, and I'm not gonna let you. Y'all are the ones that are here hate watching. I'll go on and move on with the show. Like the fuck? We do have a podcast we do on Sundays. Bash and I. It's called Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. Dr. Bowen teaches Hebrew. Dr. Bowen teaches Hebrew. He teaches how to speak and read Semitic, like what is it? Akkadian? Is it Akkadian, Dr. Bowen?
Yeah, Acadian and Sumerian.
Yeah.
Things that are terribly useful for going to the grocery store. Yeah.
I don't know. Is your link in your profile, Dr. Bowen?
It's a good question. It's fair. I don't know.
That means nope.
I don't know. I don't even know how to check, which is sad.
What do y'all want to learn about since we don't have any conversations going on in the chat? What do y'all want to talk about?
It's Esther TD. I'm sorry, but it getting on my nerve.
Oh, y'all want to read Dr. Bowen's book? Y'all want to start Dr. Bowen's his book?
Sure.
Yes.
You guys are very sweet.
Yeah, we can start that. Okay, give me just a second. Let me get it pulled up. Mm-hmm.
While Thinker's looking for that, let's get these likes up. Again, we should be well over the 250K mark at this point. Gift the panelists of your choice. Also, no caps unless you are a mod or an approved visually impaired attendee. And I believe we only have 2 of those. So anyone other than those 2 names who types in all caps will be muted. First offense is 5 minutes. Adrian, go home. The second offense is for the entire live. And if it's egregious enough, you will be blocked. Thank you. Oh, and Dr. Bowen, what's the difference between your first volume and second volume? Is there like a difference between the 2 volumes of the handbook?
Yeah. So what they're designed to do is, if you sort of picture the stereotypical conversation online here, or at your Thanksgiving table with that evangelical relative of yours that's trying to get you saved, back in the fold. It's sort of to arm yourself. That sounds so combative, but I guess that's
The
how to
Bible is a
describe it.
weapon as well, so you're good.
Yeah, so I guess that's true. So it's the claim that obviously we hear all the time is you don't understand the context of that, right? I'm sure we hear that 10 times a day. So if you just understood the context of that, so that's the point of the handbooks, is to give you the context of these difficult issues. So each book
Got it.
has 3 introductory chapters. The first chapter is laying out the actual narrative of the Old Testament. So it doesn't worry about things like, is there historical reliability for this part of the story or anything like that. It's just, what is the story? So the first book walks you through Genesis 1 and creation down till the death of Moses. And then the second volume takes you from conquest under Joshua down to the end of Solomon's reign. And then volume 3, which I'm writing now, picks up there and then takes you down to the return of the exiles under Ezra and Nehemiah. Then the second chapter then gives you the history, the actual history of the ancient Near East. So that you have that historical background. So the first volume walks you through the history of the ancient Near East from the Mesopotamian perspective, so ancient Iraq and Syria. And then volume 2 takes you through Egyptian history. And then volume 3 is Syro-Palestinian history. Sorry, I promise I won't walk through the whole thing, but just as the background. And then the third chapter is the archaeology chapter. So, like the first book, the archaeology chapter teaches you about like an introduction to archaeology, how it works, how archaeologists excavate, kind of tools they use, how they, their methodologies, that sort of thing. And then gives a couple of case studies. And then the second volume is looking at the archaeology of the conquest. So looking at why archaeologists like Israel Finkelstein and Bill Deaver and Nadav Natman and so on hold the positions that they do about the conquest. And then, sorry, I'll land going on here. The rest of each volume deals with 4 hot button issues and goes in depth on them. So, like slavery is one of them, right? Or divine commands of violence and genocide is another. Rape and adultery laws in the Hebrew Bible, and the failed prophecy of Ezekiel 26 against Tyre. Each of those chapters just go in depth. So if you have a conversation with somebody about one of those topics, that chapter is designed to give you all of the information on the topic, so that when somebody says, when you ask them, how could God command this in 1 Samuel 15, and they say, yeah, but do you even know the context of that? You can say, yeah, Exodus 17 and Deuteronomy 25 shows you that the Amalekites did this, and that's why they're, anyway. Sorry, that was really
Love it.
long-winded, but hopefully that was...
No. I'm very verbose when I want to be as well, so I know. I love it. It gives me full context, and I can actually compartmentalize it in my brain to the pieces that I really need. But thank you so much. Of course.
And to be clear, and I know I've seen a couple of comments, if people, Seth Andrews, the thinking atheist, he in his golden voice does all of our audiobook readings. So, but they're all on Amazon. If you just type in Joshua Bowen, Bowen, they'll all.
Oh yeah, I'm on the page now.
Cool.
I'm on it now.
There is a channel of recommended books that I've recommended. All of his books is in that channel. The link directly to all of them. In the one that he just launched, that I'm getting ready to start talking about. Not launched, but published. This one is did the Old Testament condone slavery? It's a more extensive volume. In this volume, I haven't read it yet, but he gave me a synopsis. I read his first did the Old Testament condone slavery book, and we did a class on that one. There are notes on that one in the Google Drive, and so this one goes more in depth and it also discusses the slave laws from other nations in the ancient Near East and antiquity, going into the Greco-Roman era and into the antebellum South. In his introduction, he does talk about what he just said, that he talks about as far as the conversations that happen on social media when discussing this topic with apologists or believers, is that they always go to, yeah, but it wasn't the slavery that was like the transatlantic slave trade, or it wasn't the slavery like in the Civil War. And so they don't necessarily see it as slavery. So he kind of starts off with defining what slavery is, which is sad that you have to do that, but that's where we're going to start. So we're reading this together for the first time. I have not read this book yet. He also sent me an autographed copy that I have not gone to the post office yet to pick up any of my packages because my post office is 30 minutes away. So I was lucky enough to get a PDF copy before I'm able to pick up the autographed copy. So again, thank you for that, for sending that as well, Dr. Bowen. But let's go. So within the context of slavery in the ancient Near East, the definition of slavery is that a condition in which an individual or rights to their labor is owned by another, either temporarily or permanently. The owner controls and is legally allowed to derive benefit from the actions and activities of the owned individual. So that is the definition of slavery when we are, discussing this topic on social media. When they get right to, it's the treatment, we're not discussing treatment. We're discussing what slavery means. And it's where an individual or their rights to their labor is owned by somebody else, either temporarily or permanently, which we see both in the debt slavery and with the Israelites, and then we see it with the chattel slavery with the foreigners in the Bible. He says, we will see that there were, and Dr. Bowen, anytime you want to stop and add extra commentary, just let me know.
I'm just blown away. Thank you. This is really kind of you to do this. Thank you.
You're welcome. We will see that there were different types of slavery described in the Hebrew Bible, and we will attempt to further specify this more general definition when discussing these types. Selena, there's some people in the guest box. If you want to let them up and they can ask questions while we go through the book, I think that'd be a cool thing too. Okay. We should go ahead. What do you say? Was somebody saying something?
No, I think Chicago has something in his background real quick, but he muted. So
okay. We should also discuss what we mean by endorse. So one thing that I've noticed that Dr. Bowen says a lot, and he says it with confidence, is that the God of the Old Testament endorses slavery, that the Old Testament endorses slavery. And I think a lot of believers, when they come on stage, they don't like the word endorse. But Dr. Bowen is very adamant about using the word endorse. And so he says we should also discuss what we mean by endorse. Often in these debates and discussions, the focus is on whether the Old Testament condones slavery. The word condone has a wide range of meanings as well. If we're using the term to mean to approve or sanction something, then the word, as we will see, appears to describe well what the Old Testament did with respect to slavery. However, there is another, perhaps more common nuance to condone, which is to accept or allow something to continue that is considered to be immoral. In this sense, we will see that the biblical text did not condone slavery, as this would imply that the practice was considered to be immoral in the various legal sections of the Bible. Instead, the Old Testament endorsed or declared public approval of the social institution of slavery, identifying it as a satisfactory and acceptable. So social media and the ivory tower. There is an apparent disconnect between academics and many online apologists. On the one hand, we can read what experts in the fields of biblical and ancient Near Eastern studies say about topics like slavery and the laws of the Old Testament. On the other hand, we can see what is actually debated on social media. In my experience, much, if not most, of the scholarly research that has been done on this topic does not effectively make its way out of the proverbial ivory tower and into public arena. This disconnect between scholarly research and what non specialists are aware of on social media was the primary motivation for the creation of our YouTube channel, Digital Hammurabi. You can follow Dr. Bowen at Digital Hammurabi. Him and his wife, Megan, post and talk about their research. They do interviews on there. You can also subscribe to their Patreon and get behind the scenes videos. Having spent years in graduate school, I think there's some people in the box, Salim. I think. Having spent years in graduate school and during the rigors of our doctoral programs, we were absolutely shocked by the lack of reputable scholarly information that appeared in so many online debates and discussions. In an attempt to bridge the gap between scholars and non-specialists, we try to provide user-friendly academic resources for normal everyday people. In this way, those engaging in these discussions can have access to the research that has already been done on so many of the hotly debated issues. So for those of you that come in here questioning, what research have you done? What research have you done? Where do you get your research? Here's one of those resources. So on this channel, we try our best to make sure that we are providing scholarly information, peer-reviewed information, links to those resources to make it easy for you to study on your own. And then we get to also have the scholars in here every now and then. So, to make sure that you are studying and you're getting accurate information. To that end, I hope to accomplish 3 primary goals with this publication. First and foremost, I want to make available to the reader a useful tool that pulls together the vast amount of scholarly research that has already gone into the topic of slavery. It is generally not my intent to provide new, groundbreaking discoveries or draw radical conclusions concerning the issue. While there are some novel conclusions in the second edition of the book, my focus is to demonstrate that there is general consensus among scholars when it comes to the nature and reality of many aspects of slavery in the Old Testament. Thus, you will see me reference a myriad of scholars, including both liberal and conservative authors, quoting them frequently in the body of the text. Second, I want to present the scholarly consensus on the topic in a clear and understandable way. One of the criticisms often leveled against the academic community is that their writing is not relatable to the general public. It can be difficult, of course, for a scholar in the field to engage in detailed and exhaustive research while simultaneously making that research palatable to non-specialists. It is my hope that this book will act as a link between experts and lay people, taking the detailed and nuanced conclusions of scholars and packing them in a way that everyone can understand. My third and final goal would be to provide some practical application for all of this information on slavery and the ancient Near East. As I have stated above, Old Testament slavery is constantly debated. Those who believe the Bible to be the inspired word of God tend to defend the Old Testament, explaining difficult passages in a way that makes the practice of slavery seem less immoral on today's standards. Boy, do we know that. On the opposite side of the debate, atheists and skeptics will often highlight the most detestable aspects of the practice in order to demonize the God of the Old Testament. We know that too. However, some of the conclusions drawn by both sides of the debate end up becoming too extreme. It is my hope that by clearly articulating what slavery was actually like in the laws of the Old Testament and ancient Near East, everyone will be armed with reputable data. I think it's pretty cool, Dr. Bowen, that you stick to the data and make sure that while you're writing this book and providing this information, that you remain unbiased. Was that a hard thing to do for you?
No, no. Primarily because what I am trying to do is sort of just get to the heart of the data. And I mean, to be fair, it's usually apologists that are doing the more egregious interpretations, and like we talk about it. But like some of the stuff that I'm referencing when it comes to atheists and skeptics is we might say things like Exodus 21, the law itself is intended to be a manual on how to abuse your slave and get away with it. And that's, that's taking it too far, right? That's definitely not what the law is doing. In its context, the law is there trying to protect both the investment from their, according to their lights, the investment of the master or owner and the humanity of the slave. But the problem, of course, is that it's the same sort of legal rationale that you saw in the antebellum South. So, and we saw how great that went. So, but yes, sorry, that's probably too much.
Yeah. No, I agree. We do tend to do that because, like, for me, slavery is just deplorable. And when I have an apologist on stage who's willing to say that it's the law of God, therefore, if God allowed it, then it was good, or they can't say anything about the law because it's what God allowed and it's not their business. Sometimes it feels like we have to go that route to and in our head we're like, do you see this? Like, do you hear what you are apologizing for?
My concern is actually a very practical one. I watched a debate recently with a friend of mine, godless engineer, against someone you guys all know, no degree required, I think is what he goes by here, Matt Adams.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And one of the things, and this is very common in debates, is that if someone who challenges an apologist takes one very small, sometimes, aspect of their argument too far, that becomes the focus. So what happened in that debate was John, godless engineer, said Exodus 21:16 is where it says if somebody kidnaps another person and sells them, or if they're found in his hand, then he's to be unalived. Then he said that is a law that is only restricting kidnapping other Israelites. Now that's true in Deuteronomy 24:7. It's parallel law, but it's debated. And I don't think that it necessarily is limiting in Exodus 21:16. It's not terribly relevant. But that became the point that he jumped on. And in fact, Matt was like, well, actually, Dr. Josh agrees with me on this, which then took up, it became the focal point, and it really weakened the argument, even though it didn't, because it's a total red herring. So what I want is for people that are making these arguments on both sides, but I think it's much more applicable on the atheist skeptic side, to be able to say, look, here is the data. That this is in line with what we see. It's not overstating the case; it's stating the case. And believe me when I tell you, and I'll shut up, but believe me when I tell you, just stating the case, you don't have to make it quote unquote worse than it is, because it's egregious. Just let's just state the case, and let the cards fall where they do.
Yeah, somebody brought it up today, and I've kind of listened to you while you were on the stage several times when that comes up, and you kind of focus on the fact that it's saying don't steal, right? And I used that tactic today when it came up in discussion and just asked, the car question, can you steal a car? And they were like, no, you can't steal a car. It's like, but can you still own a car? Even though the law says you can't steal a car. And that kind of like squashed it, because like going straight to Deuteronomy after that, like Deuteronomy 20, and showing that they were allowed to go into far away towns, offer terms of peace to give the people an opportunity to become their labor. And then if the people refused, then they were to then make war. kill all the men and take the women and children. And that kind of just like squashed that whole, well, it says in Exodus 21:16 that you can't kidnap anybody. That's true. It does. But that doesn't mean slavery is abolished. It doesn't mean he's saying slavery is immoral.
That's
It's
right.
saying don't take a free person and make them a slave.
And I think this is why, and I swear I'll shut up after this, but this is why I think defining terms is so critical in this particular discussion. Because once somebody adds in, oh, okay, for it to be slavery, they have to be kidnapped. Well, okay, I mean, if you say that, then after 1807, I guess there wasn't slavery anymore in the US, right?
Right.
So, like, is that really what you want to say? I mean, obviously not. So, yeah.
So what? So what then? Like I said, when we have these conversations, especially with the slave apologetic people, or my brother above me and stuff like that, is the slavery of the Old Testament and the Bible, is that just like a way for them to like look at it like, those people like don't really exist to me? It's not that it's okay or anything. I just don't think about it, so I don't have to worry about the slavery because it's not really the slavery that we know and love.
Yeah, I mean, as far as from the viewpoint of the apologist, is that what you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think it's very easy for them to sort of say, it's Old Testament. I mean, lots of weird stuff back there. I think the problem is when you press them and say, so, I mean, can the God in the Hebrew Bible, who is immutable, can he endorse a practice that was immoral? Because normally that's a problem.
Right. Like if it's maybe it's the slavery of the Old Testament getting swept in with Adam and Eve, where they kind of believe it's real, but it's not really real. So it's not, it's that question mark of is it slavery, but it's not really because it doesn't exist like Adam and Eve. So I don't know. I look like when they hit these defense. So
that's actually really interesting that you say that, because there is sort of a new wave of apologetics. I deal with this in the I think the second chapter of the book, but like we ancient Near Eastern legal specialists, when they talk about that we have lots of law collections from the ancient Near East that are like the ones in the Hebrew Bible. If X happens, then do this. And what scholars have determined is that these were probably not, almost certainly not, like promulgated laws by the king. It's not like, if anybody's familiar with the laws of Hammurabi in the Louvre, there's a big black diorite stele that has 282 laws from the 18th century BCE. And, they're very famous. And much of the covenant code, Exodus 21, is sort of modeled after that. But scholars have determined that like judges weren't sitting there with that big stele behind them, and somebody came up and said, "Hey, Sam's, stole my sheep," and the judge goes, "All right, hang on a second, let me see what we're supposed to do here." And he turns around and he looks up and down the stele. Okay, if a man steals the sheep, yes. Okay. So it says here in Hammurabi's stele that you're supposed to pay 15 shekels of silver. Like nobody thinks that's what was going on. They're not this like normative legislation. And so what apologists do is they try to apply that then to the Bible. So when you bring them laws about not just about slavery, but about grape, Numbers 5, any of these passages that are so well known to us, they'll say, don't you know anything about ancient Near Eastern scholarship? These weren't normative legislation. These weren't like the laws of the land, and so you can't say that God gave these commands. The problem, of course, is the reason that scholars hold that position is because they don't make, they're not starting from the assumption that this is an inspired divine text. So when it says thus says Yahweh, or Yahweh gave this command to Moses, they don't conclude, oh, well, I guess this actually came from a deity. Whereas the apologist usually does, right? So you can't have both, right? And so that's, yeah, there's lots of fun ways that people try to work around these issues.
Yeah, I just don't get the impasse that we are having just to say one was wrong. I mean, I don't know how we watered it down. Like, okay, well, it's not this. It's not like I said. African Americans in slavery in America really have thrown like a monkey wrench in the Bible, in my opinion, because like if we did not have, let's just say we did not have the Atlantic slave trade ever happen, I would definitely love to see how the Bible and how the God of this the Abrahamic God, how the whole it would have had on us, and how this conversation would come about. Will it still be like it's wrong at that time, or because if we had it, if we did not have it, they still would be like, what, it's not that bad. And then they would have anything to compare it to going forward. So I think that would be an interesting theory to have. So,
Dr. Bone, can you say one more time? So, who didn't see the laws in the ancient Near East as like divine laws? Are you saying like the scholars don't look at like the Code of Hammurabi and see that Inky says such and such, or they don't
Right.
look at like the Mosaic Law and see that the God of Israel is saying this, but only apologists do? Is that what you were saying?
Sort of. So let me put it into a clearer example so that it'll make this, I think, easier. Naram Sin was the king of the Sargonic Empire back in the third millennium, and he made a claim that that the gods had made him a god, had made him divine, right? And you start seeing like inscriptions showing up with the divine symbol in front of his name, which you do that with gods. And on administrative texts and contracts, you start seeing his name with the divine symbol, and you start seeing iconography and artistry and stuff that all have him as a divine figure. Internal to his narrative, he's become divine, right? So, like, if we're looking at the story that he's telling, yeah, he's trying to say the gods made me divine, right? Made me a god. But no scholar comes to his inscription and says, okay, so we know that Naram Sin became a god around 2350, right? Like, nobody does that. We say, okay, we understand this is a type of propaganda, right? And everybody agrees on that. I mean, I hope everybody agrees on that. So when we look at law collections and it says, Yahweh came down and met Moses on Mount Sinai or Mount Horeb and said, here are the laws that you are to speak to the nation of Israel. The narrative is telling you these are divine commands from Yahweh, right? So this is it. Like these are the laws. That's what the narrative's trying to tell you, which is why when people have thought about these laws for the last 2 millennia, they've said these are God's divine commands, right? But then we went and excavated in Iraq and Syria, and we found all these other collections that look eerily similar to what we find in the Hebrew Bible. And these are laws that are like a type of royal propaganda to a degree that were commissioned by a king. And they're there to show how just and righteous and protecting of the vulnerable the king is, right? And when it talks about things like Shamash, the sun god Shamash, gave me the right to rule and the right to, to do justice in the land. No scholar looks at that and thinks Shamash really came down and handed Hammurabi the rod and the reel, right? And said, "Here, now you're the." It's propaganda, right? We recognize it for what it is. So the thing is, if you're sticking to the narrative, if you're sticking to the story, you have to say, okay, Naram-Sin became a god, because that's the story. In the same way that if we're sticking to the story, you have to say, yep, Spider-Man was able to shoot webs, out of his wrists or whatever, or Harry Potter was able to do the Patronus, whatever spell, right? We recognize that the narrative, the internal frame of reference of the narrative requires that. And so the same is true of these laws. If you are a fundamentalist or an evangelical that holds to this actually happened, like Yahweh actually came down on the mountain and gave the commands, well, then these are legislation. These are the laws for Israel. They have to follow them. Like, duh. But what apologists want to do is they want to take a step out of that for a minute. They want to take a step out of the narrative for their own benefit and say, well, look what Bernard Jackson says, and look what Jean Bottero says, and look what Sam Gringa says. They all say that these law collections were not actually legislation, right? They're like scribal exercises. And so, like, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to be a critical scholar for a minute and then go back to being like a fundamentalist evangelical.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So you can't do that, right? In the same way that you can't.
So this is when they say,
Yeah, sure.
I just want to make sure I understand. This is when an apologist will say, I don't believe that God said this. This is man saying, that's right, not God. That's them right, stepping out.
That's okay, exactly right. Okay. Because they really do, right? And Justin, Deconstruction Zone, had an encounter a couple of days ago with another person that I've had lots of interactions with. Praise I am that I am. And Praise is somebody. I mean, he's read a lot of the stuff that I have in my bibliography, which is great. Like, good on him. But he and a friend of his have sort of formulated this thing where they think the 10 Commandments, those apodictic laws, the do this or don't do that, those are the actual commands from God. But all these other ones, like if you have a Hebrew slave, 6 years he'll serve, and you set him free in the seventh. Like, that's the people using the Decalogue, using the 10 Commandments, and like trying to extrapolate out these rules. The problem is that that's not what the narrative says. The narrative is very clear. Thus says Yahweh. Here's what you do, right? So you can't do both. You can't do both.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. And so the scholarly consensus. I want to take a moment to talk about what I mean by scholarly consensus, which we hear apologists say all the time, particularly as it relates to Old Testament and ancient Near Eastern slavery. When we talk about scholarly consensus, we are generally referring to what mainstream scholars in a specific field agree to be the case concerning a particular topic. There are obviously many issues on which scholars do not completely agree, but these are often in the more specific details of the subject. In this book, we are concerned with things that scholars generally do agree on concerning slavery. How and why do scholars come to general agreement on this issue? Do all the subject matter experts have a big meeting where they take a vote? All in favor of the Hebrew having endorsed slavery, raise your hand. No, of course not. Neither is there some grand conspiracy involving liberal scholars who laugh maniacally? Maniacally. Goodness gracious. I'm like, I've never seen that word before. As they plot the destruction of organized religion around the world. The reality is far less flashy. These there are certain facts or data points that each scholar or researcher must consider when attempting to make sense of an issue. If you have ever seen a murder mystery, the detective in the story is armed with certain facts or details about the case. Some of these might include the following: a videotape in which the accused is often seen holding a revolver in his hand, a test showing that the revolver had been recently fired, a report stating that the murder victim was killed by a bullet from that same revolver. These three data points, the videotape, the recently fired weapon, and the death by the fired bullet, are some of the facts that the detective must use to reconstruct what happened. The more facts that the detective can uncover, the easier it will be to make sense of the data, and the higher the likelihood that they will be able to create a scenario or interpretation of the facts that closely aligns with what actually happened. The same is true when we study the ancient world. If an archaeologist were to excavate a site, she would likely uncover things like the buildings. I love the fact that you use she there and just not he.
I was gonna say that.
I try.
Yeah,
That's
I
intentional.
appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. She would likely uncover things like the buildings, vessels, and other remains of the people who lived at that site. From these data points, she can develop an interpretation that best explains the evidence that she has uncovered. However, let's imagine that she then discovered clay tablets that contained writing. This information would then be added to the growing data set that the archaeologists and other scholars would use to paint a picture of the life at that site. It might even speak to conditions in the broader geographical region and time period, or even aspects of the ancient world as a whole. Like the detective, an archaeologist, when we consider a topic like slavery in the Hebrew Bible or in the ancient Near East, we must try to identify as much information as possible concerning the topic. What evidence from legal codes do we have? What about actual legal text like contracts and court cases? What about stories and other literature or documentation from the period? Do they speak of slavery? And if so, what do they say? Particularly with respect to the law or even the nature of the life of a slave. Having gathered the data, we can then attempt to piece it all together, creating an interpretive model that best explains the available evidence or data points that we have accumulated. Forming an interpretation that best accounts for all the data that is absolutely critical. If the detective from our example above were to conclude, I think that the victim died from a stab wound, we would want to know either why the detective had not accounted for the evidence of the gunshot wound or how he was going to deal with the discrepancy. I think that's something that we do on the stage a lot too, is when we're talking to a believer and we present our facts, we tend to ask like, how are you saying that they were stabbed and there was a gunshot wound there? And a lot of times it seems like there is a disconnect with trying to understand how they see a stab wound when the text says, like when the data says like that they were shot with a gun.
A perfect example of this, I think, is in the book of Daniel when it talks about Belshazzar, who's supposed to be the final king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire before Cyrus comes in and conquers them. He's called the son of Nebuchadnezzar, but we know he wasn't the son of Nebuchadnezzar, right? He was the son of Nabonidus, who was, the actual final king. And so an apologist will say, well, wait. Son can also mean grandson in Semitic languages, in Hebrew. So it's what it's saying is that Belshazzar is the grandson of Nebuchadnezzar. And then you say, but wait, he wasn't his grandson either. And they say, well, isn't it possible that Nebuchadnezzar had a daughter that Nabonidus married, and then he would be the grandson, right? And By the way, I have a chapter about the dating of the Book of Daniel. I go through all of that in, I think it's the first volume of the Atheist Handbook. But I mean, like, it's crazy, and I mean that in a kind and uplifting way. But it's crazy how like trying to appeal to possibilities is it possible can get an apologist from all the evidence points to a gun being the murder weapon, and yet positing that it was done with a knife.
I agree, and it confuses you, right? With all of the loops and bounds they have to make to get to that possibility. And it feels like I don't know, it feels abusive, and it feels like a glossing over your eyes because you're trying to keep up with every data point that they've added to it. And then you're at the same time in your head, you're like, what the fuck? There's a gunshot wound here. You know? So yeah, I agree. All right. Where did I leave off at?
Now,
Formulating. Where did I leave off at? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
are we supposed to be seeing what you're looking at, or are you just using this as an
No,
example?
it's not gonna show. It's not gonna show. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. You would want to know. Okay. In other words, he would have to explain why it appears that the victim suffered a gunshot wound, but was actually killed by being stabbed. In the same way, if someone concluded that free Israelites were allowed to be kept for life against their will according to the laws of the Hebrew Bible, they would likely not be considering the evidence from passages like Exodus 21 and Deuteronomy 15, which appear to contradict that conclusion. They would have to explain how the data from these passages fit into their interpretive model. This brings us back to scholarly consensus. Why is it that, on the whole, scholars appear to agree on many aspects of slavery in the Old Testament and in the ancient Near East? Is it because they are dealing with the same data points? For example, they have all read Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 15, and Leviticus 25. They all know about Nehemiah 5 and Jeremiah 34, and they must all formulate an interpretation that accounts for the data in these passages, as well as many more pieces of evidence. Wait, what's the Nehemiah 5 passage?
That's where when they've come back into the land, Israelites have sold other Israelites and their children and such into foreign slavery, and so they have to like go buy them back.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Can I read that right quick? Because I don't think we've gone over that one in here. Let's see. We've not brought this one up. Let's see. Is it the whole chapter or is it a specific? The general? Yeah, it's probably up here.
Yeah, I think it's if you start at the. So I'm looking at it here. I think
I'm gonna
it
borrow money
starts
on
to
our
go down
fields
like
today.
5, 6, somewhere around there.
Okay. Let's see. Now there was a great outcry of the people and their wives against their Jewish kin. For there were those who said, with our sons and our daughters we are many. We must get grain so that we may eat and stay alive. There were also those who said, we are having to pledge our fields, our vineyards, and our houses in order to get grain during the famine. And there were those who said, we are having to borrow money on our fields and vineyards to pay the king's tax. Now our flesh is the same as that of our kindred. Our children are the same as their children. And yet we are forcing our sons and daughters to be slaves, and some of our daughters have been ravished. We are powerless, and our fields and vineyards now belong to others. So this is them saying, when they say we are forcing our sons and daughters to be slaves, that means they sold them into slavery?
Yeah, that's right. So they're having to,
Oh,
they're having to sell everything they've got to try to just, stay alive.
oh wow, okay. So when they sell their kin into foreign slavery, they can redeem them. They're not so permanently.
Well, then it goes into, I mean, you'll see it in the passage, but like then it goes into like the laws in that foreign land. Um, and so what they're doing is they're going and just trying to buy them back, right? Because it's just like with anything else, if you have the right price, what is it that they say? Everybody's got their price. So, I think that's probably the idea here.
Okay. Chicago, who is Texas?
Ma'am, that's a business.
Oh, you talking to somebody in the comments?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant to type thanker and you asked them
No,
to type text. Oh, okay.
I can thank you too, but no.
No, I thought you were saying that I thought you would get ready to leave and you're like, I'll call you later, thanker.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
She appreciated me and she gave me a gift, unlike everybody else who know me down here who couldn't give me one thing off of zero, but that's neither here nor there.
I was very angry when I heard their outcry and these complaints. After thinking it over, I contended with the nobles and the officials. I said to them, "You are all taking interest from your own people." And I called a great assembly to deal with them and said to them, "As far as we were able, we have bought back our Jewish kindred who had been sold to other nations. But now you are selling your own kin who must then be bought back by us." So who sold the Jewish kindred to other nations if it wasn't them the first time?
Yeah, I think the point of the passage is that the people in charge are charging this exorbitant tax, right? Which seems to go directly against the idea that you see in places like Leviticus 25 and Deuteronomy 15. So, the people are, in order to pay the tax to the leaders in Jerusalem, people are having to like sell everything, including their own kids, um, into foreign slavery. And so, Nehemiah is saying they have to go. I'm having to go buy them back because they're our flesh and blood.
Okay. They were silent and could not find a word to say. So I said, "The thing that you are doing is not good. Should you not walk in the fear of our God to prevent the taunts of the nations, the taunts of the nations, our enemies? Moreover, I and my brothers and my servants are lending them money and grain. Let us stop this taking of interest. Restore to them this very day their fields, their vineyards, their olive orchards, and their houses, and the interest on money, grain, wine, and oil that you have been exacting from them." Then they said, "We will restore everything and demand nothing more from them. We will do as you say." And I called the priests and made them an oath to do as they had promised. I also shook out the fold of my garment and said, "So may God shake out everyone from house and from property who does not perform this promise." Thus may they be shaken out and emptied. And all the assembly said amen and praised the Lord, and the people did as they had promised. Okay. And that's all about them being sold from the rest of the chapter is not about that.
Yeah, and the reason that I cited is just it's another piece of the puzzle, right? When you think about the topic of slavery and how it was practiced and those sorts of things. So
yeah, no, I thank you because I've never I haven't studied Nehemiah 5 yet. And I've read Nehemiah, but I didn't clock it that it was talking about them selling their kindred into slavery. So I appreciate that. And we know Jeremiah 34, what that's about. And they must all formulate an interpretation that accounts for the data in these passages, as well as many more pieces of evidence. This means that there will be broad agreement on the basic facts of the case, where we frequently find disagreement. However, is in the interpretation of certain details about slavery. Who is this particular verse about? A dead slave or a chattel slave? What does punish mean in Exodus 21:20? To kill the master or to punish him as the judges see fit. Does Exodus 21:16 refer to kidnapping anyone or only Israelite male citizens? As you read this book, you'll find that there is generally a general scholarly consensus on many or most aspects of slavery in the Old Testament in the ancient Near East. This is the result of reputable scholars having access to the same data points and attempting to make sense of them with their interpretive models. All right. And then it goes, this is the structure of the book. And so we're going to go ahead and get into the nitty gritty of the book. Making comparisons. Let's go. So let me go. I'm just going to give the consensus on what each chapter is about really quickly. So chapter one is a look at the so-called law codes that are used in most discussions concerning the law in the ancient Near East. While most people are familiar with the laws in the Pentateuch, and perhaps even those in the famous Stele of Hammurabi, there are many other ancient collections of laws that we use as source material. I provide a general overview of each collection, examining both the general structure and the content of each. But understanding the structure and content isn't enough. The function or nature of the law collections is contested in academic circles. So because of this, I take some time to introduce the reader to the various positions that scholars take concerning what these collections of laws are, and perhaps more importantly, why they should matter to you and to the Christian apologists. In chapter 2, we will provide an overview of slavery in the ancient Near East. We draw heavily from the law collections that were surveyed in chapter 1 to see what we can determine about the nature and practice of slavery. Because we have a great deal of documentation that has survived from the ancient Near East, we will occasionally examine other legal texts in order to glean information useful to the discussion. Of course, it will not be possible to examine all or even most of the available evidence. However, I will attempt to deal with many of the more relevant texts that contribute to the topic of slavery. In chapter 3, we will provide a general overview and description of slavery in the Old Testament. What types of slavery existed? How did one become a slave? Did slaves have any rights? Were they considered property? The goal of this chapter would not necessarily be to provide detailed evidence or support for the summary information that is presented in the chapter. That supporting evidence will come later in the book. The goal in chapter 3 will simply be to provide a clear summary of what slavery in the Hebrew Bible looks like. In chapter 4, we will support many of the observations from chapter 3 by providing a more detailed analysis of many of the legal passages in the Old Testament that deal with slavery. Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 15, 20, 21, and Leviticus 25. As there was development between the earlier book of Exodus and the later books of Deuteronomy and Leviticus, we will examine how the laws concerning slavery may have changed and who benefited from those developments. We will also examine in greater detail issues like slaves as war plunder, marrying a captive woman, rules for the release of slaves, the meaning of property, etc. In chapter 5, we perform a comparative analysis between ancient Near Eastern law collections and what we find in the laws of the Old Testament. Although there is not complete overlap between the topics covered in both groups, there is a significant amount of correspondence between the legal situations that are dealt with and how they are treated. By laying out the various laws on things like slave sale, debt service, and treatment of slaves, kidnapping, grape, and runaway slaves, we will see how these groups share commonalities and note where they diverge from one another. Chapter 6 will deal with the aftermath of slavery in the Old Testament as we have described it. First, we will address slavery in the New Testament and the early church, with a particular focus on a common apologetic argument. It is often said that while the Old Testament did indeed endorse slavery, God was simply working with sinful people, meeting them where they were, and slowly working to abolish the practice of slavery by the time we reach the New Testament. I hear apologists say that all the time, and to me, it doesn't make sense for an all-knowing, all-powerful God. I've not yet been able to understand that side of the argument. Can you give us like your perspective on them saying that? Because for me, if he's an all powerful God that's real, why would he need to work slowly to abolish slavery after telling his people that they could participate in this practice? Like, why not, free these people from slavery and then teach them how to build a society by not practicing in the slavery that was already existent in the ancient Near East?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Where they get it primarily is from Matthew 19, and I'm sure that you know this, but just so everybody hears it, in Matthew 19, Jesus is asked the question about divorce, right? Um, and his response is essentially to say, yeah, the law allowed this, Moses allowed this in the law, but it was because of your hearts, because they were hard, right? But from the beginning, it wasn't that way. Interestingly enough, Jesus ends that by not saying you can't divorce. I think that's funny because they quite often don't read to the end of that, because he does say you can still divorce. But anyway, so really, if you're trying to make that comparison, you kind of have to say, so you can do slavery, you just got to do it right. Anyway, I digress. But what they want to do is they want to see this as a principle that can be extrapolated. So, okay, there's clearly this one thing in the law, divorce, that the law said you can do it and gave regulations for it, but that it's not God's ideal. And this becomes then this principle that you can then apply elsewhere. Now, the problem is, as good as that sounds, right? The problem is, and it's the question that I always ask. I had a debate with Stuart and Cliff Connectley, and they brought this up, but my response was just, can you make the connection for me between divorce in this passage and slavery? Because that's the piece that's missing, right? It just becomes a hypothesis, and you're basing the hypothesis. It really just becomes speculation, I think. And you're basing it on the fact that today we know that slavery is immoral, right? And so we're looking back at the ancient Near Eastern law, and we're looking back at the law in the Hebrew Bible, and we're saying, well, that's bad. So, can't mean that. And if it does, there must be a reason that it was allowed. Aha! Here we have this thing where, because of man's hard-heartedness, God allowed for it, but it wasn't his ideal. So that must be what's going on here.
But doctor, I'm thinking like, okay, if they were really using some critical thinking, because of all the arguments that we have, not argument, discussions that we have had up here about, chattel slavery, blah, 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 with the proof. Well, I have never heard anybody bring up on here, and I could have missed it, where they could have just said, okay, of course God doesn't believe in slavery. That's why he had Moses free his people from the Egyptians. So why couldn't they use that as their whole defense of God, not, not liking slavery? I have not heard anybody use that yet. And I mean use it now since they listening, so they be like, but how will we debunk, that whole conversation too?
Yeah, and I think the rationale behind that is laid out pretty clearly in Leviticus 25, amongst other places. But even it's explicit in Leviticus 25. The reason that it was, one of the reasons that it was a problem, what the Egyptians did in the narrative, is Israel is Yahweh's slaves, right? And you can't have two slave owners. You can only have one. And so if Israel is Yahweh's slaves, they can't be somebody else's slaves. And so what the Egyptians did by reducing free people that were, free people practically that were the slaves of Yahweh, to status of slave, their slave. That was something that was bad, and that's why Yahweh delivered them. The problem, I think, with using that as a principle to say that God doesn't like slavery, beside the fact that he says Israel, they're my slaves, is the fact that he says in Leviticus 25:39 to 43, look, you can't treat your fellow Israelites as slaves because they're my slaves. He doesn't stop there, right? I think and I say this elsewhere, but like, I think that had the text stopped there, you could make a better case for that. Like there was some sort of an awakening where it's like, oh, okay, they're realizing by the time of the Holiness Code that slavery's bad. The problem is the text goes on in that infamous 44 to 46 passage where it says, so you can't have Israelites as slaves. So if you want slaves, here's where you got to get them. So I think it's clear that the writers, and ostensibly by the narrative, Yahweh doesn't hold slavery to be immoral. It's just certain people being enslaved is immoral in the same way that it's not immoral to charge someone interest. It's just immoral to charge certain people interest.
Right, it's cool. It's cool when they do it, but it's a problem when I do it. So.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And this is where the you can't serve two masters type thing comes from. And I'm asking, and like, so this is interesting because I did, always see that he calls them his servants, but never from the perspective of, oh, they can't have two slave masters, or they can't have two masters. Israel are already my slaves. And a lot of times I talk about how, the God freed them from slavery in Egypt, out of Egypt, and then turned them into like this militia. And the commands that they get from Moses is go into this land, wipe them out, and set up a kingdom, right? So they do have like this law, this legal code to live by, but they're also bound by the law to follow the word of the prophets and to obey the commands like a slave. And so it like looking at it from that perspective of, because I always saw it like, oh, he freed them because they were whining, and because he says like, oh, I loved them and I heard their suffering, I heard their cries, right? That's what he tells Moses. But reading it from like this perspective of they're my slaves, and then he says it twice in here, I believe, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves or sold. Most apologists will say that that's more so like a term of endearment, like, oh, they worship. It's being used as worshiping the God, and not necessarily saying that, oh, he is their master. Kind of, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. I think the problem with that interpretation is that the reason that there's symmetry between what he's saying the people can't do based on the status of the people is that he's saying you can't treat them as slaves. Well, that's not a term of endearment, right? Because the context is that they're broke and they've had to sell everything, and now they're selling themselves. So it's not like this, you can't make them worship you, right? That's not what it's saying. It's saying you can't treat them as a slave. Why? Because they're already my slaves, right? And so and this is what I like to do is I instead of saying, no, that's not right, I will often say, can you give me the argument for that? Because this is the hurdle that you're going to have to overcome. What's the symmetry breaker between these two? Why does this analogy work? And yeah, Israel is clearly seen, particularly in Leviticus, to not be this people free to do whatever they want to do. I mean, read Leviticus 26, right? Any believer out there that's listening to me that thinks I'm wrong about this, that's great. But just read Leviticus 26. And I mean, if you obey all these statutes that I'm laying out, you keep to my feasts, and you observe the Sabbath rest and all these things. I'm going to give you all these great blessings. But it doesn't stop there, right? It says, which would be, we'd be more okay with it. Like, oh, okay, cool. If we obey, we get all this great stuff. The problem is, if you disobey, I'm going to kick ass and chew bubblegum, right? And Yahweh was all out of bubblegum. So, yeah, I just,
I think too, what's important is what he's asking them to do, what he's asking them to obey, right? And a lot of times it was violent, it was killing, going in and taking land. And I think sometimes that's what they were rebelling against too. They didn't have to do a lot of that when they were worshiping, or saying that they were worshiping the other gods, according to the women of Judah, when they were talking to Isaiah in Egypt, and they was like, the grass is greener on this side because we're prosperous, we're happy, there's peace, we're not suffering when like we are when we're worshiping Yahweh. Because a lot of times I got in trouble for not annihilating everybody.
yeah, and I mean, and I'm so sorry to do this, but I'm probably gonna feel awful doing it because I'm sitting here reading my book. But I'm gonna have to drop out for a little bit. But I mean, I think this is sort of the big issue in like the book of Deuteronomy, right? Is that and you see it played out with Saul in 1 Samuel 15 because the like obedience to Yahweh, it means obeying him, whatever he commands. And from our, modern perspective, the thing that we see in 1 Samuel 15 is, thankfully so, egregious. But from their perspective, they didn't see it that way. And Saul is held up as an epic failure when juxtaposed to David, who does it right at the end of the book of Samuel. So, yeah, I agree with you. Is the sort of a long way of saying, or the short way of saying that. But I'm so sorry to drop out. Please forgive me for doing that. And
it's okay. I know Selena has to go too. She said capitalism is calling.
Chattel slavery calling.
Oh gosh. But I will try to pop back in at least and listen if I can in a little bit. But thank you so much for having me up, and thank you for reading the book. It was really, really kind.
You're welcome. I'm interested, excited to be reading it. It's a good break from having to cuss out delusional believers.
Noted.
So no, thank you.
Oh gosh. Well, you guys take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye. You too.
Bye.
And while we having a break, everyone, let's get thinking of the 300K. I don't have the lovely Lala voice, but I'm gonna do the lovely Lala voice, and please go at the 300K, y'all. I mean, Dudette is out there. Y'all can see her little green icon, so she will be doing what she has to do. No caps and everything of that nature. And make sure if you come up here, you have some sense. Don't be disrespectful because, like I said, Dudette will do that you. All right, she will mute that ass. So please keep tapping. Let's get up to 300K. With the gift code, got 40 minutes left, so let's go ahead and hit that all. So let's do all that. Thank you.
I'm telling Lala on you. She took a break tonight, but when she get back, I'm gonna play that clip for her, and I'm gonna tell.
I hope you do, and I will. Like she's been putting videos out. I think she may make it to my new series called Chicago Judge Joe John. So she if she's smart, she'll just be like, okay, thank you, and keep it at that. So I know Lala's history. So she got me, so she can get me. Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious. All right. Chapter 6 will we already talked about that, dealing with the aftermath. And then chapter 7 of the book, finally, will discuss with some of the more common objections that come up when discussing the issues surrounding slavery in the ancient world that were not covered leading up to chapter 7. Does forever in Leviticus 25:44-46 actually mean forever, all time? Doesn't Deuteronomy 23:15-16 demonstrate that slaves can run away if they so choose, and the Israelites are commanded not to return them? Doesn't this do away with the idea of slavery? Leviticus 19 tells Israel to love foreigners. You can't have slavery and have a command to love foreigners. These things are mutually exclusive. I will seek to answer these and several other questions and objections, hopefully providing clarity and solutions that are reasonable and supported by the data. In this revised and expanded second edition, we have added two rather substantial appendices that will cover the laws concerning slavery and battery. Appendix A, whose book is this? Dr. Joshua Bowen. He was just on stage. Appendix A contains all the laws from the various collections of the ancient Near East and Old Testament that deal with slavery. I've also included texts from other genres to augment and elucidate the material, including contracts, court cases, and even excerpts from literary texts. These are categorized topically, with each entry providing an English translation of the law or document, along with limited commentary on the text. Within each category, the laws are arranged chronologically. It is my hope that this will be an invaluable resource for anyone attempting to do further comparative analysis between the laws in the ancient Near East and those in the Hebrew Bible. The concept for eye for an eye tends to come up in discussions about slavery, given its appearance in Exodus 21. Because of its popularity, in Appendix B, I have extracted and arranged all the laws found in the various collections concerning the offense of battery. If you are in the guest request box, please be coming on stage to either participate in the conversation about the book that we are reading. You can come on stage and ask questions about the topic of slavery in the Bible, but please keep the topic to that, since we have moved away from Freeform Friday due to nobody available for conversation. All right. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna just like I said, I do enjoy this conversation. Like you guys were saying earlier, though, you're talking about in his book, he talked about the bullet hole, but people keep saying like it's a knife instead of a bullet hole. But then, I feel like it rationalizes the brain to say, oh, maybe that bullet was more knife-like when it entered the body. It was like a knife bullet, so that's why to them, it's just the rationalization that deemed unnecessary, and is that to be rationalized to keep the image of God, the God, that good, all caring, loving being.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't see you in the request box. There's only one person in the request box, and I just brought them up, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. Tara, are you on stage to participate in the conversation? Okay, you have an echo, so no. All right. Yeah. Send your request again, and I'll add you to the stage. The concept of eye for an eye tends to come up in discussions about slavery, given its appearance in Exodus 21. Because of its popularity, in Appendix B, I have extracted and arranged all the laws found in the various collections concerning the offense of battery. The appendix is organized in two ways. First, I group the battery laws according to their individual law collections: laws of Ur-Namah, laws of Lipit Ishtar, laws of Ashuna, etc., looking at which types of battery are considered the most severe based on their respective punishments. In the second half of the appendix, I group the battery laws together based on the injured party involved and the part of the body that was damaged. Both groupings provide for comparative analysis from different perspectives. Let me handle the guest box right quick.
Okay. Like I said, we almost add 300K, y'all. I know we got the new shift starting to come in, so everybody that's new. Oh, everybody that's new, please go ahead and tap. It's only 8,000 taps we need to get to 300K. Let's do that if we can. So, thank you.
Okay. All right. Before we dive into the material, hey Kathy, are you on stage on purpose? Kathy is knocked out.
Yeah. Did you tell Selena how you got her yesterday?
Oh no.
Oh,
Israelite
okay.
thinking the language
I'll
carries
message her
special.
tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Before we dive into the material, I would like to point out a common error that apologists make when comparing ancient Near Eastern laws to those in the Old Testament. When these types of comparisons are made to show how the Old Testament is morally superior to the other cultures of the time, apologists often assume, perhaps unconsciously, that the entire corpus of legal texts outside the Bible represents one big collection. How do they do that? You will hear an apologist say something like, the Old Testament really elevates the rights of X group of people. If you look at the laws of Hammurabi, you will see that X is the case. When you compare that to the laws in the Old Testament, you can see how much better the Bible is. Somebody did argue that last week. Is there a supermod in here that can handle the guest request box while I read? However, they will then say, and if you look at the Middle Assyrian laws, they treat Y groups so poorly. But in the Old Testament, you see, although subtle, by picking and choosing different laws from different law collections to compare them to the Old Testament, they often mask the places in the Bible that are comparatively worse than the other law collections from our modern point of view. For example, it is often brought up that the laws of Hammurabi distinguish between different classes of people: the free man, the commoner, and the slave. This type of multi level division is not in place in the Old Testament laws. Thus, one might argue that the laws of Hammurabi, and by extension the ancient Near Eastern laws in general, are morally inferior to the laws of the Old Testament. The apologists might then attempt to compare the law of release for a dead slave in the Hebrew Bible to the ancient Near Eastern collections. They could point to the laws of Namo, noting that no comparable law of release found in Exodus 21, 2 through 6 and Deuteronomy 15, 12 through 18 appears in Namu's collection. Thus, they could argue the Old Testament laws are again morally superior, as they require a dead slave to be released after 6 years of service. The problem, however, is picking and choosing the particular law collection with which to make comparisons. A more appropriate comparison would be to say, if possible, within the laws of Hammurabi, since this was the collection with which the first comparison was made. Had they stayed in the laws of Hammurabi, they would have found that LH 117 also requires a dead slave to be released. However, in contrast to the 6 years found in the Old Testament, LH 117 considers the loan to be repaid only after 3 years of service. The point is, we need to be careful when making comparisons between the various law collections. We will reach skewed and inaccurate results if we either consider all the ancient Near Eastern law collections to make up a monolithic group, or pick and choose different laws from different law collections that meet our comparative needs. All right.
Before you
Go ahead.
continue, Thinker, in your link tree, do you have your Amazon link as well for the books for Dr.
No.
Bowman?
They're
It's
just
not
on
okay.
the Discord.
Okay, never mind. And what the name of well, like I said, Dr. Bowen, or whoever's asking, and we will have a link tree at some point with the book, so it'd be easy for everybody to click there and get it.
Yeah, that he already told them they can go to Amazon, and then the links are on the Discord, and the Think recommendation channel. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's get to chapter 1. Okay, an overview of the law collections. Yeah, just type Joshua Bowen into Amazon. Let's begin with providing an overview of the various law collections that come from the ancient Near East in the Old Testament. This overview is arranged chronologically for ease of organization. The laws of Ur-Nammu. The oldest known law collection comes from the end of the 3rd millennium BCE, composed at the time of the king of the 3rd dynasty of Ur-Nammu. This legal code existed between 2112 to 2095 BCE. This collection was written in the Sumerian language and contains a prologue, a lengthy group of laws, and an epilogue, which includes a curse upon anyone who would change the content of the text. The prologue primarily consists of a bragging session for King Ur-Nammu. It demonstrates how he, as the divinely chosen ruler, set things right and brought justice to the land. He was responsible for establishing the correct type of offerings, standardizing weights and measures, liberating cities in his land from foreign oppression, and making the roads and riverways safe for travel. Furthermore, he worked to provide social justice for his people. He rescued the oppressed and protected the weak and poor from being exploited by the strong and wealthy. The prologue cast Ur-Nammu as the good shepherd of his people with statements like, I eliminated enmity, violence, and cries for justice. I established justice in the land. Ur-Nammu was the good guy, at least according to the prologue. He had worked hard to bring justice to his people and to the end of their oppression. It sounds familiar. Sounds like something Yahweh would say about himself. Hold on, let me see who's in the guest request. Hi, did you have questions about the topic?
Yeah, I guess so. Wait, let me turn this off speaker. I'm sorry, I had to turn off the Bluetooth so I could speak. Can you hear me?
That's okay. Yes. What question did you have?
Okay, well, first off, I've been listening to this. I'm sorry, I fell asleep listening to it, and then I woke up listening to it, and I'm don't know if I'd call it confusion, but I'd like to understand what is the conclusions we draw here, or what is the purpose of this deconstruction of the Bible? Are we trying to prove that the Bible or religion is wrong, or it's not right, or it's
Well, who is we? Who is we?
Your collective of professors and
And
doctors.
why do we need to answer to you?
You don't have to answer to me. I'm just curious. What is the purpose here? Because although I find a lot of contradictions in the Bible, I do believe there is a creator, because I don't believe evolution has enough.
And you have that right, but I don't think that we have to answer to you why we decide to do what we decide to do for our faith or our belief system.
I'm not being abrasive or trying to.
But I don't know why I didn't say you were. Right. I understand that you don't like the response, but we're not obligated to answer that. You do realize that, like, you do what you do for your belief system,
so it's not
right?
Okay for me to understand what the purpose of this discussion is.
No, you can ask what is this deconstruction, right? If you want to know for yourself, right? But we're not obligated to explain to you why we made a decision for ourselves. You can be curious all you want. That doesn't mean that your curiosity will be would be fed or
Satisfied.
satisfied. Yeah, like what you're not owed that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Gives me an idea of what I'm dealing with. Okay, so my next
Well,
question,
you're
if I
not
may,
dealing with
Nothing. He's doing
anything.
it. We had something running last night, but
Yeah.
we weren't playing with him. We was watching
Um.
football last
may
night.
I ask
So,
another question?
uh, no, wait. You're not dealing with anything, right? You don't have to be here, right? I don't
Well,
know you personally. So you're not dealing with anything. The only thing that you would be dealing with is the decision that you make for yourself and your belief system. Does that make sense?
yes, it does.
Okay. Now, do you have a question about the topic?
Is there a purpose for slavery in the future?
Ask yourself that question.
Because we're all slaves in debt.
I'm not a slave.
Well, then you must be rich and
I, look, I brother, I
wealthy.
never had MasterCard hit me on the back with a whip, so I don't know. We can't use that comparison on here.
Like, the question is, do you have a question about the topic? Can you hear me talking?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a question about the topic?
No.
Okay. Thank you for coming up.
And thank
Oh,
you.
go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry about that. I didn't
Good
realize I was on mute
morning.
earlier. Before you jump down, Broken, this came up yesterday, and a point that was brought up I think is really important in that. And that point is being controlled by something in society or being obligated to something in society is not the same thing as being owned or enslaved by another person. And I think it's very, very dangerous to try to draw that comparison because it completely waters down the atrocities that slavery actually was and still is in a lot of parts of the world. It is not going to work and having to pay a bill. And for you to make that comparison is very, very insulting and dehumanizing to the people who are owned and looked at and viewed as the property or the possession of another human being.
Actually,
So,
if I may, before you read me
Hold on.
wrong,
Don't cut her off. Let her finish
I'm not
speaking. Don't
for
cut her
slavery.
off. Don't cut her off. Allow her to finish speaking, and then you can speak.
yeah, so I think when a lot of people do say that, but I think they miss the flip side of the coin when they say that because we're not talking about me having to pay my mortgage on the 10th of every month. We're not talking about me choosing a place of employment, putting in an application, doing an interview, deciding if it's a good fit for me, and either accepting or not accepting that job. That's not the same as somebody coming to my father, taking me and owning me as their property for the rest of their lives and being able to give me to their children. That comparison is very, very dehumanizing, and it's not even remotely close to being equivalent.
Now you can respond. If you are talking, you're on mute. You need to unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I am against slavery. I don't agree with it in any way, whether it's some kind of finessed system of debt and bankruptcies and whatever else, or working for, one person all your life and not having a choice in it.
That's
Or
not
whether,
slavery.
yes, there is slavery like
No,
that.
that's not slavery. That's your mental slavery. But I don't think you heard anything that Fee just said to you.
Yes, I just heard all of it.
You are dismissing and invalidating people who are enslaved today in other nations, people who have ancestors who have been enslaved. You are belittling the
Don't
I don't
study.
even know what word to use to describe this practice. You are not a slave. You have your freedom. You have your body autonomy. your self agency, and you are the one who makes the decision, one, to put yourself in debt. You are the one who thinks that you need the things that you have agreed to go into debt for. Therefore, you made that conscious decision on your own. You are not a slave. Nobody told you to go buy that fancy car that you felt that you need. Nobody told you to sign up for credit cards. Nobody told you to buy designer clothes or designer shoes. Nobody told you to buy a big ass house. Those are things
You
that you
judging me
want.
because you know nothing about me, like you
I
said
did it.
yourself.
I didn't say you own those things. I said nobody told you to do it. If
I
you put
haven't done
yourself
it.
in debt, if you put yourself in debt for the things that you desire, you did that consciously and voluntarily.
Well, I'm not in debt for all that designer stuff you're talking about. I'm not a fashionable person.
But Broken Bridge, I think you're missing the entire point. Like the point is that you're drawing a comparison between two things that are not even remotely comparable. That would be like saying, hey, oh, I was walking down the steps yesterday and I broke my toe, and I'm having a conversation with a person whose leg has been amputated, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know exactly what I mean. We're basically in the same boat. Those are not the same things, and that's a very, very minuscule example of the very grave and disgusting institution of owning another human being. And I think sometimes in developed nations, such as the United States, we lose sight of that. We like to talk about the frustrations of living in this society, of having to pay bills and having to work a job and all of these things, which, I mean, let's face it, if most of us had a choice, we would not do that. I would love to be able to do a whole lot of things other than go to work every single day. But that is not me being a slave. That does not then justify the God in this book telling his people, the slaves that you may own, buy them from the heathens around you. That's not the same. And if you're incapable of seeing that, then maybe I had to do the same thing, because I was raised in a religion that taught the same thing. And because they drew the parallel between being in debt to society, being in debt to the economy and capitalism and all of that. And I had to literally write down a list of things. One column was slavery, the other column was my reality. And there were so many check boxes checked on the side of slavery that did not apply to me. And if you take the time to do something like that, to truly challenge the mindset and the belief that you hold in this particular regard, you might see that you're off base here, because we are not slaves. We may be indebted to the people to the institutions we borrowed money from. We may be beholden to the laws of the country that we live in, but we do have the freedom to leave. Slave doesn't have that. If you think about all the things that you can do to remedy the situation that you find yourself in that may or may not be favorable, the fact that you can consider options tells you right there you are
I'm
not
not
a
a slave.
slave.
If you had read my sentences that I've been typing in for the last couple of hours, you could have saved your breath.
Nobody has time to do that. Nobody has time to do that. You're
That's
not
why.
that special. You're not that special. There were 900 people in here, right? You're not that special. You are centering yourself, and it is a very privileged thing for you to do, to get up here and whine about having to pay taxes and calling that slavery. You aren't that special. Do you have a question about the topic? If not, I'm ready to move on.
Yes, I do have a question about the topic, if I may, because Broken Bridge Shelter is supposed to be about helping people resolve homelessness in the world. But I've been told by some people that I have conferred with on this idea project that it may come into a thought of slavery. And now that you've put me in my place, I'm thinking I'm right. It's not slavery. They volunteer to work. But
I'm
there's
not here to give you advice on your nonprofit or your business. We are not your business consultants.
yes, I know. Y'all have a nice day. I can
You
see this
too.
is a one-sided group.
Yeah, we are not your business.
Broken bridge.
No, free labor. I don't know what you expect. You can't come into a room full of black people and get advice on whether
Oh, is this
the
a race
business
bait? Is this
idea,
a race
the
bait
the
room? Is that what
business
this is
idea
about?
that you have. Yeah, we're not in business to give you free labor.
It, it's crazy. He was trying to get us to, get
The
black folks to
fuck?
give him some free labor, like slavery. And he was
Like,
so hard
no,
being
it's not
against.
slavery. You're doing a good thing. No, go hire a consultant and pay them for their work.
Yeah, and even if everybody on the stage said, listen to his business idea and we're like, oh, okay, yeah, that doesn't sound like slavery to us, or maybe half of us said, yeah, it sounds like slavery to us, and the other half says, no, it doesn't. That doesn't mean that that's the case. Like, we are not a monolith. Getting a check mark from a conversation with one black person does not mean that your idea is going to land the same way with every other black person. That's ridiculous.
I mean, it probably was slavery. If he had to come up here and ask, it's probably slavery. It is slavery. You bet. Your homeless shelter, you making homeless people work for free. That's slavery.
The definition. I mean, I
Yeah,
tried.
that's crazy.
And like I said, I'm glad Free Fee came up there. Like I said,
Matter of
I try
fact,
to give.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to, I'm gonna see if I can find this homeless shelter online.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, I give him the free, the like, hey, you're wrong. Like I said, MasterCard never put me in chains or did anything awful. It was a joke, but like, if you thought about it, but then Fee did lay it out there. She's like, no, it's a disgusting way of like to even view that. And I think that's what we were going on in the book about of how people justifying it and or I don't even know, not drawing the proper conclusion. But he did come up here to get free slave info, and he did not.
The way he came in here, like, what's your purpose? Why are you deconstructing the Bible? Blah blah blah. Like we have to answer to him. That's how a lot of believers come up on this stage, um, demanding that we explain ourselves to them. That's how family members demand, like, why don't you believe in this God? What are you reading? Why are you deconstructing? And they think that you, just because they ask the question, they think that you owe them an answer, and you don't. Their curiosity is not your problem. You answer what you feel comfortable answering. If you don't feel comfortable answering, you have that right to set that boundary. And them being uncomfortable with the boundary that you set is their problem, not yours.
And we saw that, I saw him in here for like the last hour. I've been here with you for a while. So I saw all that shit he was typing. So it was very disingenuous to come in here like, oh, I don't, I'm Wilford Brittley. I don't understand what's going on here. I'm like, brother, you've been here long enough and you type around. So don't bring that shit here.
If
Yeah,
you feel like there is a race card, you definitely don't want to be in this room. So, MJ, you may want to leave.
I think I found their one of their socials.
So
It
racist.
wouldn't recommend. Wouldn't recommend.
Diabetes.
Uh, Go ahead, Miss Charlene.
Nah, I'm listening to Chicago.
No, I did want him to say, before he got all racist, I did want him to say diabetes, but now he ruined it with racism and slavery. So, he ruined my diabetes.
African Vato, did you come up to ask a question about the topic?
Yeah, no, well, I got the topic, but I was just kind of listening, trying to figure out before I start really getting involved and stuff. Hi, you hear me? I was just saying, I came on, I was just trying to catch up and stuff because I just came in now,
Right. So,
just
do you
catching up.
want me to? I can move you back down to the comments, so you can continue listening. And then, if you have something that you want to add, you can request and come back up on stage. Okay.
Well, I actually do have kind of a question. To the sense as to if you guys or if we, because I'm a believer myself, if we deconstructing the Bible, and we have people like the previous person that just left the chat,
Who is
and so
we? Like, why do y'all keep talking in this collective term? Who is we?
because it's not just me being a Christian, or rather being a believer.
Yeah, but like, who is we? Are there other Christians on the stage with you?
Maybe they are in the comment section.
And you speak for them?
I am speaking for them, yeah.
And they gave you the right to speak for them?
By believing, yeah, I do have a right to speak for them because we share
No,
the same faith.
no, you don't. No, y'all don't. None of you have the same interpretations of the same belief system. So you do not speak for every believer. You speak for
I-
yourself.
i- Is that your opinion
No,
about
that's
me
that's
not having the
fact.
right to?
That's
It's
fact.
a
You
fact.
speak for
Well,
yourself.
it's
You
also
don't
a,
know every believer.
I don't. You're absolutely right about that. But in a
There's
common ground,
several saying you don't speak for them. So speak for yourself. What is the
okay.
question
Speaking
that you
for
have?
myself, yeah. Speaking for myself, do you guys have any understanding of the spiritual side of the
That
Christianity?
is not the topic. That's not the topic being discussed. Again, I can move you to the comments. You can listen, right? And then if you have something to add to the topic being discussed, then I can bring you back up. Okay?
Well, before I go, before you take me out, I just want to say you guys really need to also like open your
We
minds a
don't, I
bit to
don't
the
care.
topic.
Again, follow the rules, learn the topic, then come back up.
I'm getting close to figure out where everybody's from when I hear the New
I don't
Testament.
care if you think I'm mean. There are rules, and you abide by the rules when you're in this space. I'm not here to be your friend. I don't fucking know you. Trouble. Do you have a question regarding the topic?
I just want to say one thing to you, sister. You're doing great. You magnificent, and they hating it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know about magnificent, but I thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sweetheart.
He
Thank
never
you. I
said
hope you have a beautiful day.
You have a great one too.
Thank you.
Maleficent. That's what he was trying to say, I think. So.
Shut up, Chicago. Let's see. The crazy thing is, like, you come in here, you don't even know. You have rarely heard any of the conversation. You come up in here, and the first thing you want to do is judge, and you expect us to give a fuck about what you have to say. I don't care about what you think about me. I don't know you.
And it's crazy that his comment is y'all need Jesus. How has Jesus helped you? He
You
clearly
don't
didn't
even
help.
know
Yeah, he clearly didn't help you get out your point when you were up here. He clearly didn't
exactly.
allow you help you stay on the stage to tell us that we need him. So what type of power is he giving you? I had Jesus for the first 30 years of my life. Yeah, 1 star would not recommend because I can't see any benefit from knowing him or having him in my life. But I see all the benefits from removing that belief system from my life and thinking for myself.
Go cry about it and ask your God. Ask your God, church is done. Why the fuck anger exists? Like the fact that y'all don't know how to deal with someone who don't just readily let you abuse them or do whatever the fuck you want to them is a whole ass problem. And that's why don't nobody want to be around y'all.
And
That's why people are choosing to go to hell instead of going to heaven because you're gonna be there.
because I'm not gonna even lie, if hell was really real, I still wouldn't choose heaven. Not based on how these people act. Like y'all are insufferable and you don't even know it. Because it's almost like a doctor walking into a room with a patient, not asking one question, not knowing anything about them, and then giving a prescription. Oh, this is going to fix everything that you need. You don't even know what's going on with me. Yet you feel empowered enough to give me a diagnosis. Based on what? And you don't even realize how what you're offering as a panacea don't do shit ever. It hasn't done a thing, because if it was so powerful, why is the world the way that it is? They just don't think.
They're used to people like being able to do and say whatever they want to people. They're not used to boundaries, because boundaries have been taught to us as kids as being the rude thing. Don't be rude. Somebody was talking about how they're that was you, Fee,
Mm-hmm.
wanting to hug your son, and your son was like, no, and they was like, don't do that. That's me. No, it's not.
It's not
Y'all
mean at
don't
all.
y'all Yeah, y'all haven't been taught boundaries. And then unfortunately, I don't give a fuck if you call me angry. My boundaries are my boundaries, and I'm going to enforce them, whether you like it or not. Whether you think we bugging hard or not. That the boundaries are hard. Deal with it. Gregarious, are you coming up on purpose? Hey, Gregarious, did you come up on purpose? Gregarious? Okay. Alta, did you come up on purpose?
Yeah, I came up on purpose. I want to know why you guys don't rather go to hell than to go.
Mm.
Again, you can want to know whatever it is that you want to know about our personal choices. You're not obligated to those answers. That's none of your business. Or go ask Jesus. The Holy Ghost tells you everything you need to know. Go ask the Holy Ghost. Y'all tell us all the time that we can't understand things because we have carnal minds. Go use your spiritual mind and get the answers to what you want to know. All right, back to reading. Right, use that discernment that some of y'all aren't using. Is keeping you from getting scammed by fake thinker accounts. Then want to say God told you to tell me something. The day that you can prove to me that God is talking to you, the day you can come to me and say that you knew you wasn't getting scammed by a thinker account because God told you that they were fake, then I might listen to something that a God told you to tell me. Other than that, if you're allowing yourself to get scammed by an account that you think is me and your God didn't tell you that it wasn't me, ain't shit you gonna be able to tell me that a God told you to tell me. Not a damn thing. Um. Okay. So let's see. Where are we? Oh, we're on the code. The code of Ur-Nammu. So right now, what Dr. Bowen is discussing is the oldest legal code in the ancient Near East is the laws of Ur-Nammu. It had 85 preserved laws that were broken and remain to be reconstructed with the discovery of more manuscripts. Although we might expect the topics covered by the collection to follow more standardized groupings, the laws that deal with slavery in one group and all the laws about inheritance in another. It was not written in this way. For example, laws about murder, robbery, and kidnapping appear in the beginning of the list, followed by a couple of laws on slavery, a few on rape and adultery, and 2 on divorce. However, a few laws later, we see another law about slavery, and yet more slave laws appear toward the end of the text. Significant space is given to laws on battery and rates of pay and rent, with other topics including inheritance, bailment, and loss of property. The form that the laws take here and throughout the rest of the collections follows the pattern if, then. For example, if Johnny takes a cookie from the cookie jar, then he will be sent to his room. This type of structure is referred to as causiatic or case law. The first part of the law, the if portion, lays out the particular situation that is being considered. This if portion is known as protasis. The then portion explains what is to happen when what is described in the if portion occurs. The then part of the law is known as the apodosis. Dr. Bowen, I hope I'm saying these words right. The epilogue consists of a curse section in which King Ur-Nammu warns against anyone defacing or changing the words of the text. Who else has a curse in their law that says, if you change any word, this will happen? And then keep in mind, what we're looking at is the evolution of these laws over time. This is the first legal code in the ancient Near East. Whoever erases this inscription and writes his name on it, or because of this curse, forces an outsider who erases the inscription and writes for him a name not to be written. If another ruler changed what Ur-Nammu had written, or even had someone else change it for them, then they would suffer the wrath of the gods. A series of curses would fall upon that ruler's city and its people. I think it's interesting that the first time we see this curse for changing divine text is in Babylon.
Do you think that's because they knew that other nations were doing that? Or do you think it's about changing it in their society?
I think in their society, I think it's saying that like other kings that come along in their society, but I don't know. That's interesting. Dr. Bowen may go into more detail about it, but I think it's talking about like king, because since this is the first legal code in history,
okay, yes,
around 2200 BCE.
Okay,
yeah,
makes sense.
It's important to note how the curses that would come upon this future ruler stand in contrast to what he should be providing for his people, as described in the epilogue. A praiseworthy ruler would be known as good and just, caring for those under his authority. Instead, the epilogue condemns this future ruler who changes the inscription in his city. May his people wander about among reed huts. May his city be a city not agreeable to Enlil. May the gates of his town remain wide open. May the young men of his town be blind. May the young women of his town be infertile. May no one build a sheepfold. May no one a cattle pen. The cursed king would not fulfill the role of a good Mesopotamian ruler, to be a caring shepherd for his people. This seems to suggest that the purpose of the inscription and the collection that it contained, at least in part, was to present the king to the intended audience as the good and just shepherd. If a future king were to change the inscription and replace Ur-Nammu with himself, the curses in the epilogue would be fitting. That is, what that future king would do to benefit himself, stealing and taking credit for the acts described in the inscription would instead bring about the opposite effect. Another law collection that was composed in the Sumerian language was the laws of Lipit Ishtar. Lipit Ishtar was a king who reigned from the city of Isin in the early second millennia from 1934 to 1924 BCE. As with the laws of Ur-Nammu above, this collection contains a prologue, a group of laws, and an epilogue. While there are not as many laws preserved in this collection, only about 50, the overall tone and content are very similar to what we saw in the laws of Ur-Nammu. The prologue presents King Lipit Ishtar as a good shepherd for his people. At that time, the gods An and Enlil called Lipit Ishtar to the princeship of the land. Lipit Ishtar, the wise shepherd, whose name has been pronounced by the god Nunaminar, in order to establish justice in the land, to eliminate cries for justice, to eradicate enmity and armed violence, to bring well-being to the lands of Sumer and Akkad. One thing that I am recognizing too is that the Babylonian gods claim that their goal is to eradicate uh, enmity, right? The Hebrew God causes it in Genesis as a curse.
Right. So
I was
what? That's crazy.
I was just finna say that too. I'm like, okay, the the God that we've been introduced to and served, he's a chaos agent, and these gods are the opposite of that.
Or claiming to be. But
Well,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
But to me, that makes more sense, right? Like if you're talking about rules are typically put in place to establish order, and to ensure that everything that's being done is fair and just. So enmity would need to be removed because that's a division, that's a separation, that's a deep-seated hatred. So laws should be put in place to remove that as opposed to add it, which is what you see under the claims of the Christian God.
Which makes sense that he's the only God in history that uniquely sets humans against humans and has humans killing other humans.
When I listened to the other gods and you were listening to Pantheon, and then it's like the Israel God. He acts like a big child with he's a big brat child who likes to cause chaos. He likes to invent things and then sit back and watch, how things are going to unfold. If that makes sense, you can tell me if it didn't.
I think it does. Like I think it also speaks to. Did y'all see The Incredibles?
Yeah,
A
one of
second.
my sons has the nickname Jack Jack.
Yeah, he reminds me of course I can't think of the name of the kid who saw the power of the Incredibles and then eventually became this maniacal incredible himself.
Right.
That's Yahweh. Like you create the you create the disaster in order to save people from the disaster, but you're creating all of this division and hatred over and over again. That's Yahweh.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep, that's right. Syndrome was his name. Yeah, Syndrome. Dragon Sage put it in the comments.
So if those other gods were, if we would say that those were his brothers, um, and it's like I say, he would be the little one who is just a little brat. He enjoys inflicting pain. He enjoys. He's just. I can't explain it, but
He want to be the only one that does that. He want to play along, and the other one's out there. So he got to eliminate the other competition.
But because he came along, like he wasn't originally in the Canaanite pantheon, like he wasn't a part of that pantheon at first. And so when they started like writing stories about him, and he started like usurping some of these stories, it would make sense to eliminate the worship of them because the stories were taken from some of these stories were taken from these gods and written about Yahweh. So the people that are willing it, like it would make sense to eliminate all of them because like that's the paper trail.
right.
Um, mountain bike.
So
Did
thinker. Now,
huh?
so if that's the case, when did this God start becoming the God?
During the reign of King Josiah.
Okay.
Yeah, between like the seventh century after they right before Babylonian exile, I believe. During the reign of King Josiah, like a couple of hundred years before that, probably. Mountain bike. Are you on stage on purpose?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay, I'll take you down. Have a good day.
You do.
And thank you to we got to reset our live goal, and I guess. Oh, hey everybody! We can reset our live goal and get that to 350, and we can
I hate Chicago. Why y'all keep letting Chicago
and,
back
and
up?
give the host of your choice. I mean, it'd be really, really nice of y'all. You know, she's been doing it all night long for the third shift. So
Is he being la la y'all?
I am not. I refuse to answer that with her.
Yes.
Oh, Lala gonna get you.
That's fine. She already she muted me once. So look, I'm used to pain, so she can go ahead threaten me with a good time.
Is she in here? You said she muted you.
No, no,
Oh,
no. It was a while ago. After a whole bunch.
oh.
But yes, y'all. If y'all can still, please tap the screen, get it to 350, and make sure we gift the host. We will have the hearts. We still needed about at least a galaxy worth of hearts. So if y'all can do that, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh man, my contact. Oh shoot, hold on.
And do you need to get a coffee, your coffee break, water, anything while you got us?
No, I'm good. It had well, I don't need coffee. It's my contact has folded in my eye.
Look.
Hold on.
Are you able to get it out?
It
Whatever.
just popped out. It just popped out. It's like it's completely folded.
Ugh.
Hold on.
Well, we really had a good discussion. And those of you thinkheads that are in the Discord, please go to the link. If you want to see the book that's here, this is the Dr. Bowen's book. And all his books are in the Discord. And everybody, now just look up Dr. Bowen on the Amazon, and you will be able to find them and stuff. So today we just doing a special reading, because we didn't have any of these big, strong, silly Christians that didn't want to come up and talk about the topics and stuff. So other than that, you can do all these things and click away while she's getting her eyes together, because we are here together and everything of that nature. Mm.
Chicago, I'm gonna spank you if you don't stop.
He about
See,
to get blocked for real.
don't threaten me with a good time.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. According to the text, he freed the cities under his dominion from subjugation and enacted a series of social reforms for the people. As with the laws of Ur-Nammu, the main body of laws appear to be organized somewhat sporadically by modern standards. Laws on rates for rent and inheritance are followed by laws about battery. Several laws are dedicated to the care of orchids, followed by laws about slaves. Some of the other topics covered are remarriage, false witness, and adoption. The main section of the collection ends with a list of 5 laws concerning the damage that might come to a rented ox. Damage of the hoof tendon is considered, followed by damage to the ox's eye, horn, tail, etc. As we will see below, this is a common method for constructing these sets of laws. Begin with a general rule and then extrapolate by considering several variations on the initial law. The epilogue of the laws of Lipit Ishtar is reminiscent of what we saw in the laws of Ur-Nammu. It opens with a first-person summary of the ways in which the king had been a good caretaker of the land. In accordance with the true word of the god Utu, I made the lands of Sumar and Akkad hold fair judicial procedure. In accordance with the utterance of the god Enlil, I, Lipit Ishtar, son of Enlil, eradicated enmity and violence. I made weeping lamentation, shouts for justice, and suits taboo. I made right and truth shine forth, and I brought well-being to the lands of Sumer and Akkad. As with the laws of Ur-Nammu, the epilogue contains a curse section. Any ruler who comes after Lipit Ishtar had 2 choices. They could leave the inscription alone, in which case they would be blessed by the gods, or they could change or deface the inscription, which would result in calamity as the gods turn away from them. The end of the preserved section reads, "May he make his cities into heaps of ruins. May the foundation of his land not be stable. May it have no king. Both the ruler and those under his care would suffer, should he choose the latter option." The laws of Eshuna. Shortly before the reign of Hammurabi, a king by the name of Dadusha ruled the kingdom of Eshuna. The kingdom lay east of the modern city of Baghdad and became quite powerful and influential in the region in the first part of the 18th century BCE. Different from the laws of Ur-Namah, the laws of Lipit Ishtar, and as we will see, the laws of Hammurabi, the three copies of this collection that are known to scholars contain neither a prologue or an epilogue. Instead, there is a short section preserved before the group of laws. Although the text is very fragmentary, what remains appears to contain some forms that are reminiscent of what we might see in other royal inscriptions. The gods Enlil and Ninazu, when Dadusha ascended to kingship of the city of Ashuna and entered into the house of his father, when he conquered with mighty weapons within 1 year the cities Supar Shamash and on the far bank of the Tigris River. When we examine the main body of the text, many of the 60 preserved laws follow the if-then pattern to which we have become accustomed. Many others are written in a different style, including laws on the rates of hire and wages, laws with a more complex protasis, that if portion of the law, and even laws in the form of commands, known as apodictic laws. Much of the collection concerns either the setting of prices for various commodities or the establishment of rates for interest, wages, and rent. A few laws concern loans, credit, and bailment, along with laws about sale and purchase, bride wealth, betrothal, and marriage as also figure into the collection, as well as laws about slaves and distraint. A creditor taking someone into his home by force in order to motivate the debtor to pay. Theft and burglary are also covered, as is battery. There is also a section towards the end concerning negligence, a negligent owner of a goring ox, a negligent owner of a biting dog, a negligent owner of an unstable wall, and a negligent guard of a house. The oxes were really important in antiquity. Them oxes was probably going around killing everybody. Laws of Hammurabi. Hold on. Of the legal collections preserved from the ancient Near East, the laws of Hammurabi stand out. Of course, some of this has to do with the over 2 meter tall diorite stele of Hammurabi that stands in the, I don't know that word, covered with 282 laws. The stele is topped with a scene in which Hammurabi stands before the god of justice, Shamash. There, Hammurabi receives the rod and ring, symbols that confirm that the king had been granted the right to rule and administer justice in the land. In addition to this stele and the other similar monuments that were set up around Hammurabi's kingdom, his law collection found its way into the scribal curriculum. Many of these scribal exercises have been preserved, ranging in date from 2nd to the 1st millennium BCE. Vande Mirup explains the subsequent history of Hammurabi's text shows how it acquired a very special status. As with the laws of Ur-Namah, the laws of Lipit Ishtar, the laws of Hammurabi contain a prologue, a body of laws, and an epilogue. However, in the case of the laws of Hammurabi, each section is significantly longer. Nevertheless, the individual sections reflect the overall nature of the other two collections, as well as, at a minimum, the main body of laws and the laws of Ishuna. The prologue reads, as we would expect, King Hammurabi, chosen to rule by the gods, was there to establish justice and prevent oppression of the weak. For example, at that time, the gods Anu and Enlil, for the enhancement of the well-being of the people, named me by my name Hammurabi, the pious prince who venerates the gods, to make justice prevail in the land, to abolish the wicked and the evil, to prevent the strong from the oppressing the weak, to rise like the sun god Shamash over all humankind, to illuminate the land. I think what's interesting too is what we don't hear is the name Yahweh, Jehovah, Israel, Elion. Like we don't hear that. So for the claim to be that the Canaanites knew of this God, because this is where Abraham, the story says Abraham came from, right? From this land. And so these are the legal codes that if there was a historical Abraham, he would have known these legal codes or lived by these legal codes. You don't hear that God's name. So when believers are on stage defending the Canaanites being genocided by the command of Yahweh, they're like literally there's no history of them, there's no history of any knowledge or relationship with that God from any of these laws. Like the laws were given by Enlil, by Anu, by Utu. You see what I'm saying? I think that's a good point to bring up when a believer defends the Canaanite thing.
Yeah, I agree. I'm wondering though how as we read through these things, I'm thinking, okay, what are the refutations that we're going to hear? But I think that's a valid point. It would be hard to get across that or get around that one.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to some of the laws. Okay, so the prologue continues with Hammurabi showing great kindness to the various cities in his kingdom, rebuilding and restoring temples for their deities. The opening section concludes in this way: when the god Marduk commanded me to provide just ways for the people of the land in order to attain appropriate behavior, I established truth and justice as the declaration of the land. I enhanced the well-being of the people. Just like Ur-Nammu and Lipit Ishtar, before him Hammurabi was depicted as the good guy, chosen by the gods to ensure justice and prosperity for his people. Unsurprisingly, given the large number of laws in the collection, a wide variety of topics are covered. These cases dealt within the laws of Hammurabi include judicial procedure, theft and robbery, slave sales, and matters affecting slaves, agricultural and irrigation work and offenses, pledges, debts, deposits, and loans, real estate sales and rentals, marriage, matrimonial property and sexual offenses, inheritance, adoption and foster care, assault and bodily injuries, rates of hire for employment, laborers and craftsmen, failure to complete contracted tasks, renters, shepherds' liabilities, and goring oxen. Also, when they say that the God had to like work with humans or with the Israelites to abolish slavery, these legal codes speak to well-established societies or civilizations running already. So for me, it wouldn't make sense for an all-knowing God to have to say, oh, I need to allow the Israelites to participate in slavery, and then I need to work with them slowly to see how slavery is immoral.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. Like you would think it would be a God ultimately determines what's right, what's wrong, and gives edicts of what it wants their followers to do. Not let me see what they're doing and figure out how I can work around it. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't sound godlike for sure. It sounds human, but not godlike.
Exactly. But a lot of the apologetics that we get around slavery is that, slavery was already in the ancient Near East and God needed to work slowly with humans because God knew that humans wouldn't just stop enslaving other people. And they say that God didn't invent slavery. He just allowed the Israelites to participate in that because it was what was going on in society at the time. And then the incest law, right? When we talk about Abraham and Sarah being wife and brother and sister, and then Amram and his auntie, right, being husband and wife. They say at that point in time, the population was low and God okayed incest at that time. But we can see that there were whole ass cities operating in Babylon and Mesopotamia. And the legal codes grew over time. So it went from 60 to 85 to 282 codes. So the city grew. They had laws about wages and contracts, right? Renting property. So it was a full on prosperous civilized urban center. So I think that goes against that argument too.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's a very strong point to make. And anybody that is actually willing to consider these realities I think it will be persuasive. But I mean, the people we talk to, so.
And these gods seem to have water with their people, whereas Yahweh, he all he did, it's like he had a bunch of people just running around, causing, like they say, causing chaos. That's my word. But destroying, eradicating people. I don't see anything. I'm listening to the other gods and I hear harmony. I don't see anything. I'm listening to the other gods and I hear.
Tash, did you join on purpose or on accident? Okay, I think they joined on accident. Go ahead, Miss Shelley.
I'm just saying, it just seemed like the other gods, they were more, their places, their lands, however you want to say it, was more harmonious. Where it just seemed like when Yahweh came on the scene, it was nothing. He came on the scene with the first thing he did was set up the two people he had for failure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it went down. It went down here after that. I mean, I don't hear, when you listen to all the stories that that the Israelites tell, it's just so gloom and if you don't do this, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna kill you, and serve me and kiss my ass, and it's just I don't know. Listening to this, it's just such a contrast between them and Yahweh. How they set up their nations. It just seemed like it just ran, even with their laws. Their laws made more sense for a well-run people.
Yeah, but keep in mind, we haven't actually dug into their actual legal codes. Like some of their laws could be horrendous, right? Okay. We're still dealing with prehistoric legal codes who had limited knowledge as well.
Right.
Although one thing that I can say that I did notice, the Assyrians, right, when they came in and they conquered Israel, because I think Zedekiah, or it might have been Hoshea, one of them refused to pay the tribute to Assyria, to the king, and they came in and they conquered Israel. And what they did was they created diverse cities. So of the captives that they took, what they had a rule, the king of Assyria would not kill kings. That was a rule that he had for himself. And then when they went in and conquered, anybody that was considered to be innocent, women and children, they would set free. They would not take them they wouldn't kill them, and they wouldn't take them as captives, but they would resettle them into the the territories that they conquered and created diverse cities. So they didn't allow just like one group of people to live in a city. They would spread them out and create diverse cities. So that's one thing that I noticed, and they did it not only to create diversity, but also to keep the people from trying to rise up and rebel against the king. So that's one thing I noticed about Assyria, that's quite different from the Israelites. Like the Israelites were really supremacist and exclusive in nature, and their goal was to create a nation where everybody in the world bowed down to them and served them.
You know what else I find interesting is the claim that believers always make, specifically those in the Abrahamic God, that there was almost like this chaotic environment going on in the world until this God stepped in and fixed things. But the oldest law code, the Code of Ur-Nammu, has one of the strongest royal statements ever, and it's about, like you mentioned, eliminating enmity, violence, and cries for justice. So, like we were saying before, if a God is going to step in to rule a people, it should be for the purpose of fixing problems, not creating them. So how can you look at your law and say that it is the pinnacle when laws that predate it and do things that are more or command things that are way more humanitarian than the law of the God of the Bible seems to be a better framework through which humans can coexist. So I think that would be a very big thing, a huge hurdle for them to jump over to defend the way this God in the Bible creates laws and talks about people.
Yeah, and I think it also like serves for like blaming humans, right?
Right.
Making humans feel like they're to blame for the decisions of this God. Oh, the God turns humans against humans and teaches humans how to kill other humans in war, and that's humans' fault because human ate from a tree and disobeyed the God.
Yeah, I know you're reading. Tamad said that somebody in the comments is putting some
Oh,
unnice
I
things
blocked them.
in Aramaic.
Yeah, I blocked them.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you. They're in my request box too, so I don't know who they all are. So it was more than two of them that with their like a foreign name, so I'm not letting them up because I don't know what it says. Eugene, are you here to ask a question about the topic?
Yeah, so I am an atheist, and one of the reasons why, at least for me, is I have found that if there is a God, which is fine that there is, they don't seem to do much for anybody ever. They don't seem to have any power at all. Like the most devout people still have shitty lives. Like the people who are flawless in their service to the God, there never seems to be a benefit. So if they seem to be as like impactful as a stone sitting on the side of the beach. Like it's pretty to look at, but it doesn't do anything for anyone. And before you say what I have a feeling you might be about to say, I would like to point to you three cartoon
Wait, what
gods.
do you think? What do you think I'm getting ready to say? That this is off topic?
To say again?
What do you think I'm getting ready to say?
Oh, well, that going to make a bunch of examples about how people had miracles in their life, how this guy got saved.
Wait. Why do you think I'm going to do that? Please enlighten me.
Because that is the trope that people come back with when
what people? What kind of people? What kind of people? What people come back with that trope?
People who believe in God.
And you think that I'm going to do that? Why?
I do. I think, but so
why? Wait, Eugene. Why do you think I would come back and do that? Please explain that to me.
Well, first of all, I'm at a deficit because I didn't sit with this very long. I
Yeah, you
just
don't know
came
where you
from.
are, do you? You just
Right.
came
Yeah,
up in here to
exactly.
start talking, right?
I did.
You
I
you
did.
you thought you thought that this was a Christian Bible study, and you came in here to just like spread your atheist truth because you thought
Yes,
that you were disrupting
exactly.
a Christian Bible study. Why would you do that? Why? What did the Christian invite you up to do that?
Um, because I see a Christian nationalist movement that is
No, 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 no,
hate
no.
filled.
Why would you go into a Christian Bible study, go on stage, and just start spewing your personal beliefs in the middle
For the
of their
same
Bible study?
reason. For
First
the
off,
same
I'm not a
reason.
Christian. I don't believe in this God.
Oh, good.
This is a room full of atheists, but I also don't appreciate you doing that shit. If this was a Christian Bible study, there is no reason for you to just pop in there and interrupt them. None. You are
Yeah.
not doing anything better than what a Christian does when they come in here. I don't appreciate that shit.
All right. Very good. I'm glad to hear it.
No, you're not, because you're the one who did it.
Listen, that's fine.
That's just,
Yeah.
like Eugene answer and then Eugene person in that one. So
And
yeah,
I would also like to, if you don't mind, Thinker, please let me point out the fact to Christians in here, please notice how the energy that Thinker came with this person was not because he was a Christian. It was because his behavior was inappropriate. So the issues that you guys face with Thinker calling you on the carpet has nothing to do with the fact that you're a Christian. It has everything to do with the fact that your behaviors are inappropriate. It's not okay to do that. It's not okay for you to do it. It's not okay for us to do it. It's not okay for anybody to do it. Respect people's conversations and the things that they're curious about and they want to investigate. That's the lesson that needs to be learned here.
Like that is a huge pit peeve. Like you can't be saying, "Hey, respect my right to not believe," and then don't respect their right to believe. If they're in their space, leave them the fuck alone.
And he came in here, the first thing he said was, I'm atheist, because he assumed he was in a room full of Christians. And he felt like that
it's
was
all
going to cause problems, with him saying that.
it's all black people, and he was like, "Yo, I got it." Eugene, please stay true to your name, Eugene. That's
But I
you
but
He
I
thought
stop
he was in the
honestly
Baptist. He thought he was in the Baptist meeting room or something.
It probably so, but I honestly think that it speaks to a bigger problem of just about the mindset of us as individuals. It doesn't matter if your belief system is on the side of Christianity or your belief system is on the opposite side of Christianity or Muslim or whatever. We do not get to tell people what they can and cannot believe. We just can't do that. And even though we can talk about the dangers and the entailments and the problems that Christian nationalism brings, that's fine. But every Christian is not a Christian nationalist any more than every atheist is a hateful person that does all the things that Christians believe that atheists do. If we don't want them to do that to us, we cannot do that to them. And we have to realize that our approach matters and the way we comport ourselves matters. And going into their spaces trying to disrupt them. Nope, this is wrong because blah, blah, blah. That's the same thing that they do when they come in here. And it's not okay for us to do it either.
Thank you, Fee. I appreciate that. You say it so much more eloquently. I can't fucking talk. I can't when I'm frustrated, the words do not flow. But you definitely have a gift, and you say it way more eloquent.
Thank you, Brennan.
Al
You did great.
Albin Coddle. All I know how to do is cuss. Albin, hi, how are you? Albin, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, I think what Fee was talking about is great. I mean, it's good. We can, and that's what I look at on all sides of these conversations that we have on debates. It's like you can do so much to try to say your side is right, but then at the same time, you need to look at your own self and make sure that you're not becoming the people that you are trying to, quote unquote, fight against. And I see that happen too many times on the apps and on everything. So even if I'm wrong, I gotta take a step back and look at my own self, because how can I want what's best, or what I think what is best for people, if I'm doing the same exact thing that I'm fighting against with other people? So no.
Exactly. Hey, Sean.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say I absolutely love what Fee just said, because like that's the whole reason why I love this space. It's the whole reason why this has been something that has got me into a very positive mindset, because it's not about us trying to force any kind of um, thoughts or beliefs on anybody else. It's just about us having a place where we can talk and we can speak and we can be fair. And it's the fairness. And I think, like, especially within the last couple of days, a lot of us, especially as Black women, a lot of us have had to deal with some really hard blows, and to know that there is a space where, regardless of what you believe, who you voted for, what you think, like, that space is safe, that it's fair, that you're not trying to, like, a lot of times Christians come up here and they're like, oh, this and that. We're literally just saying, okay, but this is the facts. This is what your book says. This is what, this is the thing that you believe in. Like, we're not trying to tell you what to believe. We're literally just challenging you to read, to comprehend, to understand. And, like, I think with the climate that we're in right now, where a lot of people have, like, I literally know some women that are going through deep, deep depression because of the last couple of days. And I know that I can come on here at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, because you're the, like I can come on here and you're live. And I know that regardless of, like, what you think or believe, we're fair. That's the part. Like, it's about the fairness. It's about understanding that there's no, like, oh, we're just judging you. We just don't believe what you believe. And so no, we're literally, this is the facts. This is the proof. And the fact that so many people saw the facts and didn't, like, you know what I mean? So it's just, I don't know. I didn't have any complaints. I didn't have any issues, any problems. I just wanted to tell you that I love you. That's it. I love you, and I love what you do for this space. I love that you've created this for us, because so many of us are dealing with so many things right now. And I know that I can log in, I can come on this space, and I know that what's fair is what's going to. And I'm sorry, I'm always so emotional when I come on here. You guys are
we
like,
love
oh
you,
my
Sean.
God, here comes Sean. She's gonna cry. Yes, that's me. That's who I am. And I'm finally embracing it. But I just wanted to say I love you and I thank you. I'm not going to be up here. I'm going to just jump down. I just wanted to tell you thank you, because you provide a safe space for so many of us. And thank you for that.
Thank you, Sean, and you're welcome. And we love you.
I know.
And when we don't see you, we be like, "Where the fuck is Sean?"
I always just pop in. I pop in and I'm like quiet, because I don't want to take any attention off of the live, because you give so much, like, important information. And so I just kind of pop in and I don't say anything. I used to say, like, good morning every day and all this stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm just going to be quiet, because I want to learn. But I love you guys. I love you all. I love you, Fee. Oh my God, Fee, you
We
are
love you too,
so
Sean.
amazing. I love you so much. I love you, Chicago, even though you so messy.
I am not one. I'm not messy. You stay away from my rocks. You rock queen. You stay away from all my rocks. All right. No mineral rocks for you.
Chicago, you know you messy. You and Oso need to have, like, a moment.
Look. Look. If you're gonna call, you better bring the proof. So you bring the proof to me next time. Y'all ain't gonna be casting aspersions against my name until y'all got proof.
I love all of you guys, and thank you so much for this platform. And I'm going to step down. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Sean. Look at Oso with all the eyes in there. Oso tried to like, uh, what do you call it? Like he tried to stay away for 2 days, trying to like,
He's trying
I
to
don't know.
wait
I
you out,
guess maybe
thinker.
feel the burn. Yeah, yeah.
He's trying to
I
wait
ain't
you
gonna
out.
lie, I did miss him. I started to think Aiden was Oso for a while because I'm like, I was thinking about it yesterday. I'm like, wait a minute. Aiden took Oso's side for no reason. And I'm like,
Right.
Oso been gone for 2 days. Aiden is silly as fuck like Oso. I'm like, wait a minute. Is
Yeah.
Aiden Oso?
Also have us questioning everybody that comes up here sounding crazy. So, I mean, yeah, valid point. But I'm kind of glad that guy came in because I think that's a conversation that needed to happen. Because the reality is you and Bash and pretty much every other creator in this deconstruction space has made it really clear, like, I am not your god, I am not your leader. I am a person who's curious, and I research and I share that research with others, but do the work yourself. So in order for us to avoid becoming the very thing that we work so hard to detach from, why would we recreate it under another umbrella? Like, and I get that it's human nature to do it, but I think if we recognize that human nature and stop ourselves from doing that, that's how we prevent becoming the very thing we don't want to be. There are no directors here. There is no ultimate authority. And thinker, I don't want to think for you, but I know I've heard you say it before. You could be wrong just like I could be wrong. And if you got
Absolutely.
something wrong, show me where I'm wrong. So it's so dangerous to get in this mindset where we're all happy we found this community. We're all happy that we're able to support each other. But that doesn't mean that we don't correct each other's bad behavior. Or that doesn't mean we don't speak on the fact that, you know what, there was a better way to do that or a more effective way to do that. Or this is how what you did could have been damaging or unkind. There's nothing wrong with doing that, because if we don't do that, what we'll find is that it's the church scenario all over again. The pastor or the leader is above reproach. Whatever he says goes. And that's just not okay. So if you see a person doing something or behaving in a way that is just unkind and uncaring, we have to speak about it, whether they're a believer or not. Being an atheist, just because I'm an atheist, doesn't mean that I look at you and think everything that you do is right. And we've got to be able to hold that microscope to ourselves as well.
Absolutely. Bob, Bob, are you there on purpose? D, are you there on purpose?
And I thought
Hello.
that's a delicious girl.
Oh, is this Delisha?
Why you ghost me
Oh,
laugh in the
okay.
background?
Okay. Are you up here on purpose? Are you at work?
What is she doing? Is she? I know
I
she.
think I
The
think
mic's
she's
on.
at work. I think she's at work and she can't talk.
Oh, then, okay, you gotta drop it there. Cause like, what's? I think is she
Oh,
at
can you
home?
hear me? I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah,
No.
texting.
yeah, she's
I
texting. Are you
know.
at work? Hi.
No, I'm actually off today.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you
Yes,
join on purpose?
I did. I did. I've been listening. So, when you were asking, Christians to come up before, I was like, it's no reason for me to come up. I don't really have anything to debate, like, because the questions that I did have about slavery are answered, and I kind of screenshot them because I want to remember them while I'm reading. I can go to it. But the reason why I did request just now is because this is open question. Like, I can ask a question not related.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. All right, great. Because I'm still a Christian. I still believe in the Trinity. I have not gotten rid of that. But I do have questions. Um I
I'm in church and I'm in Bible study and Zoom studies quite often. Thursday, I'm sorry, Wednesday we have a Zoom Bible study, and I was on there, and the instructor, the preacher, he was talking about Job, how God had asked Satan, had you considered, my servant Job? And I'm like, I didn't even want to get on. Actually, I got on late, but I'm like, I can't do that, even though I'm feeling like I'm feeling. I need to dissect. I don't want to say dissect the Bible, but I need to understand the Bible totally. I can't just go on what I'm hearing from these lives and TikTok, and so I need to continue what I was doing that led me to start reading the Bible. And this is what my Bible instructors and people on there are telling me: read your Bible, read your Bible. You're not reading your Bible. Okay, I'm reading my Bible, and I'm feeling like I'm going the opposite way. But anyway, he was talking about Job. So I didn't ask the question, but I did put it in a text, like, why does why does a loving God cause harm on innocent people? Because Job was innocent. Because the preacher, he always says, oh, well, as a father, you will discipline your children. I got discipline. I'm like, yeah, I got discipline too for things that I did wrong. It was never, my parents never like disciplined me, but I'm doing a good job. Like, it's like, okay, parents just say, oh, Delicia's great. She's doing a good job. She's an A student. She's, doing everything that she's told to do. She's never disrespectful. She's kind. She's loving. Just invite a demon or Satan to disrupt her life. Like, this is crazy to me. But I'm like, okay, the question really never really got answered. And I'm like, I don't even really want to go deeper into it. I'm just going to leave it alone. My question never got answered. So I just left it alone. But the question I want to ask here, because I'm still reading, I'm still trying to understand the God that I worship. Jacob. I haven't really heard about Jacob. I think Jacob is the one who his brothers threw him in a pit. I think that's his name, Jacob. His
That's
brothers threw him in a pit.
Joseph.
Joseph. Okay, Joseph. His brothers threw him in the pit. Some other people came along. They saved him from the pit because he could have died there, starvation or whatever. But they saved him from the pit. It kind of like, the bird that is an old folks story where the bird pooped on the squirrel or something, and somebody came and licked the poop off but ate him. So anyway, but that's not what happened here. But they came and they saved him from the pit. They imprisoned him. They made him a slave and imprisoned him, and then they made him a king, from slavery in this land. Then his brothers came, and he was kind to his brothers, but he still kept the faith of what he believed as a Hebrew. So the question what I need answered is, what was that all about? Do you know? Like his story, like why was it put in there?
He needed to be in Egypt because of the promise that the God gave to Abraham that his descendants would be in a foreign land for 400 years. Right. And then so Jacob ends up going down to Egypt. That's where Moses is born to free the Israelites out of Egypt. So it's like it serves as a literary device that just says this is how the plan unfolded, right? Is that what you're asking? Like, why was Joseph sold into slavery in Egypt, and why did he raise up to like the second of? Because while he was in Egypt, while the Israelites were in Egypt in the story, they were prospering, they were doing well while Joseph was alive. it was after Joseph died that the slavery started.
Right. The Hebrews became slaves after Joseph died because it was a new pharaoh or new king, and they didn't know Joseph and didn't care, and they put him back into slavery. I just wanted
Well,
to.
they weren't in slavery while Joseph was alive. The slavery started after Joseph died, but they were in Egypt, living there, and they were growing, like they were prosperous, they were doing well while Joseph was alive. But Joseph just serves as he's a character, like part of the plan. Like, how did the Israelites get into Egypt?
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I'm just still a little curious about that story because I guess that's just one story.
Like, what is it that you're really trying to find out about that story? Like, what's confusing you about it?
Because it's part of the Bible as well, so it's in there. So what I'm confused. I'm not really confused. It's just a question. I guess like how God said, "What about Job? Have you considered my servant Job?" So I'm like, okay, that story is just it's not something that I agree with. So now I'm on to Joseph. I'm like, okay, what about Joseph? What's going on with Joseph? It seems like he was a good guy. A guy. Because Job was a good guy too. Joseph, Job was a good
I
guy.
mean,
Joseph was a good guy too.
well, they all write about how good they were, right? Like, the whole purpose is to kind of show that the Israelites were set apart, right? And that's why they were chosen. But yeah, he just kind of serves as the plan, because like this was the God's plan, was to have the Israelites in Egypt. And it kind of just serves like Dr. Bowen used the terminology the other morning, kind of like an origin story, because this is where they meet the God for real, right? Before, they had their ancestral gods. They had Abraham is from Ur, so their gods that they knew were these other gods. I don't want to say the Babylonian gods, but they Yahweh was not the God that they were familiar with, or at least he says that they didn't know him by that name. So this is like the origin story of how the Israelites end up meeting this God.
Okay.
Yeah. So Joseph just serves as a part of the plan.
Okay. Another person that's in the Bible that believes in God.
What do you mean?
That was
What
because
What do
he
you mean?
kept
Like,
his faith, even though all the things that happened to him, which gets me kind of thinking. Like, all the things that happened to him were like, if God said that this is what needs to happen to fulfill the purpose, he had to have all of these things and events that he had to go through in his life in order for his people, his family, to to eat, because they were starving to eat. He had to go through all of these events and become king, or next to the king, to help his people.
is there a reason why you're focused on that aspect of both Job and Joseph's story? Like, could it possibly be that you're looking for an answer for yourself?
It's all for myself. It's all for myself. I'm because I'm a believer. I've never like imposed my beliefs on anyone. Um, Even my daughter is 15. I've taken her to church. Oh gosh, church. Yeah, church is a lifestyle. So I've taken her to church as she's gotten older. Um, let's just say I don't impose what I believe on her. She says she's a Christian. But I let her know that it's her choice what she wants to choose. So I've never done that. Like even with my husband, I've never imposed my beliefs. It's just sometimes I will ask questions. Sometimes things come up and I'll state my beliefs. But I never say, well, you should, and this is the way, and I never do that. I'm not that person. And in the church, I'm not that person. I'm always thinking. I like a friend of mine tell me he's like, don't drink the Kool-Aid. So and the Kool-Aid comes from I don't want to go into, all of that, but I guess like being a part of a church and just believe in everything that, people say to me. I don't care if they're in the pulpit or not, just believe in everything, and then, they lock the doors. So
Did you
I
take her?
what did you say?
I said, did you take her to church with you?
Well, now it's only if she wants to. Like I'll ask her.
But
I'm
did
like, you going to church with me?
and did you take her like in the beginning or whatnot, or like she little?
Yeah.
So you didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't really have to like impose anything. You kind of took her there, so kind of was implied on her.
I mean, I believe that you should bring up your child in the way that they should go, so they, don't depart from it. So that was my belief. So that's what I did with my child, as me loving her and giving her what I have is, love and peace and, this God, and you can go to heaven, and, because I love my daughter. So
But you,
that's what I did.
but you said you didn't really impose anything, but you kind of did, doing it like that. So
I guess not really, because I can only give her what I know.
mhm. And then you got
So
imposed on, so then you kind of passed it on to her as well.
right. So I can only give her what I know. So as she got older, when she became 8, we actually had an argument. She's very opinionated. We actually had an argument, and because it was Easter Sunday, and I would give her. I got her this beautiful dress, and it was just gorgeous in my eyes, and she was just gonna be a little baby doll at 8 years old, going to church, and I would. She loves sneakers. The little girl loves sneakers, so I get her another outfit that she could
Wait,
wear, with her sneakers.
this the only thing is because I heard you yesterday, and I heard your story yesterday. It was great. Like if I had a lifetime producer thing, I would totally make it out of it. But the thing is, you say you kind of impose those type of things on your daughter and stuff, and I get it. You trying to figure out stuff. So I'm just saying, in doing so, um, damn, I lost my train of thought. So I left. So, but anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so with these two particular outfits that I really liked, and it's Easter Sunday. She's gonna be a beautiful baby doll. And the outfit that she preferred with the sneakers, that would be after church. She would wear, what she wanted to wear, because we would like, go to Dave and Buster's or wherever she wanted to go, and she could play around, not have to worry about being uncomfortable, in a dress, running around playing and all. So, Easter Sunday that morning, I told her, I was like, okay, put on your dress. And she refused. She's like, no, I'm not wearing this dress. I want to wear my sneakers. I was like, you're a kid. Just wear it after church. You can even go in the bathroom in church and just change, And she was like, no, I'm not wearing it. Da, 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 da. And my husband is downstairs and he's, listens to us go back and forth. And he was like, just leave her alone. Let her wear what she wants to wear. And I'm like, okay, this is what it's going to be. All right? Because I've always given her opinion. You're going to wear this dress to church for the last time. And then you can go in the bathroom and you can wear whatever you wear. And I promise you, because I spent money on this dress, I bought this dress, you're going to wear this dress. After this, you don't have to wear a dress or whatever it is I impose on you, as long as it's just not something crazy. You don't have to wear a dress. Let's put it this way. So she was like, okay. So she put on a dress. As soon as church was over, I looked at this little girl. She ran to the bathroom and took off the dress. I was like, oh my gosh. So I've never bought this child another dress after that. It's like, okay. So, I say that to say I don't impose my beliefs on my child. She definitely can choose what it is that you want to choose. So
I don't know. I think you may have to just kind of look back at your own story one day and just kind of see what you kind of said. Because, I mean, like I said, I heard yesterday you talked about how you were growing up, you had a little rainbow in you, or you still a rainbow or whatnot. And, it would kind of shine out of you and stuff like that. So I think, I don't know. I think you should look back at what you were kind of saying about that.
well, it wasn't shunned out of me because my family accepted me. They accepted my son out of that. They have their own beliefs, but they never shunned me for what I was doing. Like my sister, when I say, what my sister did, me and my sister would get into disagreements. And we're, really close now. But, back then when I was in that lifestyle, we would get into disagreements and, that's what she would say, with the name calling or whatever. But it never really affected me. So she never, even though she disagreed with it, she never really imposed that I should be following God. It was just, she didn't agree with that because my mom didn't raise us in the church. My grandmother raised her in the church. And they went to church just about every day. But my mom never really raised us in the church. So it was just, she didn't agree with that lifestyle. But, when I would bring my friends around, she'd actually kind of treat my friends better than me because, it's my sister. We sometimes disagreed. And whenever I would disagree with my friend, I'm going at it, me and my friend. And she's like, why are you so mean? And stop that, So that was kind of a sister's rival or whatever.
Are
But
your
yeah.
friends rainbow too? The ones that you say that she treat better?
Yeah, they back then, yeah, but I disassociated myself kind of with people that was living that lifestyle. So they're no longer around me. Like on Facebook, we still, speak how your life is doing, da da da, but that's about it. But
But,
I was around them. I'm not around them anymore.
okay, are you, I guess, are you still, so, I don't know. This is out my territory, so.
I mean, I guess because I'm not I'm not I guess deep into religion. I never believed in religion and certain things that you should and should not do, as far as a lot of religious people are. I'm just a person who believes in God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit and want to be around like-minded people. Like when I was in the lifestyle, I kind of separated myself a little bit from my family, not totally, but just not as much, because I was around like-minded people. Now that when I was just going into believing and into that direction, that's what I was doing. I was being around like-minded people and being in their company. It feels comfortable. Like when I seeked out women, I enjoyed the people around me because they were like-minded. I had a good time without being uncomfortable. When I am in the church, I'm around like-minded people. I'm comfortable. The people around me, they show, love, and they speak and how you doing, and
Until they
you
throw the
know,
words at you.
right. But now that I'm reading the Bible for myself, I find myself more so on Thinker's Live. It's like, and it's kind of like-minded people. This is my personality because this is where I'm at. In the whole, when I was on her, when the first time I got on her live, like before, I'd see atheists, and I'm like, oh no, swipe. Oh, I'm not. That's crazy because what I was told as apostolic, you don't talk to 7 Day Adventists. I let 7 Day Adventists in my house, and because I wanted to know more. And they telling me different things or whatever. And they're like, no, don't talk to them. And I'm like, okay, so atheists is definitely not, or people who do tarot cards, like, nope, swipe, swipe, swipe. But then I got on, started thinking, she was talking about the Bible. I'm like, okay, in the Old Testament. I'm like, all right, check.
Have you
Like-minded
unswiped
people.
yourself?
No, I didn't unswipe swiping through TikTok. You
No, I'm
know
talking
how
about
you.
unswipe yourself though. I mean, like I said, you say you still have those feelings, those natural, urges for women and whatnot. And then you kind of pushed it away. So have you brought it back? Are you going to go back? Or have you acknowledged it more so you can feel comfortable? Are you still comfortable with yourself?
I don't know.
No, I think that we got to work on that self.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in real quick. I'm going to have to hop because I got a meeting coming up soon, but I did want to say this. I think I heard part of your story yesterday. Is it Delisha? I know we said it wrong. Is it Denisha or Delisha?
It's Delisha.
Delisha, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's very interesting in hearing you speak is that you speak about your experiences through life as though you are all of one thing and none of the other. And that's just not humanity. Like, as humans, we are multifaceted individuals, and there can be two very different groups of people and two very different ideologies that speak to who and what you are as a person. But Christianity often tells you you have to be all good or you are bad. And to be all good, you've got to check all these boxes. That's the paradigm that we're challenging in these conversations. Even with using the analogy the story that you shared about your daughter and the dress, one question you might want to ask yourself is, why was it so important to you that she wore that dress? What did that dress signify to you as an individual? Because it didn't mean that to her. So if you were able to sit with yourself and truly be honest with yourself, like, why was it so important to me that she wears this dress? I'm sure your daughter is a beautiful person. She's going to be beautiful no matter what, no matter if she's wearing a dress with little shiny black shoes on, patent leathers that our parents used to put us on back in the day, or if she's rocking some Chucks. She's going to be a beautiful little girl, period. So what does that dress mean to you or to people looking at her? And I think it's those questions that we have to ask ourselves about what our true motivations are. The way you speak about being in the lifestyle. What most people talk about a lifestyle, they're talking about a way of life that they're choosing to live, not an aspect of their identity and their personhood. So as you navigate these waters, and your journey is going to be different from every other person that you speak to. As you navigate these waters, one of the things that assisted me during this process, because like I said, I grew up in a religion that did not at all foster identification of who and what you are as a person. It was imposed upon me. And one of the things that I did when I came to that type of crossroad, I would ask myself constantly, why am I asking myself this question? What is my true motivation? Is it about what I feel, what I believe, and what I understand, or is it about how I'm being perceived by other people? And every single time for the first, I would say, 5 to 7 years, my motivation was how I'm being perceived by others, how others will or will not approve of the decision that I make or the way that I live my life. And that's something that's so deeply rooted in those of us that grew up in high demand religions like this. So as you go through this journey, I say continue to have the conversations. It could be that where you land is not a space that even exists right now, and that's okay. It could be that you are a person that enjoys religious beliefs or the community, or even if Christianity makes sense to you, okay, that's perfectly fine. But if you have to deny an aspect of who you are naturally as an individual to accept or be accepted in a group because this other ideology appeals to you, maybe that's not the group that you need to be in. So I think sometimes we approach these conversations with finding where we belong instead of where we creating where we should be or creating where we want to be. I don't look for spaces to kind of fit myself into. I root myself in where I am and who I am, and let the community grow and blossom around me. That's the most, for me, that's the most authentic way to be myself. And it's hard to do that when you're grappling with parts of your identity that have been suppressed and have been demonized or vilified. But I would say try to start doing that. Ask yourself, why are these things important to me as you approach these forks in the road during this journey?
Who feel like they need to like take out their checkbook right quick and just like write a check to fee?
I was just on this damn thinking, right
Yep.
mind thinking like, I'm like, how much does
The
it cost to
counseling
have a
session.
fee? No, she just translates.
She can
We all need a
fix it.
translator in our life.
She
Y'all
can
are
make it so
sweet.
plain, can't she? Bring it all in
Man,
order.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for, taking the time to actually, give me uh your your perspective on, what you think that I should do. I really appreciate that. And I've had those perspectives of what people, think that I should do, and I've I've always been the type of person that I'm gonna do what I want to do. um, so, but the gem that I got from what you were saying was that um, to regardless of how people make me feel, which I've never been that type of person to do what people make me feel, it's always been me and God. That's what I'm trying to explain. Like, it's never been someone telling me, as a Christian or preacher, this is what you should do, this is what you should not do, and you gotta do this and you gotta do that. Like, I don't care what people say. You're not gonna run my life, but God
uh,
has ran my
but
life.
but you have said that, but you're saying something different compared to what you said 2 days ago, right? Both times that you've been up here on the stage, and I'm gonna say like I had a feeling that you were gonna say I'm gonna do what I want to do, like even after that, and of course that's what you're supposed to do. But I don't think Fee was trying to tell you what to do, right? But when you came up here, you did say that people were telling you that how to live your life and that you were not happy with that. And it
Right. If
sounded
I
like
can
today you're
interrupt real
saying,
quick.
no, I'm just gonna say, it sounded like today that you're saying, oh, it's always been me and God, right? It's
Right.
always been me and God. But that's not what you said a couple of days ago.
I mean, I've had people in my life, as far as like in the church and pastors, of course, they tell you what to do and what not to do. But what I'm trying to say is it's never been what they tell me to do and what they don't tell me to do. It's like I get knowledge from them, but I put it as their words, as God's words. So it's the relationship. that I was building with God, I guess through people saying that it's God talking to me. It's been in my head, what God is telling me to do. Like, I'll tell, like, the whole reason why I got married was because of God, not what people were saying. But I guess it actually was people telling me, because I wasn't really reading the Bible, what God was saying to me. So in my mind, it wasn't really I was doing what the people were telling me. I was doing what God was telling me.
But you know what I think is interesting, Delisha, is that what the Bible is telling you is what people are telling you. They're just people who claim that it came from a God. There's literally no one on the face of this earth, now or ever, that can verify for you that what is in this book came from a God. So when you say that, I don't listen to what people tell me, I listen to what God tells me, you're listening to what people are telling you by proxy,
I
because
came to
it
that
is
conclusion just
it,
now with a light bulb. It's been a light bulb. It's just like what you was just telling me. That's you telling me. That's not the God in you. That's you
no,
telling me.
yeah, trust, there is zero God in me.
Right.
My God
So,
levels are negative.
okay, I'm a little slow, but I got it. I talked my way through it with help. So, yeah, it makes sense. Because I'm like, what think I'm talking about I'm doing what people tell me to do. Because I don't do what people tell me to do, but in all actuality, that's what's been happening. And I'm thinking it's God. It's God. It's God that's telling me this. When I'm listening to the people, thinking it's the God in them. But now I'm
Yeah, and
reading the Bible, and
I
this is
think.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I like, but now I'm reading the Bible, and the Bible is what these people read, and they're telling me to read so I could get a better understanding and I could get a better relationship with God personally, instead of just listening to what people are telling me who God is and what He expects. Now that I'm actually reading it for myself, it's it's not what people have been telling me. They're twisting it. And I've been told you don't put anything in it and you don't take anything away. But that the whole slavery thing and the whole Job thing and the whole Genesis thing is is that supposed to be God?
I still don't think you get it though, because if you take away the people, the outside people telling you things, and you then say, okay, I'm going to read the Bible myself and see what the Bible is saying, you feel like the Bible is speaking through God, God's word through the Bible. But in actuality, those are still somebody else's words telling you how to live your life.
Right.
Someone you don't even know, someone who, when they was writing this stuff, didn't even have a thought about you when they were writing it. So you still listening to what people are telling you, just not the people around you. You just now have put it into the Bible, but that's not who's. You can't prove that that's God telling them to tell you that.
I haven't gotten there yet. I haven't gotten there yet. You're right.
Yeah, and that's what I was
Because
gonna say. I can tell you're in the middle of that. Like you're acquiring information, and like you already have all these thoughts. You're acquiring information, and right now you're processing that information, right? And it can be confusing, and you're gonna go back and forth until you come to something that, a place where you feel comfortable. It's gonna be. It's going to feel like an emotional, confusing roller coaster ride the more you read it and study it, and the more you listen to this live. And it's something that it's a decision like that you have to make for yourself, because it kind of sounds like you're deconstructing, although you have not said that you are. But I can recognize the tossing and turning, if that makes sense.
It does. And the reason why I'm not calling it deconstructing because I'm not there yet. Right now, I'm in my head. I'm getting to know God for myself by reading the Bible and not listening to people, even though that's contradictory with what the lady just said. Because people wrote the Bible, but I was told that God um used people to write the Bible, which like all of that doesn't make sense too because I guess God has never really I guess shown himself physically, just mentally, I guess in my head and my beliefs and what I see. But yeah.
I think
Okay. I'm
one thing that'll help
deconstructing. I'm
you while you're
deconstructing. You
studying
got
this,
me.
right?
What y'all?
One thing that'll help you, right, while you're studying this, is to keep in mind that that humans wrote it, right?
Right?
Humans in a specific culture, right? They were in a specific time period, right? And they wrote it for a specific culture. It's okay to read it and find inspiration from it if you do. But I think what will help you to not be so confused, right? And not slip into a case of psychosis or anything like that, because you can when you are approaching your faith this way. And then kind of ask yourself at what point, when the writer says, "Thus says the Lord," right? At what point is it the God that you believe in that the writer is saying that's talking? And then at what point does the human pick up? So that you begin to be able to decipher what is the God and what is man. And I think that might help you as well. And in the King James, it doesn't use quotation marks. So when people read the Bible, everything is God, right? And they don't see the differences in characters. It's all God. But I think if you try to focus more on separating the characters versus the narrator, right? And I think that'll help you so that you're not thinking that everything that you read, oh, this is God, 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 as you deconstruct your thoughts about the faith that you have and the beliefs that you hold. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Kind of like reading a regular book. When you read a book today, there are quotation marks, and you can tell when a different character is speaking. You can tell when a narrator is writing from third person or second person, right?
Yeah.
In the King James Bible, you can't. Everything is just jumbled together, and it just looks like all of it is God talking. And so, look out for that. That way, you begin to categorize your thoughts, and then say, "Oh, that came from the God, right? Or that came from God. This is God speaking. This is man. This is Zechariah speaking, or this is Isaiah speaking, or Jeremiah speaking." Does that make sense?
It does. It does. It makes sense. I just I'm it's like uh I can't right now say that there isn't a God. I can't I'm not there to say that there isn't a God. So I just I'm learning the God, I guess, through these other people who wrote the Bible, that God gave them the thought to write for whatever reasons, I don't know. But my whole thing is too, while I'm getting to know God, I don't like him. That's where
I
I'm
think I
at.
definitely think it's going to be a journey for you, and I hope that you're able to figure it out. It does sound like there's some confusion there. Um, I hope that you figure it out.
Thank you. And I will. I will.
Yeah.
I
I
just got to
have
get
faith in
past
you.
my. I just got to get past my belief.
And next time, don't come up here laughing and like you're
Oh,
hiding
what
behind the
I
bushes.
better be a happy person while I'm going
Yeah,
through
you can laugh.
things.
I don't know how you laugh, but you came up here like, "Are you there, Delicious?" Like, tee, tee. So
Yes, I'm
save.
actually moving out of my husband's house today. I gotta go pick up the
Good,
U-Haul. I'm supposed to
good.
pick it up at 10 o'clock.
You put out now. We got to get you on plenty of fish. Get your new girlfriend. So good. Go ahead and do all that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
There you go, girl. Get that.
I
You and
think
your. You
y'all
said you
so.
want to be happy with your girlfriend, the cat, and your daughter. So there you go. Go ahead. Start your new life.
I don't even know if I want girlfriend problems after dealing with this. I don't even know if I want other people problems. Right now, I just need to be dealing with my problems.
There you go.
I don't
There
want to
you
bring anybody into this mess.
get it, girl. You write a book. I want you to read that book. You put it on TikTok. I want you to see your stories and everything. Mm, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Like my best friend told me, she was like, "You need to write a book. I want to get your story because there's so much more to just what I'm saying as far as the surface." And I'm like, I'm not telling everybody what is going on. I'm ashamed. I'm embarrassed of certain things, and then I don't want to, hurt other people, even if I was to use other names. Like, I'm not. I'm not doing all of that right now. What I'm doing here, I know TikTok is forever. What I'm doing here is trying to, help me through my journey of the Bible. So that's why
You're from
I felt
Baltimore,
like
right?
I had to. I am. How you know?
You can't say two. So Baltimore people, yeah, my
It is
first love
Baltimore.
allegedly
It's
was from
Baltimore,
Baltimore.
not Baltimore. It's
You
Baltimore.
know. So thank you.
Yeah.
Voldemort. Good
Appreciate
morning,
it.
everybody.
Good morning,
Good
Osa. How you
morning.
doing, brother? Are you doing well? I am here because nobody else. They don't know how it is to be the relief person up here and how the slings and arrows that we take. So are you all right?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm glad to see somebody out here providing relief.
Don't worry about it. You know I'm always here for you.
Now, also, you done made it back. Don't mess it up. Don't fuck it up.
Mm.
No, I was surprised to see that. I was like,
I
oh wow,
know.
you're up here already.
I'm
The,
glad you
the
back.
the cyclical nature is that I fall down, but I get up.
Right. See, sound the way y'all are coming at this poor brother. He bring joy, levity, and everything. Y'all don't understand. It's y'all. No, I'm not. I'm.
I did want to mention the last thing before I can't see your name. The D goes like one of the things I studied in college, the Hebrew Bible. The story that stuck with me about their rabbis back in the days, like arguing with each other around God's word. Right. So when the original, when the Talmud, when the Tanakh were written, what we call the Old Testament, God gave these laws to the Jewish people, the Hebrews, and then removed himself, and it was up to the people to interpret these things. And so, like, going back to the original source, right? There's a story about how rabbis were arguing about a particular thing that God gave, and there could be multiple interpretations. And finally, God himself came down and was like, this is what I meant. And the rabbis were like, you don't have a place here. You gave these to us, and now we get to talk amongst ourselves about how to apply this. So, like, there's a lot of stories in by this. So, like, there's a lot of stories in the Abrahamic traditions around talking back to God and coming up with your own thoughts about what is written and what the purpose is, like who wrote them and why. So I want to encourage you also to look into that, because like Figure said, the Bible was written, these words are written by specific people, and they have a long tradition of commentary going back to when they were first written. Oh, Ella, it's not a book. This is a story from the Jewish tradition. And if you ask any rabbi, you will talk. You can ask them stories about like how do rabbis argue with God, and it's a very much big part of the tradition. A lot of Jews don't even believe in God necessarily, and the way that Christians do as this like entity being. So what people read in the book is very much based on their perception of the world. And when you go to different aspects of the same tradition, right, like Judaism or Islam, you see how people are thinking about these things to a whole, way of connecting with your God, right? If you choose to follow these paths and these words, you get to have a personal relationship with it if you choose to, without, a bunch of other people telling you how to interpret them.
And you can also have a personal relationship by tapping on the screen for Thinker. And there's a subwave going on, so helping the subwave means and getting up to 400K. Because just because Dudette's not here, that don't mean that other people cannot come in and turn off their damn comments and stuff of that nature. Today is Friday. Just because we're being free today, that don't mean you guys are free from tapping that screen and then you're not free from gifting the host because she's doing an amazing job. Even Fee, the translator Fee, who comes in and out like a sniper, that does a little translation stuff. So please go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Y'all, my brother just texted me. He got into it with a white man at the gas station who felt that he should have opened the door for him.
What?
Yeah.
Is he all right? Is he all right?
Yeah, he's okay.
He's just upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid this is what we got to look forward to, y'all.
Now, the funny thing was on the day of the election, like I said, I did now people been going to my video, ask me, like, you manga or whatever. No, like, I can tell the people who pay attention and who don't pay attention. But I went into the gas station. I'm in Texas, and I had the door open for me 3 times. And this racist guy, he even let me jump from the line when I had my little outfit on. So,
what you said was
because your brother wouldn't open the door for the guy got upset.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah.
This what we got to look forward to.
No, it's what they need to be aware of. Like they need to keep them in. I'm not sure exactly what those types of individuals expect to be happening right now. I think that they have been sold a complete and utter lie of epic proportion. And the sad part about it is they're going to be the ones to realize the error of their own ways, because this is not that. This is not that. It's not going to end the way that they think it's going to end.
No, because this is a different time and a different breed of people they're dealing with, but they're trying to use those archaic, they feel free. They feel like they got the okay now to use what they've always thought and wanted to do anyway, again. But what they fail to realize is this is not then. You're dealing with a whole different group and different kind of people, and they're not going to take that shit. So it's going to be a lot of arguments going on, I say.
But he is okay, right, Thinker?
Yeah, he's okay. He's just pissed. My mama's texting him, telling me, be careful. She's like, be careful, just let it go. And he said, I'm not standing down to them over that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm telling you, I wore my costume, and the only thing different was I'm telling you, I wore my costume, and the only thing different was like I said, they did the door, and they did let me jump in the line. So I don't know. I didn't feel like continuing, but I may have to do one more video like that. Just see how far I can go. Deep undercover.
What our former president say? Speak softly, carry a big stick.
Who said
you know what I'm saying? Was it Teddy Roosevelt?
Yeah, it's Teddy Roosevelt.
My high school's alma mater, the Rough Riders.
No, Teddy Roosevelt.
I think they're doing some stupid crap right now. Like it's just crazy, and it's not them that I'm worried about. It's the fact that there are people that our own, right, put us here, like helped put us here, and that just pisses me off. That pisses me off.
Yeah, that part.
I can't help but think Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I've worked.
Can somebody block G Love? I'm fucking sick and tired of your rambling. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Don't come back.
So I've worked with people from Africa and Ethiopia. And my best friend was married to somebody I think it was from Nigeria. And they think less of people of color that were born here. And they say that, those people who I've encountered that were lazy, that were just, I guess, uneducated, or that, we're less than them. And I always impose the question, like, but my best friend was married to someone from Nigeria, and it didn't last long. It was, I don't tell her business, but yeah.
Yeah.
So I always impose the question to those people, like, okay, all right, so why are you here in America? Like, what are you doing here? You chose to come here after, people fought and had to go through all types of, stuff for our freedom, and now you want to come here, but, you're the one who sold us over to these people. So now after we rose up,
Ethiopians
From Ethiopia?
Ethiopians didn't do that.
Huh?
No.
And they were asking people in Nigeria, so I think you may be getting confused. And it was like an official news article and stuff like that. So I hear what you're kind of saying, but I think you confusing it.
That does actually bring up I was going to say.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I literally took down my backup account so that I could bring you up. I brought you up, and then you just disappeared. Mac, hey Mac, how are you? I'm sorry I didn't see you, but who brought you up on stage?
Oh, I have no idea. You mean to drop down?
No.
Don't drop. Yeah, don't drop Mac. Thinker, you can drop me. I've got to run into a meeting, and you can bring Lala up. Thanks for having me up, guys. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Bye, have a great day.
She talking about y'all being mean to me. Where you been all night?
You know we love you, Lala.
Michael, you don't have to tell me that you're blocking me. That's the stupid shit, right? Like, you say it as if I'm gonna cry and say, Michael, no, I don't fucking know you. Block. But what the hell was I talking about? Yeah, Lala, you talking about we being mean to you? Where you been?
I want to see how messy y'all. I see you. What's your name? What's that girl name? Lex the Great. I see you. That's a mess. Y'all want to like cast stones. See, y'all learn nothing from the Bible that y'all turned against. That's why I can't trust some of y'all. How y'all gonna be y'all can't even deconstruct from God. How can I trust y'all to not deconstruct from me?
Lala, I'm trying to bring you up, but my box won't open.
Ooh, see, that is y'all is so wrong. Y'all just treating me
where
like
the hell your ass been? No, I was trying to bring you up, but the box wouldn't open.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with y'all.
We missed you.
The Christians are mad at me. They gonna be even more mad.
Why? What you do? What happened?
Is it because of your
My
video
last
you
two
made?
videos.
I love that video. I shared it. I loved it.
They about to get even more mad. Be mad. Be super mad.
The one where you were talking about the demographic that we need to pay attention to.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It needed to
I'm
be
gonna do
said.
something else later. Yeah, I was like, you know what? It's time because I'm getting sick of y'all. I'm getting sick of y'all. So how y'all doing? How was the whatchamacallit? How was the, what is it called? What is today?
It
Freeform
was free. It
Friday.
was
Free
yeah.
for, yeah. How was it?
Yeah, it was okay. We didn't get a lot of people to come up. It was over 900 people in here, but I don't know if they were scared to come up or what. I don't know.
Mm,
They just sat here and hate watched all night.
yeah,
Sure.
I bet.
Yeah, so then we started reading Dr. Bowen's book.
So what about some t-shirt ideas? Liberian Dragon just said you got to tell Lala the t-shirt ideas.
One of them was hate watching. Wait, hate watchers. Wait, is it hate watchers? Yeah, hate
That's
watchers.
funny.
Hate watchers. And then there was another one
Something about
that Law
ma'am.
said, "Oh, blood of the ma'am."
Yeah.
Blood
of the what?
of the ma'am. Like yes, ma'am.
Instead of lamb.
Instead of lamb.
Okay.
Like, yeah, because we was talking about how men are scared of periods. And that literally is the it's the thing that freaking gets them here, but they'll go and eat the blood of the lamb. So
Right.
yeah, you know how they take communion, they eat the blood of the lamb, drink the blood of the lamb. Yeah.
They drink the blood, yeah.
And drink the
Wait,
blood. Well, they
what-
eat his flesh too. So.
Thank you, Kamari.
But yeah, blood of the ma'am. Good morning, Rock for real. Is that Rocky's backup or something? Huh?
I don't know.
Rocky's the only
It's a
one
new
that
account.
does that.
Must be.
Is that Rocksteady?
It has to be.
Oh.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Are there still men afraid of women and talking about their period?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh, okay, Rocky. I'm like, Rocky is the only one that says good morning to me like that, but that don't look like his account. I don't know. Yeah, that's what they were talking about. But yeah, and La came up with
And
blood
what?
of the ma'am. Her name is La. So I said when we give the signature on the shirt, like we have to make sure that we know that it's La and not La La who gets the credit for that phrase.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, y'all around. That's some weak men that's afraid of women and their period blood and menstrual cycles and all that stuff.
Hi, Ray Jr. Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah, it's been a slow night. It's been a slow night. They'll be back. I don't know if they get scared when there's. I don't know. I'm sick of trying to figure their asses out.
I don't think they're scared though. I mean, you say scared, and I think they're giving them too much credit and power saying scared. I think it's kind of like jump double dutch. They're looking for that good spot to kind of hop in on. I think
Right.
it's just.
But they
Cause
talk
we
much.
got-
They talk much shit in the comments though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They always talking shit in the comments.
It's a lot harder to what is it? Get pushback when you can't. We're like, what nuance? Let's give us the nuance, and they're like, oh no, there's no nuance. It's Christianity.
Yeah.
Well, I think they get mad. Like when we start. Okay, so we switched from doing the conversations to learning, right? Because we're gonna keep it going regardless. And then they started like hopping in the box, like trying to like judge us, I guess, for they wanted to know why we were deconstructing the Bible. So it's like when we get to the information, it's like, why are you doing this? Like, don't read. That's what it kind of felt like to me. Like, put the books down. That's what it felt like.
And now, everyone, it is 9:30. I just need everyone to go ahead and tap until 400 so we can get 400 likes. I mean, we're almost there. And, please gift the host of your choice. I mean, she only needs 4 more head hearts to hit what she needs. And then make sure you always gift her, gift the people if you choose to. You don't have to. Nothing have to do. So we do enjoy everyone tapping and stuff. And I am ever so lovely as I travel and look so beautiful doing my beautiful stuff. So thank you for everything. Going forward, I don't know who that is, but I'm just doing that.
You know he
La
been
la.
marking you all night
Yes,
long,
I'm
la
just
la.
gonna let you know he been doing that shit all night, talking about he's la la.
Yeah, it wasn't as complimentary though before. not so much being lovely and doing lovely things.
I never said it was that was you guys. Y'all were using y'all non-spiritual eyes to think of that who that was. Y'all heathens.
Calypso, you haven't spoken yet. You've been on stage for the longest.
Hi, Thinker. I'm sorry.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Excuse me, hold up. I have to go do something real quick. Chicago, I heard you. And I know exactly who that was.
Who?
Me.
What? See,
Don't
I
what
guess
me.
you think this song is about you, don't you? You're so vain. You're so vain.
Shut up before I drop you.
It was about you, Lala. Don't let them fool you.
Oh, I know. I know it was.
Oh my God. Look, this is from my mom.
What?
Me and Papa John just left Walmart. An older white man kept telling us to behave ourselves today. We looked at each other like, what? When we left, he was next in line. He said it again. Y'all behave yourself. I don't know what he meant, but I'm letting it go. It's on the news about people getting picked on. Maybe he saw that and was just telling us to be careful. God have us.
Oh my goodness, honey, that's not what they meant.
That's an incredibly generous reading.
Wow. It begins.
They're getting real bold.
It begins.
And like with everybody, like you see stuff going around Twitter where it's like the your body, my choice thing. The your body, my choice thing.
Oh, is this really happening? Like in real time?
Yup. Did you see, Mac, you saw that shit?
You said what now?
Mac, you saw that shit?
You said what now?
Yeah, D has
your body, my choice.
Okay. Yeah, that's his whole like a your body, my choice. Like basically like MAGA people like gloating. Basically saying they're gonna grape women kind of thing.
Yeah, I saw that too. One guy did this big video about it, you know. I mean, he was wide open with it. I'm your senator, and you thought it was your body, but your body, my body. Or something. He was going on and on and on, and he just thought that was so funny.
Yeah, a friend of mine got a text.
Fuentes.
There's other people.
I'm talking about the video that she talking about.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, a friend of mine got a text yesterday that said the cotton picking thing is starting. Either pick section A or section B or something like that. It was like a random text that was going out to people.
That. Mm-hmm.
That was going out to a lot of people.
They've been in here all night with that stupid tank, and now instead of the tank saying Trump 2024, it says stupid NIGGERS. They've been in here all night with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's another guy that like a popular for the wrong reason post. It says women threatening sex strikes, LMAO, as if you have any say.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do really have to go now. I'm thinking, but before I go, do you know the feminine millionaire?
Mm-mm.
No, on TikTok. Okay. I'll share her thing. She was kind of interested in speaking with you because she does like business stuff on the back end Saturday or something like that. Because I got some stuff. So I was just saying, if you, Lala, you know the feminine millionaire, right?
I think I've heard of her or seen her videos.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I'll call to y'all soon. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Chicago trying to make my life busier, man.
I didn't want to just drop without saying goodbye. So I just want everyone to have a wonderful day and enjoy your weekend, regardless of all this stuff that's going on in the world. Sorry to hear your mom went through that, but I'm glad she in a mental state where she ain't even absorb it, so it's not affecting her.
Thank you,
okay,
Delisha.
y'all have
I hope you have a good day and happy moving. Don't try to do it all in one day.
Happy moving. Don't try to do it all in one day. It's getting done. done in one day. Okay,
I mean the moving in one day, yeah. But the unpacking
in one day,
take a break. Like that's
unpacking. Take a break. Like, that's a lot.
I think I don't want to take a break. I want to keep on this journey. I like this. Not that I like this journey, but I do like this journey. You know, that's where I'm at. So yeah. Okay. I can't take a break though. I'm gonna continue listening.
Okay.
And I'm gonna continue. Okay. What do you call it? Dissecting or what is it from a Christian?
Deconstructing.
Yeah, deconstructing. Yes. I'm gonna continue to deconstruct.
Only if you want to. Don't even rush yourself to that decision.
Only if you want to. Don't even rush yourself to that decision.
That's the thing. That's where I'm at. I don't want to. I want to. It's just that I don't want to. As a Christian, it's like, let me. Okay, the Zoom meeting, right? The Zoom meeting. I smoke cigarettes. I don't even smoke on the Zoom meeting. I'll like turn the camera off or be outside of the camera or something because I don't want to I don't want to mislead people to do something that they have stopped doing, they've been delivered from, and then they see me. I don't want to be that part, and that's kind of where I'm at as well, because it's like when I'm on live, when I'm listening to y'all and my daughter is with me, like I'll turn it down. And I'm like, why am I doing that? I'm like, because I don't think that she needs to hear, certain things right now, because she's going to get confused, because I'm confused. I don't want to start explaining something that I'm really confused about.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So it's like, then she'll never really... Yeah, she'll never really understand, like, when I'm in the Bible, so she'll be like, what do y'all be talking about? I'm like, I've been bringing you to church since before you could talk, since you was a baby, and you still don't understand, little girl, you still don't understand what's going on, what we talking about. And I'm like, you know what? I get it, because I don't. I don't even understand it. So I get it. So it's just crazy to me that I have just been crazy. So, and I'm laughing about
Maven is over there.
Maven is over there.
What did you say, Thinker?
Yeah. I just want to say big ups. Big ups to Maeve.
Big ups.
She over there driving them crazy on YouTube. She's a mom. She gonna be another dudette.
She gonna be another dudette.
Oh, talking about me?
No, I'm talking about one of the nerds. She's mining for the YouTube chat.
She's mining for the
YouTube
YouTube
play.
chat.
She's just like dudette as far as
She
I can
don't
see.
play. She's just like dudette as far as I can see.
She over there making them mad.
But she over there making them mad.
The echo.
So we do something about the echo. Turn your Bluetooth off and then turn it back on or something.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop down now, Thinker. Thanks again.
All right.
I'll be listening. Y'all have a great day.
Can I
You too.
say something?
Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hold on, Delisha. Calypso want to. Well, never mind.
It's fine. I was just gonna say, as somebody who's been there, just kind of to remind her to be honest with herself. I feel like that's just like one of the most important things when you're kind of in that middle ground, when you're in that place. It's just like, be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself about what you're thinking, about what you're reading. Like, just be honest with yourself.
Agreed.
I was here listening to that about like the kid, and how it's like, I don't want to talk to my kid because I'm confused. I don't want to confuse her. And I always like to, talk about my dad, and basically the way I was raised is him asking me why I thought what I thought about all the things that we did. So it's like he didn't have to explain to me a lot of stuff. He was just like, okay, so
Are you stirring something?
here's. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you could pick that up. That's my coffee. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was just like, having conversation with your kids, I think, is going to help you and them in this process of figuring out, like, what is my path, right? Because like even throughout our conversations, I became pagan when I was like in middle school because that was the path that was called to me. But he stayed Christian his whole life, and we had conversations about what, how our different beliefs worked and didn't work, and all that stuff. And so I always like to encourage people is like, don't think your kids are fragile or they're going to be confused, or like, these are good conversations to have with everybody in your life if they're willing to have it. Yeah.
Hey, Indigo, how are you?
Buenos dias, mi gentes. I'm doing very well today. How are y'all?
I'm doing good. What's the
I've been tapped
muy
in since
bueno? Go ahead.
I've been tapped in since last night. I didn't go to sleep until 4 o'clock this morning, and I had to get up at 6 listening to y'all. But I just wanted to say, Chicago kind of hit a nerve for me when he was talking to Delisha. He said, basically, it was something about, you're imposing, basically, it was something about, you're imposing you, and now basically you're going through what you're going through as far as the deconstruction. And it's not a bad nerve that he hit. He actually hit a good nerve. And the reason why I say that is because although I'm in my deconstruction era, what I call a recovering Christian era, because I'm still reaching, still looking, at other things and other religions, and other spiritual practices, I should say, rather, not religions. So I kind of don't know which way to go with my child, but she goes to a Christian school, a Christian academy, and she goes to church with my mother every Sunday. And she enjoys it. So I'm in this place where, of course, she has to get out of this school soon because the school only goes up to first grade. So I'm in this place where I'm like, what do I do with her from there? Like, do I pull her out of the church? Like, I'm kind of in that, not the same place as Delisha, but in a similar place as far as what do I do with my child? Because of course I don't want to confuse her, but there were some things that I did pick up that were okay. I don't know, but he struck a nerve for me. That's really all I wanted to say.
I mean, I just want to reiterate what I was saying before is like, talk to your daughter and say, what do you like about these things, right? I love ritual. That's why I liked church. I was a big churchgoer as a little kid because I loved it.
Annika.
He probably rolled over.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just like, it's like, yeah, like figuring out what people like about these kinds of things. Because like, I like ritual, right? I like ceremony. I love the pomp and circumstance of it. And so to me, that's actually what led me out of Christianity. Because like so many of them, like they have pomp and circumstance, but then they shame themselves for liking it. I'm just like, I don't really want to shame myself for liking something. And that I, at that time, was like, well, God gave it to me. God made me. So if somebody's telling me to feel ashamed of me, I don't think that they're following God's, I can't hear God in them. And that led me out of the church in a lot of ways. And so it's like, yeah, like what is the attraction of going to church, of going to, of the lessons even, like what stories call to somebody, because we can find those in lots of other traditions too. And that sometimes also like helps people see this isn't the only way.
Just to be clear, were you posing that question to me as well as?
Well, yeah, I was kind of thinking about like, and this isn't to like, for you to like, respond to me. I'm just like, this is like, I like to share my experience as a kid in this, because like I just deconstructed as a kid, and so I like to like talk about like that perspective of like I was interested in the church for a specific reason, and I didn't have experiences outside of the Christian church to have those experiences. Like I didn't have the opportunity to have those experiences outside of the Christian church until I got older. And so being exposed to lots of different traditions helped me see what it was about the church that really was of interest of me in me. And like, so that's why when you were saying like how to approach your daughter about this stuff, it's just like, yeah, like what is it about the thing that is really interesting? Because, you know, that's to me the whole thing with kids is like just like why, what is it about this thing that attracts you?
Yeah, I'm open to the dialogue. I just wanted to make sure that was like an actual question versus you just, speaking your piece. But I know what the attraction is for her. My baby is very performative. She loves everything that has to do with performing, singing, dancing, talking. So although we were raised Southern Baptist, my mom goes to a non-denominational church. I think the majority of us knows what that means. Like it's not Baptist, it's not Methodist or anything. Like it's non-denominational. Come as you are. All cultures are welcome, even though it's majority brown skin American. But there are other cultures that are there as well. So she likes the praise dancing. She likes the singing. She likes the fellowship because she's a people person. My baby is like she's the total opposite of me in that aspect. Like she loves people, where I'm more on the, I guess you could say the cynical side. Like I'm not a people person. I take individuals for who they are. But she loves people. She don't care what you look like, how tall you are, how short you are. She's a people person. So I think she enjoys the fellowship. And as far as the school, for me, that was a personal choice in terms of education. Even though I did not want, because I'm in this place of deconstructing from Christianity and recovering from Christianity, I didn't want her to go to a Christian school. But in the area that we live in, that was the best education curriculum. It's a private school. I'm not big on public schools. I am a product of public school. And not that I'm the worst person in the world, but I just don't think the public school system is the best in any state, especially in the South. I'm from New York, but I live in Georgia. And I just comparing the school system from New York to Georgia, it's like, I just don't care for the public school system. So that was my reasoning for putting her in that school. But when she comes home saying certain things, like we had a whole thing with the teacher, during Easter, her actual teacher was out and the substitute was there, and they showed them, a very, graphic cartoon of Jesus being crucified, with they're coming on, they're like, yeah, and there was blood on the cross and he died and his head was laying like this. I was like, what the fuck? Are you serious? I don't show my child stuff like that. Like I'm that parent that is a little bit more protective. There's certain music I don't listen to in my car with my child. My car is on Disney and, Encanto and Vivo. It's kid stuff. I listen to my secular music on my own time. Every now and then she may hear a little bit of R&B and stuff like that doesn't have too much vulgarity in it. But I try to keep it very, very G-rated. So for them to show that to her, that pissed me off. Like, because why are you showing that at that time, they were 3 and 4 years old. Why are you showing that to babies? They don't need to see that.
Did y'all see that video on here where there were babies at a daycare lined up in car seats, and the daycare teacher got the Bible out with a microphone preaching at them, yelling and preaching from the Bible?
No.
Yes. Talking about Moses went up on the mountain, like preaching at the kids. Like these kids, babies in car seats at a daycare.
That's crazy.
That's disturbing. That's disturbing on so many levels, because like at that time, right, like the experiences you have at that time form kind of like these like base senses of what brings you comfort. And so being in that experience on a regular basis, that kind of experience is what is those people are going to be attracted to as adults as a sense of comfort.
That's true. Yeah, so my nerves are shot right now because I've already been contemplating getting her out of this school for so many other reasons. But just hearing what she comes home with the whole Jesus stuff, I'm like, this is not the direction I wanted my kid to go in, for real. Like, not that she's still, I don't feel like religion makes you any better of a person. To be honest, I've had better experiences with people who consider themselves non-religious or who are not heavy practitioners in the religion, if I'm saying that correctly. I've had my worst experiences. I guess you could say I'm a wounded recovering Christian, because my worst experiences were with people who considered themselves Christians. And I'm noticing that I'm going through that now with the people at my daughter's school who consider themselves Christians, but they're not operating in the way that it says that Christians are supposed to act according to Jesus. If y'all get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. That was what happened to me. That's yeah. And that's what I guess, like, I feel like I'm trying to, like, both, like, share my experience and give you some perspective of, like, when I was your daughter's age, I was super into the Christian thing too, because it did give me all those things that you said. Like, it sounds like your daughter and I are very similar. I love the performance. I love the singing. I love being a part of the spectacle. And then as I grew up, I was like, oh, I can get these other places, and I can get them much less toxically in other places. And I remember what really did it for me is, like, I was sponsored to go to this Christian summer camp, and I was really excited because I was like, I've never been to a sleepaway camp. And then I get there, and I don't know if I wasn't told or I didn't read the stuff, but, like, I get there, and it's the kind of place where it's the people that speak in tongues, and they didn't let girls wear skirts or wear pants. And I was like, it's camp. I brought like 1 or 2 skirts. And so I had to be at this camp for the whole week, only wearing these like 2 skirts. And like, it was just like, I was seeing how like they separated the boys and the girls. And there was all this like shame and I was just like, this is not for me. If you're going to try and control me this much, like I don't want to be controlled. I want to have a good relationship with spirit. And so that really did like snip kind of like that attraction to me of the spectacle. I did talk in tongues at that camp, and that was super fun. Like being a part of like the mass hypnosis experience, that was great. And so like I got what I needed out of it.
Why do y'all call it mass hypnosis? Did they hypnotize y'all?
No, but that's what that experience is, right? If you're in a group, right? It's like mob mentality, right? If you're in a group and the expectation is you're going to have these kinds of experiences, you kind of like just go with it. And so you become a part of the group mind. And so I knew, right? I knew I was not talking in tongues really, but like in that moment, I was like, but why not? Why wouldn't this be tongues? Because I am experiencing it with the people, and my body is making me want to make these sounds. So this must be speaking in tongues. But like afterwards, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was just being a part of the group, right? And so it feels like a mass hypnosis experience.
Oh, okay.
Well, and there's truth to that, because especially with certain types of worship music, like the Hillsong stuff, like that type of music kind of does put you into a hypnotic state.
So do you think like at church, when people start speaking in tongues, like one person just yells it out, then that's what makes other people start speaking in tongues?
Kinda. It's one of those like, yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, when a concert, when somebody starts like chanting a word, or like, somebody, it is spectacle. That's kind of the point of religion, is to bring us together into this kind of ecstatic experience. And one of the reasons, again, like Christianity ended its attraction to me is because it's like, this is the point. Religion is supposed to bring us into this ecstatic experience, and yet Christians shame you for having those ecstatic experiences unless you channel it into this particular mindset of like, Jesus is the reason I'm doing this. It's like, but it's not. It's like we as humanity experience this, and it's important to us as a group of people to have these experiences together, and to like try to control that in such a limited way. again, it feels to me like it went against what I knew of what God would be.
I never thought about like mass hypnosis, group think, mind effect, because I do notice, you know, when one person was speaking in tongue, then somebody else would go, huh, hey, and then next thing you know, everybody is speaking in tongue. But they call that catching the Holy Ghost.
Mm-hmm. The spirit is
Holy Ghost is
moving.
contagious. Yep, the spirit is moving.
The spirit is moving.
What was that thing
The
in
wave.
South America?
Yeah.
Where they had like, I think they saw people claim to see, was it the Virgin Mary or something? There was like a whole bunch of people. Or was it the sun moving? I'm trying to remember which one it was.
I don't know. I haven't heard of that.
I gotta look that up.
Yeah, it's like the wave at stadiums during sports events. It is like some people are going to be super into it, and in some stadiums it'll catch on and you will go around and around. In some stadiums, people will actively shut it down. And it can vary from game to game at the same stadium. Right? So to me, that's kind of like the same thing as the Christian church, or any church, any experience, right? These are the ecstatic
it's making
experience.
sense though, because I remember when I used to like be in church, I they call it the move of the Holy Ghost, right? But it's making sense because it's typically somebody that jumps up and then they just start screaming and then they start speaking in tongues, and then somebody that's next to them will start going, oh, hey, and then it's like a
go around the church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how you get the different feels of the different churches too.
They call it,
right?
Is it kind of like hysteria?
Yeah, it's the mass hysteria.
Yeah.
Which is kind of an outdated, antiquated term, like hysteria, like as in like.
Well, Mac, I'm outdated, okay? That's what.
No. It's way before that, but it's just like it's one of those things where it's like you get this loaded language and culture, and then like to look at the root of it, right? So like, like a hysterectomy, right, was thought to be the cure for hysteria, right? It's like it's the roots of these
He
things.
can't tell me what to do. Not you. He can't tell me what to do. Like you're talking about Trump said in his last speech, we're gonna stop disrespecting Christianity.
Hey, good luck.
Yeah.
Never will.
So the thing was Portugal.
When did Trump ever? I'm sorry, but when did Trump ever respect Christianity? He did everything but Christianity. That's what I don't understand. Y'all just flocking behind him.
That man ain't no damn Christian.
He have to repent because he ain't never did anything, and that's the repentance is the what it's built on.
Do you remember when the Christians were mad at him during 2020 when he said that he did better than Jesus with COVID?
Yeah,
they were mad at him. Then now he they fucking savior.
Well, he came out there and he sold a couple of Bibles and then held one upside down and then.
Of course y'all prayed over your devil. That's why, like, literally the devil belongs to believers. Number one. Of course you prayed over him. That's exactly why the people that follow him are sending text messages to people that look like you, telling them to report to plantations because they believe that their leader has given them the freedom to do that shit.
Or harassing people out in the streets. For no reason, open the door for me, or y'all better behave yourself.
And then, like, the fact that you sit up here talking about you pray for him, like, that's crazy. It's better than Kamala Harris for you to be dealing with white supremacy. Do you fucking hear yourself? You ain't gonna be saying that shit when one of them walk up in your face and call you the N-word. You're gonna be wanting somebody to defend you. The first thing you're going to do is make a fucking TikTok about how you were disrespected and they came in your face and called you the N-word. Are you going to go to God and tell God on them?
It's a big if melody.
Is this? Oh, this is all Melody? This is not a YouTube person?
It's a YouTube person.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I was referring...
And then his response is he freed a lot of N-words. That's his response.
He did what?
His response is he freed a lot of N-words.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if y'all remember that that guy who was he was a gay black man who was also a Trump supporter, and he went to that rally and he had all those
took the fall for
slurs thrown at him.
Yeah,
and then he still ended up voting for Trump. He still ended up, like he stayed in that space while all those racial epithets were thrown at him. And I think that it's going to take something really extreme for the people who belong to marginalized communities that keep supporting Trump. It's going to take them experiencing some pretty bad stuff to open their eyes to what they've done.
It's sad. I don't think they'll ever figure it out. I don't know if y'all know, if y'all have read The Destruction of the Black Civilization. And Chancellor Williams says in that book that when the Hissox came in and took over, that the men were giving up their daughters so that they could get their status back or get proximity to the status that they once had. So they were willing to give up their daughters to the Hissox, to the Asians, just so that, it's a great read, just so they can get their daughters back. And I thought about that yesterday and how there are people who look like us who are willing to give up their brother and their sister, their daughter and their son, just so they can have fucking proximity to whiteness. Or money, whatever the fuck it is that you're looking for. And then they say, oh, God this, God that. But really, the only reason that you would vote for a motherfucker like that is because you think that you're going to get some material gain from it.
That's it. And that's exactly what they did when they voted for him. They turned on their own. Some of them voted for him and know they got elderly parents that need taken care of. And when they hit the fan, they're going to be the first one complaining because they ain't going to want to take care of when they don't have their Social Security or they can't get their medication but they're not thinking like that. They're not thinking about that. Or something happened to their daughter, even though she's pregnant, but she wanted this child, but something happens unexpectedly and now here she is, can't get care. He's laying out somewhere. They're not thinking about that. They're thinking about, what have you done for me lately and what can I get out of this thing?
There's already been stories coming out about companies bringing in their employees and being like, you're not getting a bonus this year because, we got to prep for these tariffs that are coming in. And these are places where, most of the workforce voted for Trump. And they're like, tariffs, we thought that was supposed to be for the other side. They were supposed to pay it. It's like, no, you voted for something you didn't even understand. He told them
the wrong shit. Yeah, he told them the wrong shit and they believed it.
Absolutely.
And then they're realizing it's like, oh, wow, I just, listened. And it's like, yeah, that's our culture. And I'm like, again, it comes back to Christianity, right? Because that's what most people are taught is just listen to the person up at the front of the room and don't worry about the details. We'll interpret them for you and make sure everything works out. And it's like, that's never been the case. People, hopefully more of them wake up because of this. But I know in this culture, that's a pipe dream almost.
Did you see the graphic of the Google search trend for Trump tariff, and the day after election day, went through the roof?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh wow!
I heard it.
So every last one of them that voted for him are realizing now that they just increased their taxes.
Yeah, the do your research crowd didn't
increase the cost of the shit that you want to buy.
But what I don't understand is what could make somebody vote against their own.
Well, look, he told the Black Hebrew Israelites he was going to sign the deed. Well, his people did, made them think that he was going to sign the deed to America over to them, and they believed it. They were willing to lie.
The deed over to who?
To the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Wait a minute, I didn't hear that.
Oh God!
Well,
yeah, remember he was on.
He's not in office yet, right? He still has, he's got to be sworn in before he can sign it over.
Y'all remember
Plus, it's got to be sworn in before he can sign it over.
Y'all remember the Hebrew Israelite that was on the stage that was saying that Trump was a black man in whiteface, and that his team promised them that when he gets in office that he was going to sign the deed, that the 400 years is up, and they were telling them, we know you're the true owners, and that they were going to sign the deed over to the Israelites, to the Hebrew Israelites, if Trump wins.
They can't be that ignorant.
Imagine being the person. Imagine being the person on Trump's team tasked with interfacing with the Hebrew Israelites.
Well, they won them over with that. Like, all they got to do was lie, and then they probably left that fucking meeting and laughed their asses off.
Yeah.
As someone who grew up listening to the Hebrew Israelites, is that how y'all say it? I just know they were on every corner in New York City, so I couldn't imagine the wrath that will come when they find out.
Maven.
It serves them right for being stupid.
Maven, can you comment on TikTok for me right quick? I need to add you to the mod channel on Discord. Huh?
Someone named Aaron M was asking if he could join the conversation.
Nah, we getting ready to shut down. It's 10:04. Yeah, I'm not staying on longer today. I'm tired.
I know you are, baby. This your weekend, right? You ain't got nothing to do. You enjoy yourself.
No, I got stuff to do with my I got a birthday party to go to tomorrow. Then we got sub only tomorrow.
What time?
5 p.m. Central. We were not going to have it because
my time.
Yeah. I was going to push it back because we were going to do the Come At Me with Dr. Bowen, but Justin has to be out of town tomorrow, so we're going to move it to the weekend of the 25th. That weekend is going to be the 22nd, I think it is. That Thanksgiving weekend. Yeah, the 23rd.
Is it pre or post Thanksgiving? I don't know what day Thanksgiving is.
I don't know. Thanksgiving is what, the 21st or the 28th? Thanksgiving is.
It kind of moves.
Thanksgiving is on the. I don't know. I'm looking at the calendar.
I'll Google it. Don't worry about it.
But it's that, unless people gonna be out shopping. Well, it's at night anyway, so it's that Saturday.
The 28th this year.
Okay, so it's before Thanksgiving, the 23rd. We're gonna have it that Saturday. So we'll have sub only this Saturday. Next Saturday is my grandson's first birthday party, so I'll probably have sub only I'll have sub only earlier in the day because we'll be at his party for the majority of the night. And then my granddaughter will be here that Monday, so I won't be able to have a live Monday morning. The Monday after next, I will be at the hospital bringing in my second granddaughter. So,
so they scheduled it. She's not going into labor. They scheduled her delivery.
They scheduled it for the 18th. So I'm excited. I can't wait to see what she looks like. Yeah.
You love them grandbabies, honey.
I do.
I know.
I do. I love being a grandmother. Yeah.
It is. It's special.
And now I have toys all over the house again. And then he has like this big ball, this playpen, not a playpen, but a big pen with balls in it.
Oh, yeah, my son had that when he was little.
Yep, little walkers all over the place. He has 2 walkers here. Like, and he has a little basketball goal. So, like, it just, I don't know, it just brings back when my kids were little. And just seeing all that, it's exciting. It's exciting.
Aww. Somebody said that you look too young to be a grandma, and I agree.
Thank you. Everybody says that, but yep, I'm a grandmama and loving it. But yeah, I'm about to shut it down. Does Christina go live today?
I think so. It's Friday.
Did she move it to Saturday?
It would be.
What is Bash's? What is his? Did he change his?
Hayam Pinkbeard.
Yeah, because I knew he was live, and I was trying to find him. He didn't come up in my FYP, and I couldn't remember
What he changed? I was trying to put in Sebastian Cole. That didn't come up. Okay, so it's Hi, I'm Pink Beard.
Yeah, with a Y. Pink has a Y in it.
Gotcha. Okay.
The YouTube is Arch Thinker, ARCH Thinker. Yeah, and y'all don't forget that you can watch, if you miss something, you can watch the replays on YouTube at any time. So, and don't forget to follow over there. But I thank y'all. Rhea goes live tomorrow as well. She has her sub only tomorrow, and then she does her deconstruction live tomorrow night. So I'll probably hop on after my nephew's party and come chill with y'all there if she does go live tomorrow too. Last Saturday was rough. Not having nobody on live. Everybody was off last week. I was like, damn.
You couldn't get your fix, right?
Man. All I could do was read it. Like, wait, in the middle of the night, I'm used to being up. All I could do was read. Like, nobody was on last Saturday. But hopefully she go live this weekend. But I'll see y'all tomorrow at Sub Only. I hope y'all have a beautiful weekend, and we'll be back on Sunday night. Thank y'all so much for all the gifts, the likes, the shares. Thank you to the YouTube. Thank you to Maven and Dudette for manning the YouTube for me. I hope y'all have a beautiful weekend too as well. Until Sunday.
Love you.
Love y'all too.